I'd like to welcome everyone back to the Plymouth Special Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. Town Meeting is participating remotely with the Zoom video conferencing platform, also with the V-Voter. We last ended by going through all of the articles in the special town meeting, and we have a motion to reconsider Article 5 that was approved. Article 5 has to do with the fire station number 5 renovations. We're going to begin with a few comments regarding procedure, and I'm going to be going to Assistant Town Moderator Nicole Manfredi, who's going to make a few comments, and I will follow her. Welcome back, Nicole Manfredi.
Thank you. I just wanted to address, it looks like there are some folks that are having some trouble with the V-Voter platform, and I just want to make a recommendation that sometimes if you refresh your browser prior to voting, some of those, if your device is older or you're on an iPad, refreshing your browser will help ensure that your vote is accurately counted. And the other request we have, as I mentioned this morning in my opening remarks, is if there is a discrepancy with your vote or you notice that it's not registered, it is your responsibility to notify me as soon as possible. We're getting requests for changes to votes that are 5, 10, 15, 30 minutes after the vote has closed and we've moved on, and we can't make those adjustments. So I'll repeat what I said this morning. If you notice, as we're scrolling through the votes, that your vote was either miscommunicated or was omitted, you need to notify me in the chat, or that's the fastest way and the most efficient. Notify me in the chat that your vote wasn't counted before we move on, or there will be no adjustment to that vote. Alternatively, you can call the help desk if you're having a broader issue with technology, but with regards to voting, those issues need to be brought to my attention immediately.
Thank you. And that's Nicole Manfredi. She is the Assistant Town Moderator. I would further add that the challenges with the voting are no different than when we are in person with the electronic voting and the clickers, and that is, you may recall over the years, certainly when we didn't have electronic voting, if people left the room, whether to go to the bathroom or to go out and have a conversation, and they miss a vote, they're not going to be later counted. So too, when we had the electronic voting introduced with the clickers, if people were not in the room and their vote was not cast, then they don't have a vote. If there was an error with the clickers, I understand it's a little easier to press yes when you want to know. It's more difficult to have an error when you have the cursor and you're doing the electronic voting. So again, we cannot accept corrected votes or changed votes much after the voting occurs. I make it a practice, if it is not a close vote, to announce the vote. People can let us know later if they want their vote recorded and it wasn't recorded properly. But if it's a close vote, then what I'm going to do, if it's within a vote or two, I'm going to go through all the precincts, make sure everybody gets a chance to make sure their vote was properly recorded, and then announce the vote. Because we're trying to do whatever we can to make sure that the process is transparent and fair to all concerned. And with that, we're going to go back to Article 5. So we're starting all over again with Mr. Canty's motion. It's already been read into the record. Mr. Canty is the mover of the main motion. So I'm first going to go to Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty, you made an initial presentation. Is there anything else that you'd like to add at this time?
No, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My earlier remarks covered.
Thank you. And next, I'm also going to go to Neil Foley. He is the Deputy Fire Chief. And Mr. Foley, since the debate earlier regarding the fire station, I know there's been some discussion and questions, and I would also ask whether or not you have Any other comments that you or Chief Bradley wish to make in connection with the Article 5 main motion, Fire Station number 5 renovation? We have people on staff at Town Hall in the Great Hall, and we welcome now Chief Edward Bradley. Good afternoon, Mr. Chief Bradley.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon. Ed Bradley, Fire Chief. One of the questions for Mr. I forgot. Everett Malaguti had asked about land and what was going on in the agreement with the church. We have been in conversation with the St. Bonaventures and the Archdiocese, both ourselves locally and the assistant town manager, as well as our architect. And the plan is for them to grant us an easement on the north side of the fire station on the parish land. It would give us the driveway to the rear of the fire station. And in exchange for that, we're going to pay for some improvements to their driveway that exits the church property and make it a little bit safer for their people and the traffic that happens there on after masses. This will give us a good access to the rear of the building, which will also allow us to open up all 3 bays to have drive-through capabilities. As Mr. Cunningham was talking about, that is a preferred way, so that you don't have to hold up traffic out on the main roadway while you're turning apparatus around or backing it in. We can actually drive to the rear and drive straight through. There was also a question earlier about us being comfortable with the 10% contingency. And yes, but that was based upon us getting authorization at the special town meeting and being able to move forward quickly. You had said that you're going to see some other articles later that have a 20 or 30% contingency because they're going to be over longer periods of time and are going to be starting later. If this was to be postponed, you were going to see that kind of escalation in the cost of this fire station to be built. And the reason, I'll go back to the land again, the reason we're going to need the easement for the driveway on the north side of the building is because the new construction is going to take place on the south side of the current fire station, the apparatus bays, and will block the access way that we have now, the small driveway to the rear of the building. So that's the reason for working with the church and the diocese to get that land swap. We also, though, know that, and I'm sure that John Beda can talk about this, there's a number of millions of dollars worth of federal money that's in the pipeline for a lot of infrastructure. And you heard Representative talk about that at the beginning of this meeting that's going to be coming up. You also heard earlier about there are deadlines in December of 2024 to have projects in, and they have to be completed the year after. Well, these projects that are in the pipelines and are coming down the pack are going to further tax the vendors, contractors, supply chain. It's not going to get better by waiting, the next 4 years with all this federal money out there. This process is actually going to get more expensive, and there's going to be less opportunity for us to get good pricing. We have gone over this with the estimators. We have gone over this with our architect, our owner's project manager. We have a good record, I think, on the North Plymouth Fire Station, that we are fiscally responsible and we do what we can to keep costs down. If we wait, we're going to lose that opportunity, and prices are going to probably, I'm certainly going to be much higher than they are right now. I didn't know if there was any other questions that we could answer for you now.
Thank you, Chief Bradley. We're going to move to Precinct 5, Michael Withington, with a point of order, followed by Precinct 15, Stephen Bellotton, followed by Precinct 2, Richard Cirque. First, the point of order with Michael Withington. Mr. Withington.
Yes, Mr. Moderator and Assistant Moderator and town meeting members. The reason for my point of order questioning is that it seems to be that with the speed of technology and 20 seconds to vote and articles coming up right after that voting, if you don't notice and you're not quick of hand, it is very difficult to get your vote corrected. That happened to me once, and it was 2 votes after that I was able to make sure that my vote was correctly accounted for, and Nicole was kind enough to make sure that vote was counted. I do not think it's within the purview of the moderator to limit the time that someone has to respond to correct their vote, as long as that's reasonable. So I don't think once the vote's taken and the next vote comes up, that you should be limited, that your vote should count if it's not registered or it's not registered correctly. And that's my point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Withington. So, Mr. Withington, I respectfully disagree with you. It certainly was within the purview of the moderator's authority to determine what the vote is. However, as I said earlier, I will take our time in calling the vote when it's a close vote. When it's not close, I'm going to be calling it fairly quickly, move the meeting along. But I think the point
Mr.
about...
Moderator,
Please, Mr. Withington, do not interrupt. However, I think the point that the assistant moderator was making was that we're not going to be taking changes in votes 20 minutes or a half hour following the vote, which is some of the requests that we've made. It's simply not fair to town meeting. However, if you contact the assistant moderator soon after the vote, even if I don't declare it right away because someone else is speaking, the point is we'd like those corrections, if you will, to come in immediately. And you, as a town meeting member, have also the opportunity to make a point of order with the V voter. So whether it's the V voter, whether it's communication with assistant moderator, whether it's calling 508-830-6999, town meeting members have multiple ways in which to contact us. And it's no different than at town meeting. If we're in person, you jump up and make a point of order, or you communicate either to the clerk or the assistant moderator to me. If there's a need for correction, we have to decide whether or not it is soon after the vote or whether or not it's someone who was in the room or not in the room. Mr. Withington, your further comments.
All I would say, Mr. Moderator, is I think everyone's vote should count. And if you are not up to speed to the technology, just as a point of order, my point of order took 5 minutes to come up, and you'd already moved on the question to reconsider. So I want to make sure that everybody's voice who needs to be heard is heard, and rightfully so. So as we are in charge of the length of the debate, we're also in charge of the speed of the debate. So I would say to you that I want to make sure that everybody is represented properly, and that would be my point of order. So I would respectfully ask that a reasonable amount of time be allotted so that people can correct their votes if they are misrepresentative.
Mr. Withington,
thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Moderator.
you. And again, Mr. Withington, thank you for your interest. Again, town meeting does control the length of debate in terms of closing debate. You do not, however, control the speed of the debate. Again, that would be within the moderator's authority. I would agree that every vote should be counted. However, we can't have town meeting members manipulating a vote or switching or changing a vote. So in your case, I'm told by the assistant town moderator that you quickly notified her and that it was corrected. I may not have announced it immediately, but it was corrected soon after. So you followed the protocol that we have suggested. There are some town meeting members who are not following that protocol, and we're putting everybody on notice that if you call an extended period of time after a vote, it probably won't be either changed or recorded. We're looking for people to either vote on the V voter, and if they have a problem, to immediately let us know. And we provided people with a number of opportunities and ways in which to handle that. Again, no different than when you're in person at a town meeting. We're going to continue now, and first we're going to hear from Precinct.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr.
For
Withington.
your time, Stephen. I appreciate it. I would just agree with you a little bit that it is different in person, as I enjoy to see you in person rather than over the internet. You look much more handsome in person. So
Thank you, Mr. Withington, my fellow precinct member. Precinct 15, Stephen Bellotton. Mr. Bellotton, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, fellow town meeting members. I'm Steve Bolleton, Precinct 15. Getting back to the motion for reconsideration at issue, having to do with station number 5. I appreciate all of the financial considerations that have been raised by town meeting members in considering this article. I was one who had the very similar thoughts, and I appreciate Chief Bradley's addressing those in his remarks a few moments ago. To make sure that I understood this issue as well as I could, I personally went and had a tour of Station 5 to understand exactly what was going on. Because as one of our fellow town meeting members said, we seem to be facing article after article, year after year regarding fire station renovations or replacements. I can very comfortably say that station number 5 is not a convenience upgrade. It's a necessity. You are greeted as you walked in the front door with the warning asbestos sign. You immediately face areas in which personal equipment, clothing, and even workout areas are intermixed with fire trucks and hazard materials. You see a living quarters area that would not qualify as an appropriate camp dormitory, let alone an appropriate station for a firehouse. There's a singular bathroom, completely inappropriate, where we are not a unisex facility and haven't been for quite some time. There are other health hazards there as well, having to do with mold, leaks, etc., much of which has to do with the fact that we are paying for these facilities but not maintaining them. And I'm encouraged to see that we voted to put money into the stabilization fund for maintenance. I merely ask that as we consider these issues, we look to understand that there are certain things that we want and certain things that we need. This station is actually a need. Fire stations and other public safety are kind of like insurance. None of us like paying for them. We hope we never have to use them, but we're certainly grateful when they're there if we do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Precinct 15, Stephen Beloten. We're now going to move to Precinct 2, Richard Cirque, followed by Precinct 7, Nathan Siegel. Welcome back, Mr. Cirque.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to remind town meeting members that the true purpose of a motion to reconsider is to consider new information that was not considered before. It is not to have a second bite at the apple as the result of any after the vote lobbying by public or private individuals. This motion to reconsider may be legal, but I question whether it is appropriate. I'm going to vote against this motion to reconsider. Thank you.
We have voted to reconsider, so now we're actually voting on the main motion. And with that, I have a procedural motion. First, Carl Mason, Precinct 4, moves to close debate. That is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. And I see that in the queue, I have Nathan Siegel and Wrestling Brewster who want to speak on the motion. I have Mr. Richard Neely, who indicates he wants to make a procedural motion. But currently we have the motion before us to close debate. And so with that, we're going to go to whether to close debate. It requires a 2/3 vote, and it is not debatable. So we're going to go to the ballot on whether to close debate on Article 5 or whether to keep deliberating and debating Article 5 of the special town meeting. There is the vote on the screen. We're going to have a timer of 20 seconds. Town meeting can vote now. It is a 2/3 vote as to whether to close debate on the main motion on Article 5. A yes vote, we will go to vote on the main motion. A no vote will go to Mr. Neely's procedural motion. Town meeting is voting. We're now going to see what the vote is. It requires a 2/3 vote. Yes, 66, no, 53. Because it's not close, I'm going to call it now. We will scroll through the precincts. If your vote was not registered, Or if it was incorrect, please notify us immediately as you look through the precincts. Going to go through precincts 1 through 15. And as we do that, because it's not close, I'm going to go right to precinct 15, Richard Neely, who indicates he has a procedural motion that he wants to make, and then I'll go back to Mr. Siegel. If, in fact, we're going to continue with Mr. Neely because the motion to close debate did not pass. So we want to welcome Richard Neely. He's in precinct 15. He's a town meeting member, and we are debating Article 5 of the special town meeting warrant. This is coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. Town meeting members are participating remotely, and we have people who have asked to continue to debate Article 5. Do we have Mr. Neely? He's in? Okay.
Yes.
Richard Neely, go ahead.
I'm a little confused in that I thought we had voted to close the special meeting. Is that not the case?
It's not the case. It failed. We did not dissolve the special town meeting.
Okay, that's
All right,
fine.
thank you.
Thank you.
So now we're going to go to precinct 7, Nathan Siegel, followed by precinct 5, Wrestling Brewster. Mr. Siegel.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nate Siegel, Precinct 7. Mr. Bullotin and Chief Bradley made a lot of the points that I was going to make, so I'll be brief. But I just want to say that I don't know how you expect folks to be on the front lines of a pandemic for 2 years, not to mention all the other duties that our firefighters undertake on behalf of our community, and then ask them to go to work in a building that has asbestos and all the other issues that that building has. I just don't think that's right. I want our community to stand by all of our town employees and be a talent magnet. As someone said earlier in the meeting, we don't want to be a training ground for other communities. We want to attract the best and the brightest across all of our town departments, and providing these type of facilities is a really important way of doing that. I, of course, balk at the price tag, just like everyone here, and I completely agree that I hate seeing meeting after meeting these big sticker shock numbers come through on the firehouse facilities and other major facilities, but that's the situation that we're in. And as Chief Bradley said, I don't have any confidence that delaying this by a year will bring costs down. I just don't think that's realistic. So that's why I'm voting yes for this funding, and I hope town meeting will do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we're going to go to precinct 5, Wrestling Brewster, followed by precinct 3, Donna Curtin. Mr. Brewster. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting, Wrestling Brewster, Chair of Precinct 5. I want to continue the discussion that Mr. Serkey brought up. This is exactly what happened when we voted down the fire truck last time. And it seems like you can't take no for an answer. I think that my biggest problem is, I believe in the last town meeting, we approved a study to go through and let us know about, what stations needed to be moved, what stations need to be, reconditioned, what stations need to be condemned. And what I'm asking in this no vote, I'm asking FinCom, I'm asking the fire department, I'm asking town staff to bring us a budget, bring us, you keep coming and saying, all right, now we need to do this. Now we need to do that. And it's these $9 million price tags in this time when we're asking our taxpayers to come up with more money and more money. We never have a plan. It seems like to me that we're always coming and saying, oh, now we got to do this. Now we got to do that. All right, we've got asbestos. How long have we known about that asbestos and where did it come in? And I just would like to see a better plan instead of coming for these $9 million things every single year. Thank you.
Thank you, Wrestling Brewster, Precinct 5. We're going to go to Precinct 3, Donna Curtin, followed by Precinct 3, Bill Cohen. Welcome, Donna Curtin.
Mr. Moderator, Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. I would like to follow up on some of my fellow town meeting members' comments that part of the struggle that we're facing right now is not that there's a lack of interest and will to support our first responders and provide them with the appropriate working conditions. It has to do more with the timing of things. And I would just say, I think it is asking so much of town meeting members to always take these enormous packages and have to vote up or down in them. So I'm hearing now in this next round of debate, since we reopened the debate on this issue, a lot more about health and safety issues than we heard originally. And I think that is significant. But I would say, I think we have to ask our town staff and departments to provide us with some alternatives, especially right now, as we're going through a time of tremendous financial and economic uncertainty in our world and in our town. And we know that we're going to be looking at much higher burdens on our residents. We know that there's going to be a reevaluation of property values coming on top of that. I think caution and the foresight that perhaps more advanced planning and better communication would afford us would be very helpful to us in our deliberations. But I will say this, I would certainly entertain if there had been an alternate to say, can we address the asbestos removal? Can we separate that part out? And then we could at least provide some relief for the Manomet station without biting this $10 million apple right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna Curtin, Precinct 3. Now, William Cohen, Precinct 3, followed by Precinct 8, Catherine Holmes. Good afternoon, William Cohen. We're debating Article 5. We have staff available in the Great Hall at Town Hall to be able to answer questions and respond to the comments of town meeting members. We're waiting for William Cohen, and there he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just wanted to respectfully correct the town meeting member from Precinct 5, Mr. Brewster. This is not like the fire truck vote that we had a few years back. This is a little bit different. That was when the clicker wasn't working, and this is about a reconsideration. So I just wanted to make that clarification. This is about a reconsideration for new information and not a broken clicker. I can speak to it because it was my clicker that was not working. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. We're going to go to Catherine Holmes, Precinct 8, followed by Precinct 10, Alan Costello. And a reminder to those of you in the chat, you're not to be debating an article and deliberating in the chat. It's to be just dealing with issues that need to come up procedurally. So we're going to now go to Catherine Holmes. Good afternoon.
Hi, everybody. First off, I want to say thank you so much. I was not able to come to a virtual face-to-face meeting because I've just had surgery. So I am thankful to be able to participate today, and I am deeply hoping that we're going to be able to pass that legislation so we can have a hybrid. So if this happens to me in the future, I will be able to still participate. That being said, with this specific article, I'm really concerned about this, and I voted no, and I'm going to continue to vote no. And the reason why is this: I am incredibly supportive of the fire department and also the police department, and I voted in favor for many things that they've had in the past. But to Mr. Hutchinson's point, Mr. Brewster's point, and Mr. Serkey's point, I think that there is a missing component here that is critical. We do not have, and we have asked for, especially at the COPC level, for approximately 2 years, a comprehensive understanding of our building maintenance. And what we need is to be able to look at a forecast of what the expenses we're anticipating that we have for building maintenance. Some things we may not know, but there are critical things that we do know. And so somebody knew that there was asbestos in this building and didn't share it with us. And that is really important. That's important information for us to have. But if we had a comprehensive plan that looked at all of our building maintenance, we would be able to, before town meeting, before this moment that we're in right at this second, be able to say, well, you know what, maybe the building, we only have so much money, And maybe this fire station is more important to focus on than this other fire station or this library or whatever the building happens to be. But we would be able to do that comparison and be able to make those types of decisions, like roofs on schools or all of these different things that we've been paying for. So my strong suggestion is this. I would like to see that plan, and I'd like to see it presented to town meeting before fall town meeting. And so I'm going to vote no on this, and I hope everyone else does as well. And I'd like to see us have a true understanding of what our building costs are and what the expectations are and what the building needs are for the fire department specifically, but probably the police station and others as well. So then we can make a really informed decision on where we should be spending our very limited money at this point. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on it.
Thank you. Precinct 10, Alan Costello, to be followed by Select Board Vice Chair Betty Cavaco. Mr. Costello. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. I just want to go on record. I had hit my speak button 9 times, 5 times prior to the lunch break. 4 of those were point of orders. So it wasn't a question if I've already spoken and you took someone else. Point of orders were totally disregarded prior to the lunch break. Since the lunch break, this is my 4th attempt. And my questions were, and I think you addressed them to your credit, about the time of votes and the changing of votes, because we've had that happen in the past, and it leaves a very bad taste in town meetings' mouth. It goes to the credibility of town meetings. So I give you credit that you've addressed that. But now my question is, if we are reconsidering this, what has been, with the exception of the brief description by the fire chief, the real fire chief, what has been the new information that we're discussing? When can I make a motion to go to the vote? Thank you.
Well, first of all, you can't make a motion to close debate after you've made argument. And in terms of someone responding, I understand that Jonathan Beater, Director of Public Works, is prepared to respond, and the chief is also at the podium along with Betty Cavaco. Mr. Beater.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon, town meeting. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not going to get into the technical discussion. I think that's been discussed pretty well at this point, but I do want to talk about what we've been doing the past couple of years, and it's really been since 2020. I think you have a really good memo in your spring town meeting book on page 90 that outlines, a plan. Talks about headquarters 2, 5, and 4. I will say we have really good momentum in terms of what you've been doing for upgrades at the stations. Station 2, Station 7, and now Station 5. I get the costs, we understand the costs, but we do have a plan. Some of the previous speakers questioned that plan. We're doing what town meeting requested us to do. We have done a lot of significant capital upgrades over the past couple of years. We have increased operating. We have to stick with the plan in terms of addressing the needs of your buildings, especially the fire stations. 2 is well underway. 5, they have a design. We need to get this thing out to bid. I do firmly believe that with all the federal infrastructure money, all the county money, that the construction market's going to stay very competitive. It's going to be difficult to get things done, and costs are going to continue to increase. I ask for your support with this project. I think it's imperative. I plan on continue to work with the chief, both chiefs, town meeting reps, and especially the building committee. The building committee is extremely aware of our plan to move forward with the buildings. If you take 5 out of sequence, it's going to delay Station 4, it's going to delay headquarters and a DPW building. We plan on going to fall town meeting for schematic design with the DPW building, and we have been communicating this extremely well with the building committee. So all of these plans are in place. This is what, again, town meeting asked us to do, to follow a plan, especially a proactive preventative plan. And again, in your book, it outlines what's happening at the fire stations, and I think that's extremely well written. And it's very direct. And ultimately, if we put this $10 million off in terms of repair, it's going to be an issue. A great question was asked about the asbestos. If you just go in and remove asbestos, you have to provide accommodations in terms of housing. That's difficult for us to do. You're looking at temporary trailers, you're looking at unexpected, unanticipated costs to control and manage that. We've had issues with that in the past at Station 2 with frozen water lines, size of the trailer. It's an uncomfortable situation. What we need to do is hold the line in terms of these repairs. I will tell you, your building maintenance budget, we are spending that down pretty regularly, especially, FY '22. We are upgrading our buildings, and all of these have been done per your request. And I think that's important. Again, this has been 3 years in the making. It's a very good plan, and I ask that you support it. Thank you.
And again, we're responding to Mr. Costello with any new information. Ms. Cavaco, if you're responding on behalf of the town, go ahead. And then I've got to move on to a motion.
Mr. Moderator, and thank you, town meeting. One of the things that I think people need to be aware of is that we have a significant amount of money of ARPA funds that our Board of Selectmen actually voted to. We were the ones that were going to control those costs. So one of the things that I think town meeting needs to be aware of is that we have $21 million that the selectmen are voting to offset these projects so they aren't a burden on our taxpayers. So, and the other thing that I just wanted to bring up is that to Ms. Holmes' point is that I'm not sure that everybody remembers. We certainly do remember when Mr. Walkden, the previous facilities manager, came up with the facilities dude solution that town meeting paid for. I think it was $40,000 or $50,000. That is a very explicit survey of all of our town buildings, of everything that we have, what it would cost to repair, everything. So that is something that we do have, and I believe town meeting, or most of town meeting, is aware of that. So those were just a couple answers to the questions, but I'd like people to be aware of what we're doing with the ARPA funds and the CARES Act money. So thank you.
We do have a motion to close debate. I received that from several town meeting members. I'll put into the record. Precinct 11, Christopher Merrill moves to close debate. It is not debatable. In the speaker's queue, we can show you or tell you, we have Geraldine Williams, Michael Landers, Dale Weber, all requesting to speak. The other people were moving to close debate. So with that, we're going to call up the ballot. It's a 2/3 vote as to whether to close debate on Article 5. You have the ballot going to show in front of you along with a timer. You'll have 20 seconds in which to vote. And as to whether to close debate, you're voting now. Voting whether to close debate on Article 5. If we vote 2/3 yes, we'll go to vote on the main motion. If we vote no, if we don't have 2/3, we'll go back to the speaker's queue. So town meeting is voting procedurally whether to close debate. Voting is now ended. The polling is closed. 76 say yes, 40 say no. It does not carry by 2/3. This time I'm going to call on Precinct 3, Dale Weber, followed by Precinct 13, Michael Landers. Welcome, Dale Weber, to this afternoon session of Plymouth Special Town Meeting. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. Just wanted to respond to a couple of the prior comments regarding the asbestos in the building. You may remember that there was an issue with asbestos in a prior fire station that became friable, and it became the permanent closure of the North Plymouth Fire Station. Based on that and several other arbitration awards, you see the welcoming signs that Mr. Bulletin spoke to at the Manament Fire Station and several other buildings in town. The asbestos only becomes a major issue when it becomes friable. And when you have roofs leaking, like you do at Manament Fire Station, it's just a matter of when that asbestos becomes friable and deadly. So the issue is of paramount importance that we address this issue as quickly as possible. And Ms. Curtin's comments about can we start an abatement process while we keep the firefighters housed is an issue that I believe Mr. Beta just touched on after I had queued in to speak, so I won't get into that. What I will get into is if you've got a leaking roof, that's a major renovation. if you have to remove the asbestos from the joint compound and the window ceiling compound of every window and every wallboard and sheetrock joint in the building, you've got a major, major renovation. And that's what we have on our hands here. But we also have the ticking time bomb of friable asbestos that we need to distance ourselves from as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to Precinct 13, Michael Landers, followed by Precinct 1, Christine Pratt. Mr. Landers. If you can unmute yourself, Michael Landers, we can see you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. What an excellent debate, folks. I have to tell you, all of this has been excellent for all of us to hear. I wanted to touch just a little, and first of all, let me just say that I think that there are two things that are extremely important here. One is to try to protect the increasing cost to the taxpayers, and also in this situation, these buildings need to be taken care of because we have a lot of workers who have been in these environments for a lot of years. They could already be getting sick from other things or some of these things that are existing. So from a health standpoint, we need to do this. From one of the things I wanted to mention, though, that hasn't been talked about today is history. I've been a town meeting member for a long time, and one thing we have never done in all the years I've been in there is turn down requests for rehabbing and fixing up buildings and that sort of thing. But there's been one thing about the town of Plymouth, we've been very, not even always very good. I'd use the MBO building as an example where we paid more than we should have for the property, and it had some inherent problems in the beginning. We've also, but in most cases, we do okay with the purchase of properties, but we do a horrible, horrible job as far as the maintenance of these properties, and that's been ongoing. And I know that that's being addressed at this point. But the unfortunate outcome of that is now we have these giant, giant stickers on what it's going to take cost to fix these places up. And so I think we're stuck in a situation where if we don't do it now, the cost could possibly even double from what it is right now if we try to push it down the road. And we have other stations and other town buildings that are also going to need work and maintenance. So as much as it pains me, and I'm sure some of the taxpayers and voters who support me will not agree with me, I have to say that I think we need to bite the bullet and move forward with this thing and get and create and continue on the path of getting all of our properties back up to snuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael Landers. We have Precinct 11, Jeffrey Delap moves to close debate. It's not debatable, but in the queue, we have Geraldine Williams, Christine Pratt, Maureen Renault, all wishing to be heard. So we're going to go to the vote as to whether to close debate, and we're going to bring that up on the screen. You'll be able to see the ballot and the timer of 20 seconds. You can begin voting now. You're voting whether to close debate. And again, we're determining whether to close debate on Article 5, the fire station, or whether to continue debate, in which case we'll go back to the speaker's queue with the town meeting members who have asked for an opportunity to be heard. Article 5 is on the fire station, number 5. We've concluded this procedural vote. It requires a 2/3 vote. Polling has closed. We're going to look for the vote. We'll determine whether or not 2/3 have said close debate or whether or not we're going to continue. We'll be showing that momentarily because we've taken the votes of town meeting members. 82 say yes, 38 say no, 0 abstentions. It carries. According to what's been reported, I'm going to go through the precincts in case there are any votes that were not recorded or any votes that have been recorded improperly. But we're going through the precincts. We have 15 precincts we have 132 town meeting members who have indicated their vote on this particular matter, 120 voting, and again, it does pass by 2/3, absent any changes on any of the reporting. I'm not hearing any from the assistant moderator, from the help desk. I've not received any notice, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a vote on Article 5. It is a 2/3 vote for the funding. We're going to now go to the vote on the main motion, and town meeting will be able to vote when you see it on the screen. This is the vote on the main motion, and town meeting can vote now. You're voting on Article 5, the motion for the fire station, number 5 renovation. Is to appropriate the sum of $9,100,000 for the pay the costs to renovate fire station number 5. Town meeting is voting. We're going to now take a look at what the results are of the vote. We're going to go and scroll through the precincts after we announce what the preliminary results are. The preliminary results are 86 voting in favor, 38 in opposition, 1 abstention. The vote carries by more than 2/3. We're going to go through and look at the record of the vote of town meeting members beginning precincts 1, 2, and 3. You can all see how your town meeting members have voted. We're going to continue as we go through the precincts to precincts 4, 5, and 6. The green is a yes, the red is no, a yellow would be an abstention, and a white would be not voting at all. They could be present, but they could choose not to vote. We're going to continue with 7, 8, and 9 as we continue to vote on this Article 5 for town meeting. We're going to continue now with 10, 11, and 12 as we scroll through the precincts, and we would need a number of votes to change this vote, which is more than 2/3. Continuing on with the precincts 13, 14, and 15, you see a yellow vote is an abstention. And so those are the votes from the 15 precincts, total of 132 town meeting members, and this time we have quite a few town meeting members voting. Looks like 125 out of 132. What? 120. Okay. You're right, 122 present. Okay. So that's the vote. And at this time, we're going to continue, and absent any further matters to come before this special town meeting, once again, Mr. Canty, for the second time, will move to dissolve this Plymouth special town meeting. Mr. Canty, any further comments on your motion?
No, thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Not hearing no further debate or speakers, we're going to go to vote on whether to dissolve the Plymouth special town meeting. Let's call up the ballot on the screen, and there it is. We're going to call the timer, 20 seconds, and town meeting can begin to vote now. Town meeting is voting on whether to dissolve the Plymouth special town meeting. If it is a majority, a vote to dissolve, that ends all action on the Plymouth special town meeting warrant, and Mr. Canty will then move to reopen the annual town meeting. So we're going to look at what the total is, and it'll come up on your screen. The poll has closed. 110 say yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. It carries, and it's not close, so I'm going to move on as you look at your votes coming through on the display. So if there's no objection, Mr. Canty moves to reopen the annual town meeting, and hearing no objection, we're going to move forward with Article 1, and the time is 1:28 for the special town meeting dissolved, and 1:28 to reopen the annual town meeting. Article 1, have no motion. Hearing no motion, I declare no action. Article 2, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to receive reports of several boards, officers, and committees of the town thereon. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 2. Approval of this article will allow boards and committees to place their reports on file with the town clerk. Most board and committee reports can be found in the annual town report.
It's a majority vote. We'll now go to the vote. You'll see the ballot on the screen. Momentarily, you'll see a timer, and then you'll be able to vote. And this will be our first vote in the annual town meeting. Give us an idea. Let's start voting now. Town meeting members will be voting on the first vote in the annual town meeting. We'll get to see how many are present and voting for Plymouth's annual town meeting, coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. We're in the first of the afternoon sessions. Voting has completed. We're now going to see the initial return of the vote. 112 say yes, 1 no, 1 abstentions. It carries. And we're going to continue as we show the voting on the screen. I'll read into the record Article 3. Mr. Candy moves the town vote to establish the maximum amount that may be spent from each fund during fiscal year 2023 beginning on July 1, 2022 for the revolving funds established in town bylaws for certain departments, boards, committees, agencies, or officers in accordance with general laws, Chapter 44. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 3. Approval of this article will set the fiscal year 2023 spending caps for each of the revolving funds listed therein pursuant to Massachusetts general laws.
Thank you. Majority vote. No speakers. We'll move to the vote. We'll show the ballot on the screen, and town meeting will have a timer, which we're showing, and now you're going to be able to vote now. You're voting on Article 3, revolving fund spending limits, and then we'll be moving on chronologically in the warrant. It is possible to move to change the order of articles. Requires a 2/3 vote. I have not received any motions to change. Earlier today, we did a motion to reconsider. That ends the voting on this particular article, and 119 say yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. It passes. We'll continue to show the vote, and as we do, I will read into the record Article 4, motion continuation of committees. Mr. Candy moves the town vote to, pursuant to Chapter 173 of the general bylaws, authorize the Cedarville Steering Committee, Plymouth Center Steering Committee to continue with the review in 3 years at the 2025 annual town meeting. It's a majority vote, and there'll be a roll call through the electronic voting. I don't see any speakers, so we're going to go right to the ballot for Article 4. And for some of these that are unanimous or nearly unanimous, we have not at this town meeting done any consent agenda or bundling of articles, but again, it's something that I would recommend to the town in the future. But at this time, you see the ballot. Further, you see the voting clock. You can begin voting now. You're voting on Article 4, continuation of committees. It's a majority and a roll call vote. When I mentioned the consent agenda, it's something that again came up at Mass Mortgage Association meeting that I attended virtually 2 weeks ago, and it's something that's utilized in many other towns, and I'll be working with the town for that in the future. But we're going to now take the vote on the motion to continue committees. 118 say yes, 1 no, 0 abstentions. It carries. Again, we'll go through the various precincts, but since it's not close, I'm going to read into the record the following articles. First, Article 5 is withdrawn. Article 6, the warrant says to see what action the town will take pursuant to General Laws 41, Section 108, with regard to fixing the salaries of elected officials or taking any other action relative thereto. Mr. Canty moves the town vote pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 41, Section 108, to authorize the annual stipend and salaries of elected town officials as follows. Chair of Select Board, $4,500. Select Board, $4,000 each. Moderator, $2,000. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 6. Approval of this article will set the annual stipends for the Select Board and town moderator. There are no proposed changes to these stipends amounts this year.
Thank you. And now we have a motion to amend from Peter Neville. And as a teaching moment, I'm going to take a moment to explain that Mr. Neville contacted me yesterday, so I don't think you have this in your materials, but he proposes to make multiple motions, and I'm going to let you know my decision on these motions. First, he moved to have a stipend for the assistant moderator of $1,000. I ruled that out of order because this article warns the town as to fixing salaries for elected officials. And so for that reason, it's out of order since she's appointed. Second, he moved to reduce the salaries of the select board to zero. I ruled that out of order because that's tantamount to voting no on the article, and I suggested instead that he argue no if he wants to reduce to zero. But I did agree to divide the motion because he's also moved to increase the moderator's salary to $5,000. So we will be voting separately on the main motion for the select board salaries, as well as Mr. Neville's motion to amend, which I'll put into the record. Peter Neville, Precinct 10, moves to increase the annual stipend salaries of the moderator to $5,000. Mr. Neville, on your motion. And we'll bring in Peter Neville from Precinct 10, and then we'll continue with debate on both his motion to amend and the main motion. When there's a motion to close debate, we would first consider closing on the motion to amend, and then continue with the main motion until there's a motion to close that. Peter Neville, good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'm going to thank you for your guidance on submitting this amendment. And I have not filed an amendment in the past, so thank you, Steve, very much for your guidance. I move to reduce the stipends and salaries for the FY23 chair of the select board and each of the select board to zero. And I do that as a symbolic way of sending a message of my displeasure for the treatment of the town manager back to last summer when she submitted her letter of resignation. And everything that followed from that became very unclear to me as to what was going on. And because I was a very big fan of the job that the town manager did for 12 years while I've lived here in Plymouth for 17. But anyway, I was a big fan. Didn't always agree with her, but I thought that she did an outstanding job managing the business of the town. And I felt that the select board failed to communicate in a clear and concise manner how their evaluation of the town manager led to the situation that produced an interim town manager, the retention of the existing town manager, the search committee for a new town manager, and then the ultimate hiring of a new town manager. A lot of moving parts here, not the least of which is the creation of a position to put the former town manager for the, I don't know, I guess till the end of the letter of resignation, which would be June 30th. So I brought this up at the precinct chairs meeting, asking them to consider a vote of no confidence based on the lack of clarity. And I think in consideration of this, I also find that the charter is very explicit about the role and the duties of the select board. And they are not to meddle with any staff except the town manager. and they have to go through the town manager. And I can understand how that may be difficult for some people on the select board to understand. And I know that one select board in particular has indicated that she would like the charter to delete that section of the charter where select board have to go
Neville,
through
that completes your
the town
time.
manager.
Do you need any additional
So-
time, Mr. Neville?
That's a lot said. Basically, I'm asking town meeting members to share with me their discontent and to send a message. We don't have any other way to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Neville. At this
Sure.
time, I have a motion from Precinct 6, Colleen Coughlin, to close debate. It is not debatable. It would be a motion to close debate on Mr. Neville's motion to amend to increase the moderator by 5,000. I'd like to note for clarification that I did rule Mr. Neville's motion regarding the select board to be out of order. So there's no motion before us relative to the select board other than the main motion from Mr. Canty. So we have a motion to close debate. I have a speakers queue. Richard Neely, Michael Withington, Nancy Davis, and I have 3 points of order. So I'm going to begin with a point of order from the first person, Dale Weber, Precinct 3, followed by Everett Malaguti, Precinct 1, followed by Belinda Brewster, Precinct 5, on points of order. Mr. Weber, your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Trifletti. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. I just questioned the quantum of vote that you have listed for Mr. Neville's motion as a majority vote. My understanding of Chapter 41, Mass General Laws, Section 108, calls for a 2/3 majority vote anytime you're looking to revise the salaries fixed annually by a vote of any elected officials. But hopefully you could get an opinion on that as to the quantum of vote needed for Mr. Neville's activity. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Neville. So first, Mr. Weber, first on a motion to amend is a majority vote. Secondly, we haven't fixed the salaries yet, so we're not seeking to change them. That would be once they're fixed. That's how the statute would apply. Any further questions?
Nope, all set.
Thank you. Precinct 1, Everett Malaguti. Mr. Malaguti, your point of order.
Yes, I just have a question because I'm looking at the second iteration of the motions packet that we were given during Friday, and you stated that it was ruled out for the selectmen's salaries for being out of line for this, but it actually is in our motions packet on here as it. So when did that change happen? Did it happen after it was already published and sent out to town meeting members, or?
That's an excellent question. Mr. Malaguti, as you may know, we requested that we receive all motions by 3 o'clock on Thursday. However, in order to be fully transparent to town meeting, we tried to update with additional motions as they came in yesterday. As you may imagine, many motions, many emails, many calls. And so the book that was being prepared on my behalf included this request from Mr. Neville. I had not yet ruled on it. And so although it may have been included in your book, I since have ruled on it once I got a chance to review it. And I ruled that the motion to reduce the salaries for the select board is out of order. Rather, people can debate and argue against it if they want to. They could vote no, or they could vote yes, but it's not an appropriate motion. Any other questions, Mr. Malaguti?
No, I just wanted to get clarification because I wanted to make sure that it wasn't skipped over or a forgotten piece on there. I do want to just state a comment that I will.
No comments.
Be
we
voting
have a
no
motion.
for changing
We
the
have a motion to
salaries.
close debate. I'm only taking points of order, no debate until after we vote on the motion to close debate. Any further questions on your point of order?
No, there are not.
Thank you. Precinct 5, Belinda Brewster, a point of order. Good afternoon, Belinda Brewster. We are.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Just a question on your motion to accept, your ruling to accept the motion to increase your own salary to $5,000. Would that not be a conflict of interest for you to rule on, and perhaps the assistant moderator could rule on that?
Yeah, actually, we have reviewed that. As moderator, I preside each year over this article. This is not personal to me, it's to the office of moderator. I'm not participating in the substantive discussion on that motion, and so I'm fulfilling my duties in the best interest of the town of Plymouth. So for that reason, I'm presiding over this article and over that motion. And I don't intend to become directly involved in the substantive discussion, which at this point, we have a motion to close debate. Any further questions? Belinda Brewster?
No, I respectfully disagree with you, but
Thank you.
That's fine.
Precinct 10, Peter Neville has a point of order. Peter Neville, do you have a question? We have a motion to close debate, and I see here you have a point of order to interrupt the meeting. A point of order can interrupt the meeting at any time, and we'll take a point of order. We've had several. We can remove Mr. Weber from the queue.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Neville.
Steve, did I misunderstand you? Were you asking me to, I didn't hear you say that my motion to reduce salaries was out of order. So were you asking me to speak to the motion to raise the moderator?
Yes, I was, and you used your time other than to speak for that. And at this time, we have a motion to close debate. If we vote to close debate,
because I did not hear you tell me that the motion to reduce to zero was out of order. I didn't hear that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
All right.
I'd be
Thank
happy
you.
to speak to why I think you should get more money.
All right, so
But
we'll add you to the queue.
I understand.
Mr. Neville will add you to the queue of speakers. And we also have
Thank you.
Nancy Davis asking to speak on the motion as well. So now we're going to move to the motion to close debate. Is to close debate on Mr. Neville's motion to amend to increase the moderator's salary. We're going to look at the ballot and we're going to pull it up. We're going to have a timer. This requires a 2/3 vote, and the timer will begin now. You can now vote. You're voting on whether to close debate on Mr. Neville's motion to amend Article 6 to increase the salary of the moderator. Thereafter, depending on the outcome of that vote, will determine how we move forward with this particular discussion on this article. We're now going to look. The poll's closed. 85 say yes, 27 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries, and it is not close, and therefore we are closing debate on whether or not to further debate Mr. Neville's motion to amend. And so following the display of the precincts, we're going to go to the vote on his motion to amend, and it's a motion to increase the stipend salary of the moderator to $5,000. We've gone through all the precincts. We're now going to go to the vote. This is the majority vote, and town meeting will now be asked to vote. We're going to pull up the ballot for that, and you'll see the motion to amend. You'll see the time, and you'll see the clock, and now voting. You're now voting on Peter Neville, Precinct 10, motion to amend to increase the annual stipend salary of the moderator to $5,000. Thereafter, town meeting will continue to go back to debate Article 6, stipend and salaries. The voting has ended. We will now see the polls have closed. The results, 25 say yes, 83 say no, 2 abstentions. The motion does not carry. And as we scroll through the precincts, we're going to continue to go back and take up the various people who have asked to speak on Article 6. And we have a main motion for the salaries of elected town officials as presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee. We've just scrolled through all of the precincts, 13, 14, and 15. So we're going to begin here with Claire Montanari, Precinct 4, and she'll be followed by Richard Neely, Precinct 15. Welcome, Claire Montanari, to our afternoon session of town meeting. We're debating Article 6 on the main motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee. Claire Montanari. This is Article 6, and it's the motion as presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee.
Mr. Moderator, the motion to close debate, I didn't get a voting screen. It really doesn't matter because it wasn't that close anyway.
Thank you. And how would you have voted?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Thank you, Claire Montanari. I'm going to jump to a procedural motion from Thomas Pinto, Precinct 2. He moves to close debate. That is not debatable. I see that in the speaker's queue, we have Richard Neely, we have Michael Withington wishing to speak, but we're now going to go to a motion to close debate on Article 6. It's Mr. Pinto's motion. I'm going to call it up on the screen. It is a majority vote, two-thirds vote on closing debate. The main motion will later be a majority vote, but to close debate, two-thirds. We're going to now call up the ballot. There it is. It's going to be showing on your screen momentarily. The timer, 20. You're going to begin voting. When the timer moves, vote now. You're voting on whether to close debate on the main motion on Article 6, as presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee. It is a majority vote on this motion, and town meeting is continuing in its afternoon session. The voting has concluded. The polls have closed. 76 say yes, 40 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. And with that, town meeting will move. It failed.
It's not two-thirds.
It's a majority on closing debate. I'm sorry. It was to close debate. It's not two-thirds. We're going to go back to our list. And we have here Nancy Davis, Precinct 2, followed by Richard Neely, Precinct 15. We're continuing to debate. We did not have two-thirds on closing debate. Nancy Davis, welcome. This is your afternoon session of Plymouth Town Meeting. It's coming to you live. Nancy Davis is a town meeting member.
I'm trying to get on here.
You're on. Go ahead and talk.
Oh, there I am. Oh, hi. You have to shut that off. Shut it off. We're echoing.
Welcome, Nancy Davis. Go ahead.
Sorry, my mother's also in the room with her computer on, so we had an echo. I just had one thing to say that was a legality regarding this motion, that under Mass legislature, the folks who are receiving this stipend cannot also receive monetary payment for a position in the town municipal government. They can do one or the other. So in other words, you can't have somebody be a clerk and also a member and get paid both. And it's under Mass legislature. Somebody else can look it up. And there's also, those folks cannot vote on it. They should not actually be a part of where those changes are discussed and put down on paper. And it does not go into effect during the calendar year that we vote on it. It should be next year, just so you know. But it's what I read, so somebody else can look it up. But I thought people should know there are some legal things that surround this, and I don't know if people were aware of them.
Let him explain it. They're not elected. They're elected. They're not
Thank you, Nancy Davis.
I know, it was for the elected officials.
Thank you, Nancy Davis. And we're going to continue now, Precinct 15, Richard Neely, and will be followed by Precinct 5. Actually, I'm not sure if Claire Mutton, I think she already spoke. So we're going to go to Precinct 15, Richard Neely.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll get it here. Yes. I'd like to speak in favor of, not in favor of, but about this particular motion. there's been a constant concern about the lack of transparency on the part of this board with regard to firing the past manager. There is another element that has been discomforting in terms of the behavior of this board with regards to knowledge of what's going on with the county government. And it is for all of these things that one would like to cast a vote indicating our dissatisfaction with the way the board has handled a number of events. And for that matter here, if the only way I can do that right now is to say they do not deserve the salary they're getting, then I am going to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
To make a motion to divide this main article and have the salaries of the select board voted separately from the salary of the moderator. Do you care to do that?
I do make a motion.
Okay, so it's a motion to divide, and I think in this case, I'm going to have it voted, but we will continue to debate Article 6, but when we take up a motion to close debate, the next vote would be first on your motion to divide the main motion in Article 6 to separate the salaries of the select board and the moderator. And I believe in response to your comments, we're going to hear from Betty Cavaco, Vice Chair of the Select Board. Good afternoon, Betty Cavaco.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator, and thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Some of the things that I would like to clarify from Mr. Neville and Mr. Neely that just spoke. The first most important is the town manager did not get fired. The town manager is still working. She is our special assistant. She's working on our special projects of Holtec. She's going through all of our policies, bylaws, board and committees. And so let's clarify that right from the beginning. She is still working diligently like she always has. As far as Mr. Neville saying that she was mistreated, maybe it's something, I don't know where you're getting that, but this board took great pains in protecting her. It was, we needed a position to put our house in order, and so the new town manager could come on without any issues. She's filling that void quite nicely. Obviously, he has stepped into a permanent position, and there is no ill feelings with this board of selectmen and the previous town manager. So we understand that there is an awful lot of misinformation floating around there. We just want to clarify. We still do business with the previous town manager as a special assistant. She's doing very well with what her activities are and what she she's in constant contact with the town manager and the chairman of the board. So we're really not sure why people think she was terminated, because she was not. And if Mr. Neville has some other question that he would like me to clarify, I would be more than happy to. As far as Mr. Neely with the county government, this board has done what previous boards have done in the past about all issues that come before us. We did the same thing for Hollywood East. We did the same thing for marijuana. We did the same thing for any other issues that come forward. It is our responsibility to have due diligence with all these things coming forward. And if that's something that you don't want to see, then make those changes and we'll follow that. So I'm not sure why all of this misinformation. We didn't approve a horse track. We approved for the process to move through all the other hurdles that these people have to go through. And as we were notified today, I guess, or yesterday, that the county will be holding meetings for our residents and they can discuss whatever it is that our residents feel the need to discuss. So I just wanted to clarify that so people will know that town manager has not been terminated. She is gainfully employed until July 29th.
My letter with all the files.
Betty Cavaco is Vice Chair of the Select Board. And at this time, we have multiple motions to close debate. We'll take Precinct 11, Jeffrey Delap, motion to close debate. And that is on the first motion before us, which is Mr. Neely's procedural motion to divide the main motion, Article 6, to divide it between the Select Board salaries, the Chair of Select Board salaries, separate from the moderator. And it's a motion to close debate. And so we'll now move forward on whether to close debate on that motion to divide. If we could restore the other motion to close debate, OTI. But here we see it. You've got the number of seconds, and we're now going to vote now. You're voting on whether to close debate on the motion to divide. And it is 2/3 vote. It is not debatable. Mr. Neville, Mr. Tavares were in the speaker's queue waiting to be heard on that particular, to be heard. And now we're going to go ahead and the results are 94 in favor, 23 no abstentions. We've now closed debates. We're now going to vote on whether or not to divide Article 6 and vote separately between the Select Board salaries and the moderator salary and stipend. We're going to scroll through the precincts on whether to close debate so that town meeting members can see whether or not their vote is accepted. Yes and no, 94 having voted in favor, 23 in opposition. We've shown all the precincts, so now we're going to go and vote on Mr. Neely's procedural motion to divide Article 6 to vote the salaries of elected town officials separately for the moderator and separate for the select board. We're now going to bring that motion up to town meeting.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
What's the,
It's a motion to divide. Quantum of vote is a majority. It's a majority vote. It's a procedural motion, and it's a majority vote. And we see it as generic. So this is whether to divide Article 6 to vote separately for the select board and the moderator. We're now going to determine whether or not town meeting wants to do that. The time is there. You can begin voting. You're voting on whether to divide the main motion under Article 6 into two separate votes. It's a motion from Richard Neely, and town meeting is determining whether or not to proceed with the main motion as presented or whether to divide it. And at this time, the voting has closed, and 58 say yes, 56 say no, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. We therefore will have a divided vote on the salaries. And in terms of continuing the debate, we had people in the speaker's queue. We also had another motion to close debate. I'm first going to go to Michael Landers, who moved to close debate, to inquire whether he was closing debate on the motion to divide or whether he's closing debate on the main motion as divided under Article 6. So if we can bring in Michael Landers to determine whether or not his motion to close debate relates to the prior motion or the motions before us. Michael Landers, good afternoon and welcome back to the afternoon session of Plymouth Town Meeting. This is coming to you live on April 2nd. Do we have Mr. Landers back in as a panelist so that he can speak to his motion so I can clarify whether or not he intends to move to close debate. It's not debatable, but I'd like to clarify for the record whether or not Mr. Landers intended for his motion to close debate, be specific as to that. If not, we can continue with speakers. I'm not hearing from Mr. Landers. Do we have him joining us at this time? I understand that he is not with us now. So absent, what? Mike Landers? Yeah. Oh, he's there. Okay. Mr. Landers, go ahead and speak. Michael Landers, I understand you're there on the panel. Go ahead and unmute yourself. We're not hearing from Michael Landers, so absent anything from him, I'm going to go back to my speakers queue, and I'm going to call on Precinct 2 Matthew Tavares. Mr. Tavares, do you care to speak on the motions before town meeting? Can you unmute yourself, Mr. Tavares? Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you. I guess my biggest thing on this, I understand why the select board felt the need to respond to Mr. Neville and Mr. Neely's comments, but I guess my viewpoint on this is we're talking about salaries of the current elected officials for select board as well as future, and we have an election coming up that can handle if people are upset with some of the issues in the way that they were presented over the recent weeks, months, et cetera. Doing anything with the select board's current financial stipend, which in all honesty is not the largest piece of budget issues that we have to go through today. I understand if some people from the way I'm hearing this is it's about sending some sort of message, but that, I think what we're doing is that needs to be done during public comment or at the voting booth, not through this small monetary value that will affect maybe future people from running. I don't know, and it's a small amount. Thanks.
Thank you. Precinct 10, Peter Neville was also on the speakers list. Mr. Neville, did you care to be heard again? Peter Neville, Precinct 10, followed by Precinct 5, Michael Withington. Peter Neville.
Mr. Moderator, I guess my question is, I understand that we've divided now the motion. To what are we speaking to? Are we speaking
I'm going
to
to allow
the
you to
salaries for the select board? Or are we speaking to the salaries for the moderator?
I'm going to allow you to speak to both, but when we finally close debate, we will first vote on the salaries of the select board, and then we'll follow with the salary of the moderator. Do you care to be heard?
I do, because I think I've said enough about the select board. I'd like to just say that I think the moderator's stipend and from the What It's Worth department, the word salary, I think connotes an employer-employee relationship. I would suggest that perhaps that language might be looked at. Stipends doesn't. The moderator, in my 17 years in Plymouth, has consistently shown an ability to manage herding cats basically twice a year. And most recently, the moderator presented to the Charter Commission what he felt were the strengths and weaknesses of the current charter. And at no point did I hear the moderator suggest anything but a very professional, very objective, very progressive view as how the charter might serve the town of Plymouth. And with that in mind, I suggest that the standard that the moderator has set over the last 25 years should be reinforced with an increase in the amount of $5,000.
Thank you, Mr. Neville. We have now a motion to close debate, and that is from Jeffrey Delap is the first one, Precinct 11. So this will be to close debate on the salaries of the select board chair and the select board. And it's not debatable. In the queue, we still have Michael Withington wanting to speak. And before we go to the vote, I have a point of order. Catherine Holmes, Precinct 8. We'll bring in Catherine Holmes. Point of order interrupts the meeting in order to answer the question on the point of order. Catherine Holmes, welcome back to the afternoon session of Plymouth's annual town meeting. Catherine Holmes.
Okay. Can you? Okay,
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I just had a quick, before we vote on this, This came up, I think Paul Cunningham put a motion in last year on increasing the salaries, and there was a major issue around insurance and other benefits. Can you clarify, by increasing this dollar amount for you, Mr. Moderator, does this impact benefits or anything else before we vote on it? Thank you.
No, that motion failed, the motion to amend. And therefore, although Mr. Neville spoke to that just recently, that is not before you. The motions before you are the motion from Finance Committee, and it's been divided into two parts. But it's the motion that you have before you. Also, I'm going to ask OTI not to remove the closing of the debate. But in any event, Catherine, does that answer your question?
I think so. So even if you did get this increase, then there's no benefit.
No,
All
there's
right,
no
thank you.
increase before town meeting. The motion to
Okay,
amend
yeah.
from Mr. Neville failed. And
Oh,
therefore,
got it.
the motion before
Okay, thank
town
you.
meeting as to the moderator's salary is $2,000 as presented by Advisory and Finance. Okay? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
for clarity.
And again, the speaker's queue, we have Michael Withington, and we're now going to vote on whether to close debate on the first of the two divided motions, that being the chair of the select board and the select board. That would be, we're closing debate on that. That's the motion. You're now going to vote whether to close debate on that, and it requires a 2/3 vote, and we're going to show that. We're going to show the time. You can begin voting when the clock now. You can begin voting now whether to close debate on the motion for the stipend and salaries of the select board. Again, it's a 2/3 vote whether or not town meeting wants to stop debate on that. And so at this time, we're going to take the vote, and the vote is going to be shown. It is 99 say yes, 21 say no. It's not close. It's more than 2/3. So we're going to close debate on that, and we're now going to go to the first of two motions under Article 6, and this is going to be the motion for the chair of the select board and the select board, and the amounts are as presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee. And it'll be a majority vote. We've gone through all the precincts on closing debate. We're now going to go on to this first of two motions under Article 6 for the select board salaries and stipends and the chair of the select board stipend and salary. So if we can move towards the ballot, it's showing on the screen. We're going to have a timer. You're going to be able to vote on the select board and the chair of the select board. You can vote now. You're voting, it's a majority vote, and town meeting can decide whether to vote yes or no or abstain on this and any other article or motion that comes before them. When we complete the voting, we will announce it. And the preliminary results, the polls have closed, will show that it passes, 77 having voted in favor, 30 in opposition, 6 abstentions. It carries. As we scroll through the precincts, we next have remaining the motion for the moderator's stipend or salary. We closed the debate on Article 6, but we divided it, so we're going to go right to the motion for the salary stipend of the moderator, since we closed debate after dividing it. And we're going to show, that's on the screen, we're going to show the time now for this, for the moderator's salary of $2,000. There's the time. Town meeting can begin voting now. You're voting on the I'm told, if you can stop for a moment, I'm told stop the vote. OTI needs a moment. Okay, OTI is getting a new slide. And OTI, if you can let us know when you're ready. They're ready to start voting. So town meeting, you can start to vote now on the moderator's stipend and salary. You have 20 seconds in which to vote. And you are voting on whether or not to approve the motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee for the moderator's stipend and salary. Following this vote, we will be moving on to Article 7. Town meeting members are voting on the second of the divided motions under Article 6. Once the voting has ended, we have 103 voting yes, 10 voting no, and 3 abstentions, and the motion carries. And we will continue and go through the various precincts. You'll see they're in groups of 3, beginning with precincts 1, 2, and 3. Because it's not close, I'll begin to read into the record the motion on the next article. And we have a number of motions on Subcommittee Report A, including motions to amend. The main motion, Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $15,556,345, items 1 to 15, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report A, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $136,403 from free cash and raise $15,419,942 from the 2023 tax levy. And Kevin Canty is chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Advisory and Finance Committee analyzes the town budget in various budget subcommittees that each focus on a particular part of the town's budget. As we have for the last several years, we will once again be presenting the Advisory and Finance Committee's budget recommendations to you by budget subcommittee report. We believe this will make the budget easier for you all to analyze and vote on. Each budget subcommittee's report has been provided to you as part of the report and recommendations book, the blue book. The first budget, the larger blue book, the first budget subcommittee report deals with budget subcommittee A's section of the budget. And in regards to budget subcommittee A's section of the budget, in a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee A's report.
Thank you, Kevin Canty. We next have several motions. I'm going to put them into the record so that we can be debating all of them, and then we'll take them in the order in which they're received. The first motion to amend Subcommittee Report A is from Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8, who moves the town vote to decrease item 2, Charter Commission, by $12,000. It's a majority vote. Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8, on your motion. Mr. Cunningham. We're debating Article 7A, Subcommittee Report A. We have 2 motions to amend. We're going to bring in Paul Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. They were a little slow in bringing me in as a panelist. Okay?
Go ahead. Thank you.
Somewhat strange that this budget for the Charter Commission, which barely passed last year with a minimal funding, is now looking to increase the original budget by 285% or $48,000 from fiscal 22. My motion is just a token reduction. The print distributions they've planned far outweigh the need, as the committee has stated purposely, months before the September preliminary report date, there will be no major changes in letters to the editor, in print media, in the OCM, and there's only going to be some revisions to the existing 30-year-old original charter. This is from a group last year that sent a $10,000 mailing, okay? And this mailing, which was sent out before the election, they're going to chart a new course for Plymouth, and they're going to modernize the government for the 21st century, okay? And now they won't even compare it within the committee. So the committee refused to meet with the Board of Selectmen, who asked 4 times, according to one of those members, and refused the minority member's request to compare it to some other forms of government that meets much more often, allows voting in the fall, which increases your turnout from 10 to 12% to 50%, and proves financial actions without waiting between 6-month meetings. A full-page ad in large print is not required to show new tweaks to the existing charter. In an attempt to cover today's severe deficiencies for people that have lived under the same government for over 30 years. For these reasons, there's no reason to balloon a budget for minor new information, and I hope you'll approve this moderation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Cunningham. Before I introduce the next motion to amend, which is really a separate item, I'm going to stay on item 2 and take any debate on that, and then we'll vote on it before we go to item 3. The next speaker I'm going to call would be William Abbott Precinct 12, town meeting member, also chair of the Charter Review Commission. Good afternoon, Mr. Abbott.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I ask that you please vote no on this amendment. As you know, the Charter Commission undertook a 2-year mission last May to write a new charter for Plymouth. When we began, we estimated a budget based on how we expected to have to spend monies as required by the state statute, Chapter 43B. The reason for this amendment seems to be the increase in our budget for the next year compared to our current year. Also, that we don't intend to make changes. We haven't said that at all. All we have done is made one announcement that we are going to proceed with a town meeting form of government as the core. But we probably and intend to make dramatic changes to our current town meeting government form to improve it and make it work a lot better. And in response to the changes in our budget from last year to this coming year, the key factor here is that there's a great disparity between how we spend monies in the first year to meet the state statute and how we must spend it in year 2 of our project. This first year, which is the year we're currently in, we've been deeply involved in gathering information, listening, reading, doing research, reviewing charters of other communities, several dozen, inviting in people from all over Massachusetts, as well as here in Plymouth, and listening what they had to tell us about their experiences, their ideas, and as well as hearing from our own townspeople. This is very labor intensive, but doesn't involve a lot of spending of dollars. And our budget for this first year was only $17,000. And that's about what we will have spent through June 30th. Then in our second year, beginning July 1st next, that's the year we drill down, we produce the chapters of the charter. We refine the language, we edit the drafts, we publicize the resulting charter, and we get it on the ballot. This is where the expense mounts. We're now nearing the end of our first year, and we're just starting to make the big decisions, the serious decisions on the chapters in our charter. We've done a great deal of specialized town charter work ourselves. We'll be hiring counsel to help us do this drafting. We're also interviewing a firm of well-known consultants at University of Massachusetts in Boston. These interviews of counsel and charter experts, and by the way, these experts have a vast amount of experience working on charters all over Massachusetts. They will help us, and these interviews will start as early as Monday night if this session is not continued until then, or it'll be a week from Monday if it is. And these people will help us tell us what works in other towns, what doesn't work, what state law requires us to do, how far we can go under Chapter 43B, and still get a charter approved by the Attorney General.
Mr. Abbott, do you need additional time?
As this next year progresses, we'll have increased printing costs. We'll produce the charter drafts and circulate them. For example,
Mr. Abbott, do you need additional time? How much time do you need? Can you put us?
And then we must mail a copy of the charter to every residence in Plymouth. These costs of counsel and consultants and heavy printing and postage costs are all loaded into the second year. And that's why the second year's budget is $65,000 compared to the first year's budget of $17,000. That's why they're so different. Rest assured that any monies not needed by the time we're through the second year will be returned to the general fund. Please vote no on this amendment so that we may continue our work. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion to amend. Precinct 2, Richard Cirque, did you care to be heard on the motion to amend or on the main motion?
On the main motion.
Thank you. We'll come back to you, Mr. Cirque. Any further discussion on Mr. Cunningham's motion to amend? If not, we'll proceed to vote. This will be a vote on whether to amend the main motion to decrease item 2 by $12,000. We'll call up the ballot and the timer, and we'll ask town meeting members to vote on whether to amend. You can start voting now. You're voting on whether to amend Subcommittee Report A, motion to decrease by $12,000. It's a majority vote. Town meeting members are in the second session. In the next 10 or 15 minutes, we'll take a brief recess, absent a motion to adjourn. Town meeting members have finished voting on the motion to amend. The poll results, 24 yes, 86 no, 3 abstentions. It fails. We're going to go through the precincts to see how town meeting members voted. But while we do that, I'm going to read into the record the next motion to amend. Michael Babini, Precinct 4, moves the town vote to decrease item 3, town manager, personal services, by $95,000. And once we get through all the precincts, we're going to bring in Michael Babini, Precinct 4, so that he can speak on his motion to amend. And Mr. Babini, welcome and good afternoon in our afternoon session of the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting. Mr. Babini. Michael Babini has made a motion to amend. It's a majority vote. It's debatable. And he seeks to decrease item 3 by $95,000.
Can you hear me, Mr. Moderator?
Good afternoon. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I fully support climate and resiliency and sustainability in the town of Plymouth. I think it's something that we all support. But I cannot support the position of climate resiliency sustainability planner. The reason why at this point is, first of all, we aren't talking about $95,000. I believe we're talking about $95,000 plus benefits, which is equal to about $130,000 a year. And beyond that, I think the town is probably one of the leading towns in the state relative to climate preparedness. And this effort is led by Lee Hartman and David Gould, our planning director and environmental affairs director. And we have a new grant manager, Tiffany Park, who is very capable of applying for grants. In June of 2020, the town, in partnership with the Metropolitan Area Planning Council and the Old Colony Planning Council, published a detailed 157-page report called Climate Ready Healthy Plymouth. It was a collaborative process to address existing and future climate changes. Since then, they've published an addendum to that report. Beyond that, when we look at what's going on, this isn't a town problem, this is a world problem. We have federal, state, and local planning agencies that are available to assist us through this climate process. I don't think that we need to add another planner to the process. I think if we use the talent we have in our own town, in our town management, and collaborate with other agencies, we're able to continue this climate process without the aid of an additional planner. I think the town has to emphasize or really work towards utilizing maximum utilization of our existing employees. Our cost, to run the town government is primarily associated with salaries and benefit. I think this is an opportunity to use the available sources to do what we need to do without hiring a new planner. And I urge my town meeting fellow members to vote in that regard. You know, I have constituents that are trying to decide whether to buy gas.
30
or buy
seconds.
dinner. Okay, and I just, you know, we really need to focus on what's going on in this economy. We're on the precipice of a recession, and I think we need to really focus on maximizing utilization of who we have in our town management today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babini. Michael Babini, Precinct 4, moving to amend Subcommittee Report A, Item 3, personal services by decreasing $95,000. We're going to keep the debate on this motion to amend and then go back to the main motion. Precinct 5, Patricia McCarthy, on the motion to amend. Do you care to be heard?
Yes, I do, Steve. Thank you. I've heard from constituents regarding this issue, and having read and followed the Board of Selectmen's, the Climate, Energy and Environmental Task Force that was formed and the subsequent declaration of Plymouth being in a climate emergency and their recommendation through the town manager for this position. I would like to ask either Dickie Quinnell or Patrick Flaherty, who was involved with this task force, could one of them speak to the issue of how this could be how important it is and how this position is a cost-saving factor as we move ahead in dealing with these urgent matters. Thank you very much.
Your question, Patricia McCarthy, who is a Precinct 5 town meeting member, to the select board. We're looking at Town Hall, the Great Hall, to determine who wishes to respond on behalf of the select board. The request was that either Chair Richard Quintal or Patrick Flaherty, select board member, I understand. There's Mr. Flaherty. Good afternoon, Patrick Flaherty. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And what I figured I would do is that we had this process that began February 2021 last year. It led to the July 20th meeting where this was voted unanimously by the select board. It was a 4-member board, but it was a 4-0. So during that meeting, there was a proposal that was just a couple paragraphs that I figured I would read here as well, as that was what was presented during that time. So this new position will plan for and manage the impacts of climate change on residents and infrastructure by coordinating the efforts of all town departments. The role would create efficient responses and avoid duplication of efforts. It would also generate funding for these needed responses by writing grant applications. And to note that the intent would be that the current grant writer in this role would be working very closely, especially with this role of focus on the state and federal funding that's being really set aside for this specific effort. So it is important that this role has a cross-functional position and access to collaborate with all the town departments and staff, including schools, who don't necessarily have this focus as their primary job responsibility. We know the cost of responding and adapting to climate change will only grow over time, and infrastructure will become more damaged and more costly to repair with increased frequency of flooding and other adverse effects due to climate change. A lack of planning now will push the costs further down the line where they will be more burdensome to future generations. So we did research through that time. There was 22 other municipalities that had this type of position. And we found that those municipalities have had great success with this type of role. These funds, they covered, there's one example, town of Natick had millions of dollars in grants and savings and revenue. 830,000 brought in 2019 alone just through that role. So there is a successful model of this happening already. I agree that Plymouth does have some incredible staff who have really focused on this. I think this role will make it a priority because it will be its only focus and allow those other folks to collaborate. So this with them. So, whether we believe that climate change is man-made, the cycles of the earth, or some other reason, it's undeniable. And what also is undeniable are that the future costs related to this for our coastal town will be large. And this role will proactively address these issues and mitigate these future costs by a focus on securing grant funding. And that's why I strongly support this role. And it is one of the only increases in spending that I really advocated for and brought forward through the last year for this budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patrick Flaherty, member of the Select Board. Precinct 2, Thomas Pinto moves to close debate. It is not debatable. We have in the queue Mr. Williams, Mr. Stryer, Mr. Babini, Mr. Malaguti, and Mr. Cirque wants to speak on the main motion. But on the motion to amend, we have 4 people in the queue. We're now going to vote on whether to close debate on Mr. Babini's motion to amend. We're going to go to the ballot. It is not debatable. It's a 2/3 vote. So we're going to go and look at the ballot on this new motion. There it is. We're going to put it up with a timer. And it's on the screen now. The timer's there. You're going to start voting as the timer moves now. You're voting whether to close debate on Michael Babini's motion to amend Subcommittee Report E to decrease item 3 by $95,000. It is a majority vote, and on the main motion, but on the closing debate, it's 2/3. So this is a 2/3 vote on whether to close debate on the motion to amend. And polls have closed. 78 say yes, 39 say no. It is exactly 2/3. We'll scroll through the precincts, check your votes, make sure they're correct, so we can be sure that we're closing debate on a 78, 39, 2/3 vote, but it's not closing because mathematically, I'm being told it's not exactly 2/3. I don't know, I think 39, 39. 33.3. Oh, 33.3, okay. All right, so we're being told it's not mathematically 2/3. I'm going to go back to the queue. I'm going to continue with people who are in the queue who have asked to be heard. We'll take out Mr. Yes. We're going to go to first to Mr. Babini, who has only spoken once. Michael Babini, go ahead.
Motion.
Michael Babini, we're continuing to debate your motion. Michael Babini is precinct 4. Let's bring him back in as a town meeting member.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but before we go to you, Christopher Houle, precinct 14, is interrupting the meeting with a point of order. Let's bring in Christopher Houle. And Mr. Houle, what is your point of order on the point of order? I assume that you wish to interrupt the meeting before Mr. Babini speaks. Christopher Houle is in precinct 14. Christopher,
Can
go
you
ahead
hear
and
me?
start talking. There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just point of order on the math. 78 divided by 117 is exactly 2/3. I don't understand the math reference there.
Yeah, I'm being told by town council. I tend to agree, and so town council is telling me it's up to me. That's how I do my math in my head. So I'm going to agree. And before we go back to Mr. Babini, I'm going to close debate, and we're going to have it on this. I was being told different math, but I agree. It's 2/3. It's exactly 2/3. And we're going to go ahead now, and we're going to vote on Michael Babini's motion to decrease by $95,000. So if we can bring that up, we're going to vote on the motion to amend, and you'll have 20 seconds in which to vote, and thereafter we will then go to the main motion, either as amended or not. It's on your screen. You got 20 seconds. You can begin voting now. Town meeting is voting on the motion to amend to decrease by $95,000. It's a majority vote, and town meeting is voting on whether or not to amend the main motion. And so we're going to look at the total, and town meeting members have completed their voting. The polls have closed. 45 say yes, 70 no, 2 abstentions. It does not carry. We're going to move back to the main motion as amended. We had some people on our screen who wanted to speak. We're going to begin with Precinct 2, Richard Serkey. Mr. Serkey. Bring Mr. Serkey back in. And while waiting for Mr. Serkey, there were other people who may have wanted to speak on Subcommittee Report A, motion to amend. If you wish to speak on the main motion, if you could let me know once again. I believe we had a number of people, including Mr. Malaguti, Mr. Williams. If you wish to be heard, please add your name back to the speaker's queue. But at this time, I'm bringing in Precinct 2, Town Meeting Member Richard Serkey. who earlier stated that he wished to speak on the main motion under Subcommittee Report A under 7A. Richard Cirque.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The budget observations of the Advisory and Finance Committee include the following statement on page 162, quote, "The former town manager, Melissa Arrighi, is working as a, quote, consultant, close quote, for the town manager at a cost of $136,403. That was not the only cost incurred by the town as a result of the select board's 2 changes to her employment contract in 2021, which terminated her service as town manager as of November 1, 2021. In addition to that $136,403, the select board's actions caused the town to have to incur the following additional costs. $115,897 in severance pay, $34,575 in attorney's fees through the December 31 billing, $10,000, $650 in consultants' fees. When these additional fees are added to the $136,403, the total cost incurred by the town as a result of the select board's actions is seen to be $297,525 so far. If the select board had merely allowed Ms. Arrighi to serve out the rest of her term as town manager, which would have ended on June 30, 2023, none of that $297,525 would have had to be expended. Because that money has already been spent, however, I'm not moving to reduce the administration's budget by that amount. However, taxpayers should ask themselves how that $297,500 might have been better spent if the select board had not agreed to these unnecessary, costly, and mean-spirited changes, especially considering the close attention town meeting has paid today to all of the budgetary items. Ms. Arrighi, by the way, never submitted a letter of unilateral resignation. Instead, what happened was a bilateral agreement between the select board and the former town manager and the select board, which ended her service as town manager as of November 30th. The select board did not have to agree to it, but instead it chose to do so. Now, Ms. Cavaco has stated today that there is no ill feeling between
Mr. Cirque, your time has ended. Do you need additional time, Mr. Cirque?
I just need 2 minutes.
Okay, if there's no objection, extend for 2 minutes.
Ms. Cavaco has stated that there is no ill feeling between the select board and the former town manager. When we finally get the draft minutes of the select board's executive session minutes, it will be interesting to see whether they confirm Ms. Cavaco's statement. The release of those executive session minutes, by the way, has been strenuously opposed by the select board. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Cirque. We're continuing to debate Article 7A, Subcommittee Report A. We're going to go to Precinct 8. Don Williams, also the Assistant Moderator reports there were several votes that were corrected, didn't affect the overall vote, including those of Wrestling Brewster, Kendra McCaskey, and Nathan Siegel. Thank you. Mr. Williams, continue. Don Williams.
Yeah, I had wanted to speak on the 95,000.
Okay.
So I don't need to speak now.
Thank you. All right. And town meeting members, you can cancel your request when you don't wish to continue to speak. And at this time, we have no further speakers in the queue except Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance. over at Town Hall in the Great Hall. Good afternoon once again, Lynn Barrett. Please unmute yourself. Or we need someone to unmute Lynn Barrett. I see that she's muted on my screen, and she's at Town Hall in the Great Hall. We have town meeting, town staff, and we also have some town officials.
Can you hear
There
me?
you are. Yes, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to clarify something. Included in the budget next year, which you are voting under Article 7A, Subcommittee A report in the town manager budget, the $136,000. That includes pay for the special assistant to the town manager for the month of July, and it includes her severance as part of her contract.
Thank you, Lynn Barrett. And with no further questions, we're going to move to the vote under 7A, Subcommittee Report A. You'll see the ballot, you'll see the timer, and so town meeting is going to have an opportunity to vote. It will be a majority vote. The timer is there. We need to see the ballot. The ballot is there. We can now begin voting now. Town meeting is voting on 7A, Subcommittee Report A, pursuant to our town charter. We will then take a recess in the first of our 2 afternoon sessions. It will be approximately a 5-minute recess, and then we will resume with Article 7A, Subcommittee Report B1. Plymouth Town Meeting coming to you live. We've just completed. The polls closed. 83 voting in favor, 31 in opposition, 2 abstentions. The motion carries, and we will scroll through the precincts. And while we do that, I will at least put into the record the motion on Subcommittee Report B1. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $80,977,832 for Subcommittee Report B1 budget items 16 to 30 as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Committee Subcommittee Report B for the purposes as listed in the budget attached to these motions. To meet such appropriation, make the following transfers totaling $3,365,458 as listed in the chart below, and raise the sum of $77,612,374 from the 2023 tax levy. It's a majority vote, and town meeting will be in recess for 5 minutes. It is 2:46 p.m. Thank you, and we're going to now continue in our second afternoon session for the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting. It's coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd, and we're in the Annual Town Meeting warrant. We are now beginning with Article 7A, the motion for the Subcommittee Report B1. I read into the record, so we're going to go right to Kevin Canty, the Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
Unanimous vote of 11-0 with no abstentions. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget. This recommendation incorporates both Subcommittee B's original recommendation as detailed in their report and a subsequent March 3rd, 2022 amendment of that recommendation to increase the fiscal year 23 salary reserve budget by $2,339,307 to fund the collective bargaining agreements contained in Article 1 of the special town meeting that settled after our budget hearing and that town meeting took up in the special town meeting this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. And we resumed at 2:52 p.m. in our afternoon session. And now any discussion or debate? Seeing none, we're going to go to the vote on Subcommittee Report B1 in Article 7. Oh, no, we got Christopher Lewis, Precinct 11. Let's bring in Precinct 11, Christopher Lewis, who wishes to speak on Subcommittee Report B1. Mr. Lewis, welcome back to our afternoon session. Plymouth Town Meeting coming to you live Saturday, April 2nd. We are in a virtual session, and there's Mr. Lewis on our screen. Go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
I'm sorry, is this also cover the information technology, or is that section B? I'm sorry.
We're on Subcommittee Report B1. It is the second one in the group, and you'll see in the display we have a number of items that are mentioned. I don't see that one in particular. Do you want to wait?
Yeah, I hold the weight on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on Subcommittee Report B1? If not, we're going to go to the vote on Subcommittee Report B1. We'll call it up on the screen. And further, we're going to have both a ballot and a time. And we're supported by Options Technologies, OTI, the timer from the PAC TV studio. You can begin voting now. You're voting on Subcommittee Report B1, Article 7A motion. And we're continuing on with that. The timer is counting down. Town meeting members are using their V-Voter platform in order to do their voting. And we're going to continue to the polls have closed. 100 say yes, 10 say no, 1 abstention. It carries. It's not close. So we'll scroll through the precincts, but I will continue now to read into the record Article 7A motion, Subcommittee Report B2. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $832,550, item 30, by transferring the same from the Pavement Management Stabilization Fund. It's a 2/3 vote, and it's a roll call, as all the votes are. We've gone through all the precincts, so we're now going to go to Kevin Canty. Thank you.
The Advisory and Finance Committee voted on this portion of Subcommittee B's report in the same vote. It was still a unanimous vote of 11-0 with no abstentions. The reason this is being divided out is that this involves a transfer of $832,550 from the Pavement Management Stabilization Fund, thereby requiring the 2/3 quantum of vote that I mentioned when we were transferring money into said fund earlier this meeting.
Any further discussion on Subcommittee Report B2? And if not, we're going to go ahead and go to the vote. And it's a 2/3 vote. Town meeting has a chance to vote 2/3. And we're going to continue with the timer. You can vote now. Subcommittee can continue to vote now. They're voting on Subcommittee Report B2. Town meeting has 20 seconds in which to vote. They can vote yes or no or abstain. The voting has completed. The polls have closed. And we see 114 yes, no, 4, 0 abstentions. We will continue to scroll through the precincts. Town meeting members can check their vote, but I'll read into the record the next motion. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $1,789,594, item 30, by transferring the same from the stabilization fund. It's a 2/3 vote. Mr. Canty.
This was also included in the Advisory and Finance Committee's 11-0 with no abstention unanimous vote to recommend town meeting approve Subcommittee Report B's section of the budget. This is being cordoned off into a separate vote because it also involves a transfer from a stabilization fund, specifically $1,789,594 from the stabilization fund, therefore requiring that 2/3 vote.
Thank you, Kevin Canty, the chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. And no further speakers. Geraldine Williams, Precinct 8. We'll bring her in for a subcommittee report. Ms. Williams, welcome once again to Plymouth Town Meeting. And there she is. Go ahead, Geraldine. Welcome back.
I would like to know what item 30 is. I looked all through my books and I couldn't figure out what we're actually paying with taking this money from. And which stabilization fund is this being transferred from?
Thank you. Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance at Plymouth Town Hall in the Great Hall, responding to Geraldine Williams.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This money is coming from the General Stabilization Fund. And in the motions, when it refers to a line item, In the back of your motion document, which was on the website and which we emailed to all town meeting members, there is a budget document in the back of that motion document that has the budget by subcommittee report, and then each line item in the budget within those departments has a line item number. So line item number 30 is our debt service budget. So the 1,789,000 is the debt service budget within that budget for the town hall principal and interest. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we'll go to a vote. We'll bring the vote up on the screen with the timer and give town meeting members an opportunity to vote. We're in the afternoon session of the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting warrant. This is Subcommittee Report B3. You can vote when the timer starts to move. You can vote now. You're voting on Subcommittee Report B3. It's a 2/3 vote. Town meeting is voting under Article 7A, Subcommittee Report B3. We are in our second session in the afternoon. Town meeting began at 8 a.m. this morning. They're well into their 7th hour. And we're continuing town meeting with the vote 108 yes, 7 no, 1 abstention. It is more than 2/3. As we scroll through the precincts, I'll read the next motion. 7A, Subcommittee Report C. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $30,464,525, items 31 to 42, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report C, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $130,000 from municipal waterways and raise $30,334,525 from the 2023 tax levy. It's a majority vote. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report C.
Thank you, Kevin Canty. And I don't see anyone in the speaker's queue. We're going to move to the vote. And the vote on Subcommittee Report C is going to be a majority vote. And we're going to call up the ballot, and we'll do the timer, and town meeting members will get a chance to vote on Article 7A, Subcommittee Report C. And it'll be brought up on the screen from Options Technologies, which is supporting us today with the V-Voter. And there's the vote. We're going to have the timer added. Town meeting members can begin to vote now. You're voting on Subcommittee Report C. Town meeting is in its afternoon session. I also been told some additional votes from Matthew Tavares. The assistant moderator is working on those votes. Thank you. And we're completing the voting on Subcommittee Report C. We're going to go. The polls are closed. We're going to get the totals. The totals are as follows, as reported from Ops Technology: 108 yes, 8 no, 0 abstentions. It's not close. So I'm going to go ahead as we scroll through the precincts and read into the record Subcommittee Report D. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $12,053,191, items 43 to 47, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report D, and to meet said appropriation, transfer $35,000 from Cemetery Perpetual Care and raise $12,018,191 from the 2023 tax levy. It's a majority vote. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report D.
Thank you, Kevin Canty. Not seeing any further discussion. We're going to go to the vote. We'll show the ballot, and then we'll have the timer. As town meeting is continuing to move, we see the ballot, we see the time, and you can begin voting when the timer moves. Vote now. Voting on Article 7A, Subcommittee Report D. In the motions book, you have all the motions that are being presented today, but for a few. And the main motions are all contained in your book for you to follow along. And the voting has now ended. We'll now wait. 104 yes, 11 no, 1 abstentions. The motion carries. As we scroll through the precincts, 15 of them I'll read into the record the next motion. Article 7A, motion subcommittee report E. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $4,839,381, items 48 to 65, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report E. Majority vote, Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report E.
It's a majority vote. I see no speakers. We're going to go to the vote. We have to vote each of these individually. We're not taking a total vote on the budget, but rather individually each subcommittee report. You see the ballot. You see the time. We're going to start voting now. Subcommittee Report E. It's a majority vote. Town meeting is voting on the various motions contained in Article 7, which is the annual budget for fiscal 2023. And we're counting down the time. Town meeting has now concluded this vote. We're now going to see the results for Subcommittee Report E. 109 yes, 11 no, 0 abstentions. It carries. It's not close, so we're going to move on to Subcommittee Report F while you read your votes in the precincts. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $109,693,353, items 66, 69, as detailed in the Advisory and Finance Subcommittee Report F, and it is a majority vote. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report F.
Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8. If we can bring Mr. Cunningham back in, he wishes to be heard on Article 7A, Subcommittee Report F. Paul Cunningham is the Vice Chair of Precinct 8. We are debating the annual town meeting warrant. We are up to Article 7. And Mr. Cunningham, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This is just some comments. I'm commenting on this because for 2 years, nobody said anything about a budget that went by at $100 million or $103 million. So I thought somebody should say something. Their school budget book is about as complete as anybody has ever done. It's done by cost center, by department, by school, by cost code. It's nothing that anybody could ever tear apart for additions or deletions unless you were part of the group that created it. And now growing up in a family with a father, where my father was a 42-year teacher in the city of Boston and later a headmaster of one of the 8 high schools, I understand the job. So I have some questions which could be answered very easily. Why am I voting for this report? Why are they asking me this when in their book, their chart shows no relationship to the town of Plymouth? It looks like the school committee raises their own funds and spends them at will. I think that should be corrected. So I'd like to know, did the school committee meet with the Board of Selectmen as the charter requires the proper number of times? I would also like to know, did the FinCom make any changes to the requested budget of the school committee? And the third thing was, did the Board of Selectmen make any changes to the school budget? So we've seen before the school population from 212 to 2020 shrank by 831 students, but the budget still consistently grew 3 million plus every year for that period. And I don't think it only can be answered by unfunded state rules, bad as they are. This year, it happened to grow by 92 students. So there's always these challenges that show up, like us driving someone to and from their home in Kingston because they were kicked out of 2 homes before. That was 2 years ago. So in the FinCom budget book, there are 2 references that state under the title of challenges. It says a proposed reduction of 770,000, and the observations state they had a level of service budget with a 770,000 reduction. Not true. They were given over $1 million from the town, and then the feds gave them much more than that. And when asked what they should do, and I watched the Board of Selectmen's meeting, instead of handing it back to the general fund, they said, tuck it in the salary slush fund, not thinking of the taxpayer. They really returned very little of their budget amount to the general fund. and they are really well funded by Plymouth Town Meeting. I think they might have returned this year less than 90,000, as the town returns every amount they don't spend on something. Thank you very much. A chance to just make a few observations, and I'd like to hear those answers.
Thank you. Paul Cunningham, Precinct 8. And we're going to go to Town Hall, the Great Hall, in response to Paul Cunningham, or who else do we have here possibly responding? Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, is at the Town Hall. We also have Dr. Christopher Campbell with us today. Lynn Barrett, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Moderator. I believe the schools, the school business manager and the superintendent are there to answer any questions regarding the school budget.
Thank you. Dr. Christopher Campbell, welcome to Plymouth Town Meeting. If you could unmute yourself, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes, so this was a very collaborative process. We did go before all of the boards, Finance Committee, Select Board, multiple times this year. So we've built a level service budget reflective of the projected needs related to our current services and student population for the next year. It does account for our contractual increase obligations, whether it be staff or contracts with our vendors. Last year, you may recall that in a collaborative effort to build a budget within our levy capacity with the town, school department reduced its overall budget by 1%. This year, after consulting with Ms. Barrett, our town finance director, with projections slightly improved, we were asked to reduce our level service budget by 0.7% or 770,000, as has been mentioned. So this budget is a 3.65% increase over prior year. We've averaged 3.6% in the last 10 years. We all know that the cost of goods and services has risen significantly. General supplies for our career and vocational technical programs, fuel escalation costs, etc. We've seen a significant increase in mental health needs of our children, as well as supports for our English language learners. Currently, we're providing instruction to 250 English language learners who do not speak English or have limited English. This has doubled since 2019. And we have 398 students whose first language is not English. This is significantly different than it has been in prior years. And we are trying to support students who have experienced disrupted learning last school year, as well as the last quarter of 2020. Our current population is actually up almost 2% over prior year, and is at about 7,369. It was actually 7,321 when we developed this budget. And I would ask Mr. Brothers to speak to what we returned last year, actually, if he has those figures.
Yeah, correct. Through you, Mr. Moderator.
Dr. Christopher Campbell,
just quick.
We're going to go to Brad Brothers. He's the school business manager. Mr. Brothers.
Yep, thank you. We actually returned in FY22, FY21, $3.5 million. So that is the number that was thrown out there was incorrect. We did turn back $3.5 million last year. In addition to that, I think what the money that was referenced that was used in a salary reserve account, that actually, again, was for FY22. That was not FY23's funding source. We got ESSER funds late after the budget we had already presented, and that's why we're able to put that in reserve account. The school is anticipating not having to use any of that because we are using our federal money to cover any shortfalls for FY22.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not, Mr. Cunningham, we're going to move on. I do have a motion to close debate from Michael Landers, but I do not have anybody else in the queue. So unless another speaker shows up, we're just going to go right to the vote for Subcommittee Report F. And if we could then bring the ballot up, bring the timer up, and 20 seconds, you'll be able to vote now on Subcommittee Report F. Following Subcommittee Report F, before we leave Article 7A and go to 7B, I'm going to go back to Precinct 15, Christopher Merrill, because I believe Mr. Merrill had a question going back Subcommittee Report B2, which was not answered. So we're still in the Article 7A motions, and I'll hear that from Christopher Merrill. We've completed the voting. Polls are closed. 99 say yes, 13 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries by more than a majority. And now we're going to go back to Christopher Merrill, if we can bring him back in, so Mr. Merrill can ask his question as we leave the Article 7A motions, but we're still in Article 7, although we'll be going to Article 7B. Christopher Merrill, do you still wish to be heard on your earlier question? Go ahead, Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. One of the questions I had in regards to information technology is if the town's budgeting resourcefully for cybersecurity risk, and if someone could speak to that, that would be great. Thank you.
Christopher Merrill asking about budgeting for cyber security risks. We have people at Town Hall in the Great Hall who are going to be available to speak to us. And we're seeing Joseph Young, who is from Information Technology in the town of Plymouth. Welcome, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. Yes, the town is taking steps for cybersecurity protection. The biggest part is on the town side, we have cybersecurity awareness training going on. We have backups of data. We have redundant systems, and all of our data is immutably backed up to the cloud. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Merrill?
No further questions, Mr. Moderator. Thank you.
Chris, that's town meeting member Christopher Merrill questioning Joseph Young from our IT department. We're now going to go to Article 7B. It's a motion for the Water Enterprise Operating Budget Subcommittee Report G. We have a motion from Mr. Canty. You have it in your materials. Mr. Canty, on your motion.
A unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions. The Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Water Enterprise.
Thank you. And I don't see any speakers. We're going to go right to the vote on Subcommittee Report G. You'll have a ballot, you'll have a time, and we'll move forward as town meeting continues to move into the second afternoon session. It is on the screen. There's the timer. You can begin voting now. You're voting on Subcommittee Report G. It's a majority vote. And thereafter, we'll continue in the warrant chronologically as it is set forth for town meeting. You have a time in which to vote on each of these motions. The town time is now concluded. Subcommittee Report G. We're now going to report the vote because the polls have closed. 113 yes, 5 no, 0 abstentions. It carries. It's not close. So while we scroll through the precincts to look at your votes, I'm going to read the next Article 7C, Sewer Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee Report G. Mr. Canty moves. Town vote to raise and appropriate $8,124,779, items 74 to 78, to defray sewer direct costs to the general fund and to meet said appropriation, make the following transfers. And we have Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Sewer Enterprise.
Any further discussion? If not, we'll call for the vote. Town meeting will be voting on Article 7C, Subcommittee Report G. It's on the screen coming up along with the timer. And town meeting will vote now. You're voting on Article 7C, Subcommittee Report G, presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee as we continue on live April 2nd, a Saturday, going through Plymouth's annual town meeting. Town meeting has agreed to adjourn, if needed, to Monday evening at 6 o'clock. Polls have closed. We're going to continue with the vote, and it is 110 yes, 9 no, 0 abstentions. It's not close, so as we scroll through the precincts, I'll read into the record Article 7D. Motion Solid Waste Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee Report G. Mr. Canty moves. Town vote to raise and appropriate $815,019, items 79 to 82, to defray solid waste direct costs. And this is a request and a recommendation from the Advisory and Finance Committee. Kevin Canty, Chair.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Solid Waste Enterprise.
No speakers in the queue. We'll move to the vote. We're voting on Article 7D, Subcommittee Report G. It is shown on your screen. We're going to have a timer. There it is. And as the timer moves, you can start to vote now. You're voting on Article 7D, Subcommittee Report G. We now, with electronic voting, have a complete, accurate vote of all of the votes of town meeting by precinct, by town meeting member, and it's a public record available for the public to review. The voting has concluded. We'll now show the vote. 113 yes, 4 no, 0 abstentions. It carries. And we're going to move on as we report the vote through the precincts, and we'll go to Article 7E. Airport Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee Report G. Mr. Canty moves town vote to raise and appropriate $2,889,188, items 83 to 86, to defray airport direct costs. This is a motion from Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Airport Enterprise.
Thank you. We have another vote recorded by the Assistant Moderator for Stephen Stryer. We have no one in the queue. We're going to go right to the vote. 7E, Subcommittee Report G. Town meeting is moving through the Article 7 motions. It's in front of you, the timer. Please vote now. Article 7E, Subcommittee G. We're voting on the V voting platform. Town meeting members are remote throughout Plymouth and elsewhere. I just got a text. Someone is actually watching us from California, so on YouTube. So we're all over the country as we act virtually. Again, 110 yes, 7 no, 1 abstentions. It carries. We're going to move on as we scroll through the precincts. Article 7F, Cable Access Enterprise Operating Budget, Subcommittee G. Ms. Canty moves the town vote to raise and appropriate $1,495,000, items 87 to 88, to defray cable access direct costs. And we're going to continue to look at the precincts, and then we'll be going to Mr. Canty, which we can do now. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends approval of this section of the budget as detailed in Subcommittee Report G, Cable Public Access Enterprise.
It's a majority vote. We're going to go to the vote. We have no speakers as we bring up the ballot. I would remind town meeting members, if you're out in California, I'm told by this person that she began watching at 5 a.m. this morning, her time. The voting will begin now on Article 7F, Subcommittee Report G. As we continue to go through the motions under Article 7, this is 7F, Subcommittee Report G. Town meeting members, it's a majority vote, and we complete the voting now, and we're going to show the total on the votes, and that is 110 in favor, no, 2 abstentions, 0. And that completes Article 7 in the annual town meeting warrant. Article 8 is withdrawn. Therefore, we go to Article 9. Article 9 is capital improvements. Under Article 9, we have a motion from Mr. Canty. And the motion is that the town appropriate the sum of $5,892,291 to pay the costs of various capital projects listed A1 through A31 in the Motion 9 of the 2022 Annual Town Meeting warrant as set forth in the report and recommendations of the Advisory and Finance Committee. A majority vote on the A items. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 14-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 9. The acting town manager recommended funding $18,593,291 worth of capital items requested for fiscal year 23 under Article 9. The Advisory and Finance Committee agrees with this recommendation, and you are hearing the first portion of this article in this motion. The Advisory and Finance Committee heard all of Article 9 as one item.
And we're now going to go to Precinct 4, Claire Montanari, who will be speaking on the motion. We'd like to welcome back Claire Montanari to this afternoon session of the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting warrant. We're in Article 9A on capital improvements. Claire Montanari is the precinct chair for Precinct 4. Welcome back.
That was an error. That was in a previous vote that I had put my speaker on this. No concern.
And what was your
Please
previous
ignore.
vote, Claire?
The previous vote was on 7F.
7F, and what was it?
No.
Thank you. Okay. We'll continue. If there's no further discussion on Article 9A, I'm going to go to the ballot to vote. We can bring that up on the screen for town meeting. And it is a majority vote. And OTI is supporting us with this. There it is on the screen. The clock is now appearing. You'll begin voting now. You're voting on Article 9A, capital improvements. Plymouth's annual town meeting coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. Town meeting members are participating remotely, and it is a virtual town meeting, and we're continuing with the votes. We've had many votes throughout the day. We've concluded. The polls closed. 108 yes, 6 no, 1 abstention. Article 9A passes by well more than a majority. Now, Article 9 has some B motions, which have a different quantum of vote. These are all 2/3 vote, which is why we put them separately. The first one is school HVAC. And Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates sum of $1 million to pay the cost of school HVAC replacement. This is going to, again, be a 2/3 vote. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In the same unanimous vote of 14-0 with no abstentions that covered the rest of Article 9, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends that town meeting approve item B1 under Article 9. This item, as the moderator mentioned, has a 2/3 quantum of vote because it involves potential borrowing, and it is a $1 million project for school HVAC replacement where it is anticipated borrowing will be undertaken, hence the 2/3 quantum of vote.
Thank you, Mr. Canty. And we have no speakers in the queue. We're going to go right to the ballot, and we'll bring it up on the screen. Again, there it is. We have a timer. You can begin voting as the timer moves now. This is on school HVAC equipment, and it is a 2/3 vote in order to do this. This is being presented to you again today virtually as town meeting members and town staff participate remotely. Town staff is at Town Hall. The voting has closed. The results, 113 yes, 3 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. As we scroll through the precincts, we'll go to the next motion, 9B2, Court Street and Cherry Street, Traffic Signal Improvement Engineering. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates sum of $2,700,000 to pay costs of engineering in connection with traffic signal improvements at Court Street and Cherry Street. And this is a motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee and its chair, Kevin Canty. Mr. Canty.
Again, this was taken up in that same unanimous vote of 14-0 with no abstentions. Nevertheless, the Advisory and Finance Committee still recommends town meeting approve item B2 under Article 9. This is a $2,700,000 item where borrowing is expected and will be for improvements to the Court Street and Cherry Street traffic signals.
Thank you. We're going to bring in Precinct 5 Town Meeting Member Stephen Stryer, followed by Precinct 5 Town Meeting Member Wrestling Brewster. We're debating Article 9B2. It's a 2/3 vote. Mr. Stryer, welcome back to the afternoon session of Town Meeting. We have you and Mr. Brewster, both from Precinct 5, joining us this afternoon. Mr. Stryer, I don't see you, so I may first go to Mr. Brewster, who I do see. There's Stephen Stryer. Stephen, go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So in the earlier session of the special town meeting representative, meeting member from Precinct 15, Mr. Balatin, he talked about on the fire station amendment, the situation being a need as opposed to a want. I'm looking at this article and I'm thinking this is a want. And if there's something we can let go this year, this seems like the one. So if maybe Mr. Beater could express or explain to me the reasons why this is not a want, but is a need for the town of Plymouth. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen Stryer. We're going to go to Town Hall, the Great Hall. We have both Mr. Beater and Sheila Scarzy, the town engineer. I'll let them decide. Oh, there he is, Jonathan Beater, Director, Department of Public Works. Good afternoon, Mr. Beater.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Thank you. Yeah, I would not say this is a want. This is more of a need due to the crash history at this intersection. We've been here before having this discussion with Cherry and Court Street intersection. Number of issues for us. Most significant are the road alignment, in the direction on Court Street itself. It's adjacent to a school, but most of all, this project represents transportation and pedestrian safety. We'd see a new wall, new ADA upgrades. The infrastructure is old and needs to be upgraded. But again, this is more of a need for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Stryer?
So yeah, I in looking at the crash history of other intersections, this one, it's there's a lot of there are crashes there certainly, but it doesn't seem as bad as some other ones, and it's not the proximate intersection, which is the Cherry Street and Standish up the street at the school, which appeared to have more crashes and more incidents. But again, I think we need to, as town meeting members, we really need to try and figure out how to find places in this budget to reduce or eliminate expenses. And again, this seems like I encourage town meeting members to vote against this article. I recognize it is something that we want to do, but I say my feeling is that we may want to do it in 2 years or 3 years instead of this year. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Precinct 5, Wrestling Brewster, followed by Precinct 2, Matthew Tavares. Mr. Brewster, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Wrestling Brewster, Chair, Precinct 5. I'm going to echo Mr. Stryer's comments here. I'm sitting here watching the millions and millions and millions of dollars being approved by town meeting, and prior speakers have spoken about their constituents saying, you've got to do something. And I, with all due respect to Mr. Beater, I see this as it's something that we eventually want to do, but maybe in this economic climate where we're going into a recession, our taxpayers are going to be asked to be put to task, and I think that this is something that maybe we shouldn't do this year, and I plead with town meeting to really look at this and question. My constituents are really calling me and saying, I can't pay my mortgage, I can't pay my taxes, and when's it going to stop? And I really, it disheartens me to watch us have debate over $30,000, but we just passed millions of dollars and there was no debate. And I really think this is one where we need to, as town meeting members, tighten our belt and say, okay, not this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Wrestling Brewster, Precinct 5. Now we're going to Precinct 2, Matthew Tavares. Mr. Tavares.
I'd like to just say that I echo Mr. Beater's comments on this. This is actually a need over a want. I do respectfully disagree with Mr. Brewster. We do, while I don't represent Precinct 1, which is in that area, I do represent Precinct 2, which is adjacent. And Many of my constituents go through this intersection every day. I know I personally travel through it 2-3 times a day for work purposes. It's highly trafficked. There's confusion with cars coming from one direction to the other. I myself have been almost in a couple accidents because of people having to come through this. It actually gets even hairier with the children that are up the street that are walking across there to go to their homes in North Plymouth. While I understand tightening the bootstraps, I think that this is a public safety issue. As if we want to tighten the bootstrap, our waistband, whatever you want to say, we need to look at other areas of the budget. But this is a matter of safety, especially with the school just down the street. There are a number of kids walking this path every day.
Thank you. Jonathan Beater, Director of Department of Public Works, responding.
Yes, thanks again, Mr. Moderator. Just to add a little bit of detail as far as traffic volumes and what we've been doing over the past several years at this intersection. Again, there's significantly more volume of traffic at this intersection than the one closer to the school at Standish. But remember, over the years, we've seen development off of Prestige Way. We've seen development up at Cottage. So that northbound, southbound traffic movement on Court Street itself is where we're really focusing, especially the right turn onto Cherry Street. That's really the safety issue for us. But again, to really control the volume and the safety is what we're looking to do. And again, remember, those signal heads are suspended from cables. And that's a concern of ours. And just in terms of controlling traffic with new, video technology. So we're looking to really implement a number of upgrades at this intersection just to make it work and function better, given the new volumes. That's our goal, just to really handle the increase in development over time, all through that Commerce Way intersection, all the way down into that east-west connector, which is Cherry Street. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Beater, Director of Department of Public Works. I have a motion to close debate. Precinct 13, Michael Landers. I do not see any more speakers, so we'll go right to the vote. We're going to vote on Article 9B2, motion, Court Street and Cherry Street traffic signal improvement engineering. We'll put the ballot up on the screen. We'll join with a timer, and then town meeting members will be able to vote. There's the timer. You can begin voting now. You're voting on Article 9B2. It's a 2/3 vote for town meeting, and then we will continue in the warrant. Town meeting has been meeting virtually all day. It is now 3:37 in the afternoon. Absent a motion to adjourn, we'll continue for approximately another hour until we then would have to recess or adjourn. I believe I may have a motion at that time. The vote, 83 in favor, 30 no, 1 abstention. It carries by more than 2/3. It's not close. I'm going to move on to the next one as we scroll through the precincts. Article 9B3, motion, water infrastructure improvements. Mr. Canty moves. Town appropriates the sum of $5,242,600 to pay costs of water infrastructure improvements. It's going to be a 2/3 vote. And Kevin Canty is chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
So once again, the Advisory and Finance Committee voted for this and recommended this in the vote of 14-0 with no abstentions, that we recommended all of Article 9. Item B3 is, as the moderator indicated, a $5,242,000 item intended for the use of water infrastructure improvements. It is anticipated that there will be borrowing involved in this. That is why it is a 2/3 vote.
Further discussion, seeing no speakers, we'll put up the ballot before town meeting members. They can vote. Town meeting members will vote on Article 9B3. The timer is there. When it moves, you can start voting. You can vote now. You're voting on Article 9B3. Again, a 2/3 vote of town meeting. We're in your afternoon second session. Town meeting members have been at this for more than 7 hours today as we move in closer to the 4 o'clock hour. The voting has concluded, and the vote is 98 say yes, 15 no, 1 abstentions. It does carry by more than 2/3. We now, as we scroll through the precincts, will read Article 10 into the record, public and unaccepted road and bridge improvements, and Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates the sum of $5 million to pay costs of improvements to public and unaccepted roads and bridges. It's going to be a 2/3 vote. for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto. We have the precincts on the last one going through to the last three. And so now I'm going to go to Mr. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory Finance Committee on Article 10. Motion, Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 10. Town meeting approval of this article will provide for the road maintenance and paving needs as determined by the DPW's current road program priority list. This article will once again fund $3.5 million for public roads and $1.5 million for unaccepted roads, and will be utilized for and spent during the 2022 to 2023 construction season.
Thank you, Kevin Canty. No speakers in the queue. We'll go to the ballot for Article 10. It's going to be a 2/3 vote. The ballot is going to show on the screen along with the timer. We're going to make the timer have 20 seconds, and town meeting can begin voting now. You're voting Article 10. It's a 2/3 vote, public and unaccepted road and bridge improvements. We're in the afternoon session. It is a virtual town meeting in Plymouth. It's our 5th virtual town meeting. Town meeting is hoping to go back in person at its next town meeting, which is currently scheduled for the fall in October. The voting has concluded on this Article 10. The results are 114 yes, no 6, abstain 0. And we'll go through the precincts. We'll stroll through them, but I will begin reading into the record the next article, which is Article 11. That is withdrawn. Article 12 is Chapter 90 funds, roads. And Mr. Canty moves the town vote to accept a sum of money that the state declares as available funds as the state's share of the cost of work under General Laws, Chapter 90, said funds to be expended under the supervision of the town manager. It's a majority vote, and this is one of the articles at the Mass Moderators Association where I was told that it is routinely included in a consent agenda because in other towns it's all unanimous. Let's see what Plymouth does, Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting take the money and approve Article 12. Approval of this article will enable the town to accept State Highway Chapter 90 funds for repairs and construction of public roads.
Thank you. I have no speakers in the queue. We'll go right to the ballot for Article 12. It's a majority vote. We'll show the ballot to town meeting. We're going to add the timer. We're going to begin voting now as the timer moves. Town meeting is voting as to whether to accept money from the state. It's a majority vote. We'll continue with the warrant following the vote on this particular matter. Town meeting members, 135 of them, can participate remotely from wherever they are. If they have a device, the voting has ended. The polls have closed. 120 say yes, no, 0, abstain 0. It is unanimous under Article 12. So we'll scroll through the precincts. We'll go to Article 13. It's a motion for the Town Promotion Fund. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to transfer the sum of $1,109,928 from the Town Promotion Fund created pursuant to Chapter 4 of the Acts of 1993 for programs and projects that enhance the beautification, recreational resources, public safety, promotional and marketing activities, events, services, and public improvements. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 13. Approval of this article will allow expenditures from the town's promotion fund. The promotion fund, created by special legislation, is funded with 45% of the receipts from the hotel motel tax. The Visitor Services Board oversees expenditures from this fund. Expenditures include funding special events and celebrations. The Town Promotion Fund is also used to pay a marketing and promotions contract with C Plymouth/Destination Plymouth, which provides the town with television and print advertising around the country, maintains a waterfront information booth, and provides access to the C Plymouth website.
We're now going to move to Precinct 4, Michael Babini speaking on this motion. It's going to be a majority vote of the quantum of vote. We're going to bring back in Michael Babini to speak on Article 13 on the Town Promotion Fund. Michael Babini is a town meeting member, and he joins us once again. Mr. Babini, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I had a question regarding if there was a surplus in that fund from last year.
Would someone like to respond to the surplus? Lee Hartman, Director of Planning and Development. Mr. Hartman.
So there's a nominal amount of money that's a surplus, but again, anything that's left, we put it back into this year. So we've pretty much allocated all the funds from last year and this year going forward for this year's events and this year's projects.
So there was no carry forward?
Mr. Babini, further
Well,
question?
there's often a carry over from canceled events and mainly canceled events, but that just gets wrapped into the next year. So the carryover from last year, and I'm not sure if I can pull that number out immediately, but that just gets built into this year's budget, and we use that to support the events coming up this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? If not, we're going to move to the vote. Once again, we'll bring up the ballot. We'll bring up the timer. Town meeting will be able to vote on Article 13. It's the Town Promotion Fund. You can begin voting now. On the Town Promotion Fund, it's a majority vote. Following this, we'll continue in the warrant, and we'll be going to Article 14. And I do have a motion to amend that I received today, so you don't have it, but I'll read it into the record once we get to Article 14. Right now, we're voting on Article 13. The voting has concluded. Polls have closed. The results, 111 yes, 2 no, 2 abstentions. It carries. We're going to scroll through the precincts, and as we do, I will read into the record the main motion under Article 14, which is to amend a bylaw for the Agricultural Commission. Mr. Candy moves the town vote to, consistent with the vote under Article 27 of the October 16, 2021 Fall Annual Town Meeting, to adopt the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 8L, amend the town's general bylaws, Section 63, Right to Farm, by deleting in Chapter 63, Section 2, definition, the language containing at least 5 acres, 2, defining the composition, responsibilities, and duties of the Agricultural Commission, and 3, replacing reference to the Agricultural Committee with reference to an Agricultural Commission, a copy of which the amended bylaw is on file in the office of the town clerk. Mr. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In a unanimous vote of 13-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 14. Approval of this article will amend the town's general bylaws, Section 63, Right to Farm, consistent with the vote taken at the 2021 Fall Town Meeting, which changed the Agricultural Committee to an Agricultural Commission, and further define the composition, responsibilities, and duties of the commission going forward, consistent with Plymouth's needs and state statutes and regulations.
Thank you. I have a substantive motion from Precinct 10, Brian Fitzgerald, a procedural motion from Precinct 4, Virginia Davis. Let's bring in both of them. I'm going to give priority to Virginia Davis if her motion is a procedural one. So Virginia Davis, welcome to this afternoon's session. And please state your procedural motion that you'd like to present to the Plymouth Annual Town Meeting for Article 14 on the motion to amend the bylaw for the Agricultural Commission. Virginia Davis is a town meeting member, and she is with Precinct 4, and she has used her V-Voter application to notify me that she wishes to make a procedural motion. And there she is. Good afternoon, Virginia Davis.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm not sure that I'm making the correct thing, but I'd like to make a motion that we recess this town meeting until 6 p.m. on Monday evening.
That would be a motion to adjourn. I'm going to take that motion after we complete Article 14 because that is already on the floor. But I will take that
Okay,
next.
thank you.
Okay. So, having said that, I see that we have Brian Fitzgerald, Precinct 10. And Brian Fitzgerald moves to amend the main motion and remove from consideration the deletion of language containing at least 5 acres. So that's the language that he wants to delete. It's deleting from the definitions in Chapter 63, Section 2. Mr. Fitzgerald, on your motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and to my colleagues in annual or semi-annual town meeting. I make this motion with a bit of trepidation in recognition of the fact that I've received mixed communications when I've asked about this to people who I would regard as an expert of this. My concern is that this change removes one of possibly the only obstacle toward somebody in a small residential lot converting said lot into an alpaca farm, taking harbor under the right to farm terminology to impact their neighbors with the noise, the aromas, the inconvenience, a great number of changes to the expectation somebody would have in purchasing a residential lot. I've heard from some quarters that there is nothing that would prevent that, save for this. I've heard from other quarters when asked that we're just aligning with laws that exist. I offer this motion, albeit in that spirit of slight confusion. I offer this motion out of concern of the idea of a small agricultural or animal raising cooperative being able to open in anyone's neighborhood. A 5-acre farm, you see that coming a long way away. You know that is part of the conditions when you purchase a piece of property. I don't believe anybody purchases a residence expecting that quite soon they could be waking up to the smell and the sound of alpacas or whatever agricultural or animal husbandry the person chooses to raise. It is for that reason I offer this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Precinct 10, Brian Fitzgerald. We're going to go to Precinct 4, Claire Montanari, followed by Precinct 8, Catherine Holmes. Again, the motion to amend is to delete what you see in your printed copy as 1. You'll see 1 and then the language beginning with deleting up to the part 5 acres. That phrase would be deleted under his motion. Claire Montanari, welcome back, followed by Catherine Holmes. Ms. Montanari.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can
Go
you
ahead.
hear me, Steve?
Yes, Claire. Welcome back.
I agree. The deletion of the 5 acres, we should not allow that. This would really destroy a lot of residential areas simply because animals would, and I have nothing against animals, dogs, cats, and so forth, but in reading this, it would allow the interpretation of animals to include farm animals, and they don't belong in a close residential area. So I'm hoping that this article, the amendment to delete at least 5 acres will be reinstated. So the article would read that you have to have at least 5 acres, as the previous gentleman indicated. As a real estate agent, you sell in a residential area, and you could find out that there's 1 or 2 areas in the area that you're looking at that could have this, and it has an impact on property values. It doesn't belong in small areas. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is Precinct 4 Chair Claire Montanari, now being followed by Precinct 8 Chair Catherine Holmes. Catherine Holmes, welcome back to the afternoon session, Plymouth Town Meeting. Good afternoon.
Hi, everyone. So I respectfully disagree with the 2 people that just spoke earlier. I think removing this makes sense. You know, people are always talking about people moving into our community. Our community has a lot of rural areas. And I think there's also a misunderstanding. There's nothing that says that people can't have a horse or an alpaca in their backyard today. I think that we need to maybe explore the definition of what a farm is, but there's not a restriction that that you can't have a horse if you have less than 5 acres. And there's many people that have horses in Plymouth that don't have 5 acres. So, you know, we are a right to farm community, and farming is how we eat. And I think that that's the goal of what we're trying to achieve here in this article, is making it more available for people to have, to explore farming.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Patrick Farah, the planning technician, who is also here today, followed by Precinct 4 Charles Vautrain. Mr. Farah, welcome to Plymouth Town Meeting.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, town meeting. So as member of the Agricultural Commission, what we are looking at is to align the right to farm bylaw with what's already on the zoning bylaw. And if you read the zoning table, it does allow for farming under 5 acres. We want to simply keep in harmony with the existing zoning bylaw. Second, the Agricultural Commission, if Article 14 does move forward, is advocating for 21st century farming techniques and procedures. What we're looking at is growing vegetables. We are certainly advocating for all types of farming. And the last time I checked, we don't have any 5-acre rooftops or interior buildings. With regard to livestock, these things have to go before Board of Health anyway. So there are all those regulations that are already in place. We're not saying that we want to have large piggeries or chicken feedlots. That's not what we're looking at. What we are simply doing is, one, aligning the right to farm bylaw to what's existing on the zoning bylaw, and to advocate for 21st century farming, such as rooftops, vacant lots. And if someone wants to grow some Brussels sprouts in the backyard, let them do that. Thank you very much.
And before we move on to speakers, and we have some, Precinct 13, Michael Landers moves to close debate. It is not debatable. We have in the queue Maureen Renault, Precinct 6, Nathan Siegel, Precinct 7. There was someone else who dropped off, but we have at least 2 in the queue. And so at this time, we're going to take the motion to close debate on Article 14. It is not debatable. It requires a 2/3 vote. And we're taking a vote on closing debate on the amendment from Brian Fitzgerald. So this is to close debate on the amendment from Brian Fitzgerald. Town meeting, you'll have the ballot in front of you, and then you'll have the timer, and you'll be able to start voting now. You're voting whether to close debate on Brian Fitzgerald's amendment to the main motion to move from consideration the deletion of the language containing at least 5 acres from the definitions. Town meeting members are voting whether to do that. The vote is now over. We'll wait for the results, and then we'll go back to debate unless I receive another motion. 77 say yes, 35 say no. My math says it's 2/3, and so we've closed debate, and we're now going to vote on the motion to amend by Brian Fitzgerald. We're moving on in the day. We're getting pretty good at this, at least in our simple math. Thank you. So we're going to go ahead, and once we scroll through the precincts, we're going to go ahead and take a vote. We're scrolling through the precincts to make sure that the procedural voting was correct. You can let Assistant Moderator Nicole Manfredi know if there was any error in the voting, but we're now going to go to the ballot for the generic vote, or the motion to amend. If we have that, the motion to amend on the main motion under Article 14. So we're going to call up a motion to amend to be a vote under Article 14, and we'll then, in addition to the motion to amend, we'll have a timer as well. And the timer, when it begins, you can vote. You're voting on a motion to amend, vote now. It's a majority vote. We will then go back and continue debating the main motion as amended or not, unless I receive a procedural motion to close debate. So you're voting on the motion to amend. Town meeting members have been at this now for about 8 hours. We've completed the voting. The polls have closed. We're going to get the totals. The totals on the motion to amend: 49 say yes, 65 say no, 1 abstention. It does not carry. We continue with the main motion. It is not amended. And so now we're going to continue with the debate on the main motion. It has not been amended. We're going to continue first. Precinct 6, Maureen Renault, followed by Precinct 7, Nathan Siegel. We're going to welcome Maureen Renault, who's going to speak on Article 14, the motion for amending the bylaw for the Agricultural Commission. Good afternoon, Maureen Renault. And following her opportunity to speak, I do now have a couple of motions to close debate. So, but
Can you
first,
hear me?
Maureen, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Shall I speak or do you want to close?
No,
the
go
debate
ahead. You
first?
can speak. I recognized you before the motion.
So just quickly, I just want some clarity. So a lot of people in Plymouth have an acre or two and they have some chickens. They do a lot of vegetables. That doesn't affect this, correct?
Patrick Farah, responding to Maureen
Correct.
Renault.
Yes,
Correct.
that'll not affect it. This 5 acre, removing the 5 acres simply under definitions.
So, okay, so to add just quickly, whether that 5 acres was in that or whether it was not in that, then just our regular nuisance laws would cover this in Plymouth, right?
Maureen Renault asking.
Correct, through the Board of Health.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Maureen
welcome.
Renault. And now we're going to move. I have 3 motions to close debate. I'm going to go with the first from Precinct 13, Michael Landers, who moves to close debate. It's not debatable. We'll show the queue. We still have Nathan Siegel and Nancy Davis requesting an opportunity to speak. So we're going to move to the motion to close debate on the main motion. We'll show the ballot, and when it's up on the screen, we'll add the timer. Town meeting will be able to vote on whether to close debate on the main motion. There it is. You see it. You see the timer. They're going to begin voting now, closing debate, and you have 20 seconds in which to do this procedural motion, and thereafter we'll have the total. It needs to be a 2/3 to close it, and then the majority on the main motion. We're first deciding whether to close debate, and the voting has ended. The polls have closed. The total, 90 say yes, 24 no, 0 abstentions. It is more than 2/3, so we're now going to go to the main motion on Article 14, amending the bylaw Agricultural Commission as presented by the Advisory and Finance Committee. So we're going to wait until we scroll through the precincts. We have 15 precincts. It is currently 4:01. After this, we will go to the motion to adjourn from Virginia Davis, Precinct 4. She'll be able to speak in support of her motion, and we will have debate. Anyone else who wishes to speak on it, and then we will vote. It'll be a majority vote. We have all the precincts. We're now going to go to continue with the main motion under Article 14. And we're going to show that as a ballot, and then we're going to show that with a timer, and then town meeting will be able to vote as soon as the timer moves, and you can vote now. You're voting on Article 14, amend the bylaw Agricultural Commission. It's a majority vote. Thereafter, we're going to go clear the screen from OTI on this article, because we're going to now go to a motion to adjourn after this article. When we get the vote, we have all the voting concluded. We have the total 95 yes, 15 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. As we scroll through the precincts, I'm going to take the motion to adjourn from Virginia Davis. So let's bring back in Precinct 4, Virginia Davis. Virginia Davis, I'm going to invite you to speak on your motion to adjourn to Monday at 6 p.m. Virginia Davis, welcome back to this afternoon second session of Plymouth's annual town meeting. Virginia Davis. And this is coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. And there she is. Virginia Davis, on your motion, how do you wish to be heard?
You want my wording, correct?
I'd like to know.
I make the motion
to adjourn. Would you like to speak?
To adjourn.
Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Recess again on Monday evening at 6 p.m.
Would you like to speak in favor of your motion?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead.
No, that is fine. That's all I want to say.
Okay. Anyone else care to speak on the motion to adjourn? I'm going to go to Assistant Town Moderator Nicole Manfredi. If we can go to Nicole, and then I have town meeting members who wish to speak. Nicole?
Thanks. I just want to let folks know that if we adjourn for this evening and reconvene on Monday, we will likely not have tech support at Plymouth North High School. So just keep that in mind when casting your vote for this.
Thank you. We're now going to go to Precinct 6, William Arienti, followed by Precinct 5, Belinda Brewster. William Arienti, good afternoon and welcome to Plymouth's annual town meeting, Mr. Arienti. And let's also bring in Precinct 5, Belinda Brewster, and also Precinct 4, John Hammond, as we seek to hear from town meeting members on the motion to adjourn. We'll begin with William Arienti, followed by Belinda Brewster and John Hammond.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I would like to speak in favor of this. Although we only have a few motions left, they are quite controversial, to say the least, and they will take up probably more than 2 hours. So I'll be brief, and I'd just like to say that I'm in favor of suspending the business until Monday night. Thank you.
Thank you. Belinda Brewster, Precinct 5, followed by John Hammond, Precinct 4. Welcome back, Belinda Brewster.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would actually like to speak against this motion. It's 4 o'clock on a Saturday. I know that we've been going for a while. However, to adjourn now, I do think we can get through the rest within maybe 2.5 hours, only because to re-adjourn, these are, 4 of the important. I think we will have discussion on them. But to re-adjourn at 6 p.m. on a Monday night when most of us have worked a full day, I don't think our brains are going to be any fresher. In fact, they may be less fresh after spending a whole day doing our regular jobs. So I personally would like to keep going, and I would like to encourage everyone else that I think we can get through it in 2 hours. And I'm feeling fresher now than I know I would at 6 o'clock on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brewster. You know I've had brain surgery in the past, but we'll go on. John Hammond, Precinct 4, followed by Ronald Riley, Precinct 11. Mr. Hammond.
I would like to speak in favor of continuing now for at least an hour, up to an hour, see if we can get through this.
Thank you. And we're going to go to Precinct 11, Ronald Riley, followed by Precinct 8, Donald Williams. If we can bring in Mr. Riley, who indicated he wanted to speak. Ronald Riley, Precinct 11, followed by Donald Williams. I don't see Ronald Riley on the speaker monitor anymore. And Mr. Riley, if you don't want to be heard, I'm going to go to Geraldine Williams, who moves to close debate. It's not debatable. Interestingly enough, her husband, Donald Williams, is in the queue and would like to speak, as would Robert Duggan, Precinct 10. But Geraldine Williams, nevertheless, has moved to close debate. So we're going to go to that. It is a procedural vote. It's uncontested. So we're going to move to the ballot on that. It's to close debate on the motion to adjourn. As I've indicated, it's not debatable. We're going to bring it up the ballot along with the timer as she moves to close debate, although her husband wants to continue to speak. So there's the ballot. There's the timer. And we're going to count down now. You're moving with a closed debate on the motion to adjourn offered by Precinct 4, Virginia Davis. Town meeting is in its second afternoon session. We've been here since 8 a.m. this morning, and we are continuing with the town meeting. We're now closing debate motion, and we're going to see what the vote is. 91 says stop debating. 18 say no, let's keep talking. 1 abstention. It carries by more than 2/3. So we're going to scroll through the precincts so you can make sure that your vote was properly carried. I see 1 yellow abstention along with the green yeses and the red noes. For those in the public who are watching, town meeting has an opportunity to vote electronically. Now, in this case, it's virtual and electronic. We've gone through all 15 precincts. We see how they voted. So now we can go to the motion to adjourn, which is a motion to adjourn. Before we do that, Robert Duggan has a point of order from Precinct 10. Mr. Duggan. If we can bring him in, Mr. Duggan, I believe, is at Plymouth North High School, and he is there with the Tech Buddies. And so, Mr. Duggan, you can interrupt the meeting before we vote to adjourn. We're not going to be debating the motion to adjourn, but if you have a question or a point of order, we certainly can hear that. And so let's bring in Precinct 10, Robert Duggan, who is with us, one of the 5 people at Plymouth North High School. And we're bringing in Mr. Duggan so that he can be heard on his point of order, which is an interruption of the meeting when someone has a question before we take a vote. It takes precedent over the vote because it is a higher rank, which means it basically is above the motion before us. And he's going to join us through Leonard.
Can you hear
Paz.
me?
Yes, Mr. Duggan, go ahead.
Yeah, Robert Duggan, Precinct 10. Yeah, my point of order is this. I'm here at Plymouth North with several other town meeting members. And this is the first we heard anything about is going to be no tech support Monday. And I don't want to offend my tech buddies. It just took 5 minutes to connect me to you there. So are we going to be able to go to PAC TV and have tech buddies there?
Mr. Duggan, we will work with you and the other 3 people that are there, and we will make sure that you're able to participate, whether it's at Plymouth North or PAC TV or some other location. We have your names and we have your contact, and we'll make appropriate arrangements. Thank you.
And that's 5 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay.
As you can hear my friends in the background.
Terrific. All right. Thank you so much.
And no offense to my tech buddies.
Okay.
It shouldn't have taken 5 minutes to connect. I think the issue might be on your end.
Thank you very
We've been
much.
facing that here at
We're going to
Plymouth. So
continue
let's
now
vote. Everyone wants to-
and bring up the ballot on the motion to adjourn. And then town meeting will have an opportunity to decide whether to adjourn or whether to continue. So the motion to adjourn ballot is going to be shown. It's a majority vote. And we're going to show the timer. And thereafter, you can begin to vote once the timer moves. We're voting now. You're voting on whether to adjourn. If the motion is successful, we'll adjourn to Monday at 6 p.m. If not, we will take a brief 5-minute recess, and then we will return for another session of the annual town meeting. So we're going to see how the vote goes. We say 53 say yes, 61 say no, 0 abstentions. We are not adjourning. We are going to continue. I'm going to take a brief 5-minute recess to let everybody collect themselves. And under the charter, we can go for another 2 hours before we recess or until we have another motion to adjourn. We're going to scroll through the precincts so that everybody can see how they voted. It wasn't close, but we're going to take you through the precincts. And after we do that, we're going to continue with Plymouth Annual Town Meeting. And while we do that, I am going to read into the record Article 15. Article 15 is withdrawn. I'm going to read into the record Article 16A. 16A is a motion for Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. And Mr. Canny moves the town appropriates an additional sum of $2,950,000 to supplement the $2 million appropriation under Article 16B. And when we return from our recess, we'll begin with that. This town meeting is recessed at 4:13 p.m. To this session, I'd like to welcome you back to this session of Plymouth Annual Town Meeting. We are returning at 4:19 p.m. on Saturday, April 2nd. It's coming to you live. We're in Article 16A, the motion for Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. We read into the record prior to the recess the motion from the Advisory and Finance Committee. We're going to go straight to the chair, Kevin Canty. Kevin.
0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 16A. Approval of this article will provide supplemental funding for Article 16B of the 2015 Spring Annual Town Meeting to include the final design, engineering, and construction oversight for the restoration and rehabilitation of the Stevens Field Modified Plan as approved by the Stevens Field Planning and Design Committee.
It's a 2/3 vote. And as all, there'll be roll call votes. We have no speakers in the queue. We have no other motions coming before us. I now see that Stephen Bulletin wants to speak, Precinct 15, followed by Peter Neville. We'll begin with Stephen, who can remind me how to properly pronounce his name. Stephen, thank you for joining us again at this town meeting. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yes, Steve Bulletin, Precinct 15. Earlier today, in urging this body to spend a large amount of money to renovate Station 5, I spoke of wants versus needs. Things we would like to have versus things we need to have. The difference between public safety and mere pleasure or enjoyment. I don't want to in any way denigrate this project. I am not suggesting that it's not of value, that giving people recreational facilities is not something that we should do. It most certainly is. But at a time where I have listened vote after vote to my fellow town meeting members saying they have been implored by their constituents to curb spending, the idea of expending $5 million for a recreational facility where there are questions about its long-term viability based upon its location on a waterfront area strikes me as being a bit inappropriate. And again, I'm not averse to looking at all of the appropriate uses and creating as much recreational opportunity for our residents and our visitors as possible. But there needs to be a balance. In this instance, I'm advocating for a balance in favor of not expending this money at this particular time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen Bulletin. In Precinct 15, at this time, we're going to go to Precinct 5, Patricia McCarthy, to be followed by Jean Patnode Lane, Precinct 4. Welcome back, Patricia McCarthy. And at the
Am
same
I unmuted?
We have you.
Oh,
Go
okay.
ahead.
All right.
Continue.
I'd like to ask Bill Cohane, what is the current rate of reimbursement from the Registry of Deeds for CP matching funds for the CPC? And what might be a conservative projection of what we could be paying back through the CPC, even though we have to borrow to begin with, if he has that. Thank you.
Precinct 5, Patricia McCarthy. Question to Precinct 3, Bill Cohen, who is also the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Welcome, Mr. Cohen.
I may defer to Lynn Barrett on those precise numbers, but what I can say is that in previous town meeting has already authorized $2 million towards this project. We actually came back to town meeting at another article where we moved $250,000 and lowered our borrowing. So we can operate during the first phase of our construction under that. We're working with Lynn to strategically look at our short-term borrowing to accommodate the $2,950,000 that we're asking today. That's what we're asking today, $2,950,000. Mr. Bolton has a point. It's well taken. We understand that the costs are high now, but what we are experiencing across the board is that these costs aren't getting any better anytime soon. So if we were to hold off, we're going to be looking at even more money because that's what we have seen in this project. This is a 5-year-old project that we've already committed $190,000 to the planning process. We've come up with a plan. We've modified that plan. We've been strategic about how we're moving funds into play to do this work. The park is in a dilapidated condition. It's a very busy park, even in the condition it's in. And it's time we start moving back the infrastructure, because every year we leave that infrastructure out there exposed to the elements that we're experiencing. It only drives up maintenance costs of the area of the park that's being threatened by these conditions. Moving our infrastructure back is going to be a maintenance improvement. In addressing this issue sooner rather than later is going to be a cost-saving measure. If Lynn wants to speak to those exact the current CPA reimbursement, if she has that, she could speak to that.
Thank you. And
we're estimating
Lynn
a
Barrett, Director of
reimbursement.
Finance. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, we're estimating a reimbursement of approximately 31% from the state based on next year's projections.
Thank you. Any further questions, Patricia McCarthy?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think
Jean
it's a
Lane,
great project.
Precinct 4. Jean Lane is at Plymouth North High School. And Jean Lane, want to welcome you to this 5th session of Plymouth's annual town meeting, coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. We are debating Article 16A. Good afternoon.
Hi. Hi, Steve. I reinforce Bill's idea that we should really go ahead with this. It's been 20 years that we've had this in the planning. It's getting worse and worse and more like a dust bowl. 20 years, it's almost dangerous sometimes down there, but there's a lot going on anyway. People are using it, but it's a mess. And we've been waiting. Well, Nelson Park got redone because of the problems there. And this is the other side of town. And this is my old playground that I grew up in from the other side, not where Bill lives, but, going further to JV's Corner. And I just want this project to start moving ahead. And it is really a mess right now. And it's a disgrace to the town, to the tourists that come. It used to be a beautiful place to have a farmer's market. And now, well, some of the dangerous parts have been taken away, but it shouldn't be just a place to park the school buses or the town vehicles or whatever. We need to get moving on this and moving on it this year and not wait. And I understand it was a good point that we've been spending a lot of money. But as Bill said, the bill is going up and up. It's just going to cost us more money in the future. So this would be saving some money, actually. And we have to do this project. And we shouldn't put it off any longer. Thank you.
Thank you. Precinct 4, Jean Patino Lane. On Article 16A, we're going to go to Precinct 14, Christopher Houle. We're debating Article 16A, Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. I want to welcome back Precinct 14 Town Meeting Member Christopher Houle. Good afternoon, Christopher.
Good afternoon. Thank you again, Christopher Houle, Precinct 14. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to bring up 2 issues here. One that I asked Bill some questions on during our caucus here, but then another issue that I think was brought up at the beginning of this town meeting. So the first is, we talk a lot about climate resilience with this project, but glaringly, this project omits moving the most critical piece of infrastructure on this property away from impacts from sea level rise. And that's the bathrooms and septic system. This location of this bathroom and septic poses water quality issues as it stands right now, and certainly in the future with projected sea level rise. So to come to town meeting and ask for another $3 million on a $5 million project and not target the most critical piece of public infrastructure on this site just seems ill-timed and ill-advised in relation to all the other spending that we've been talking about. And then secondly, we heard from Rep. Moratoria at the beginning of this town meeting, and being somebody that works specifically in this industry, there is an incredible amount of grants available for climate resilience. So to ask the town to put forward another $3 million on an already, $2+ billion, which we've already put forward on it, when there's substantial amounts of federal funding coming available in the next months, is just ill-timed. I just don't think, let's use the 2 million that we've already allocated, let's carve out a chunk of the project that we need to do in a timely fashion or can do within that budget. But let's wait and see what comes in the next year before we ask our taxpayers to put forward another $3 million and not target the most critical issues that I think that this site needs to address. So that's my comments. I of course won't be supporting this article. So, but I do support the project. I just think it needs some more timely planning from a fundraising and planning perspective. So thank you.
Thank you, Christopher Houle. We're going to go now, Precinct 15, Richard Neely. Richard Neely is a town meeting member. Mr. Neely, welcome back to this afternoon session of Plymouth Town Meeting. We're debating Article 16A, Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. This will be a 2/3 vote when we take the vote. We have town meeting participating remotely in a virtual session of our annual town meeting. Richard Neely is a Precinct 15 town meeting member. Mr. Neely is using the V-Voter application to let me know that he wishes to speak. He's one of 7 town meeting members listed in the queue who have requested an opportunity to speak in connection with Article 16A, the motion for the Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. Mr. Neely, you can begin speaking when you are joined with us. We're looking for Richard Neely, Precinct 15. Mr. Neely is a town meeting member who has requested an opportunity to speak on Article 16A. If we can't bring him in now, we can come back to him at a later time. And unless he joins us, I'm going to be moving on to Precinct 3, Donna Curtin. So if we can bring in Precinct 3, Donna Curtin, and we'll come back to Mr. Neely. Donna Curtin was also with us earlier, and we welcome her back in connection with this Article 16A, motion for Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. It's a 2/3 vote, and we welcome Donna Curtin. Donna, if
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Go ahead.
I'm here with you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. I am Donna Curtin of Precinct 3. This project is in my district, and I would like my fellow town meeting members to know that I have heard from my constituents more than any other issue since becoming a town meeting member on the Stevens Field project. People in this area have been waiting a very, very long time to see this plan come to fruition. There has been a very lengthy and involved planning process that has gone into it, that has tried very hard to be responses to changing conditions, including climate issues. I think the plan that we have is one that has been very well vetted. It has been brought forward to the public. And particularly for those residents of Precinct 3, it has received overwhelming support. Now, like many other CPC projects, the funding for this one is not coming, it's coming through the Community Preservation Fund, which is very particular and can only be used for certain types of projects, including historical open space and affordable housing. And so the funding mechanism for this isn't something that can be translated to alleviate other funding needs and concerns and projects of the town. It has to be used in this particular area of things that are eligible for this type of grant funding. This project is an eligible project. It's already received important and significant level of funding with town meeting support in the past. And I think most of us are aware of the work that's been done to try to move the project forward and get at the level of funding that it needs to be successful. I urge all of us to support this article. Thank you.
Thank you. Precinct 3, Donna Curtin, town meeting member. Precinct 11, Francis O'Brien, moves to close debate. It is not debatable. In the queue, we have town meeting members Costello, Neely, Landers, Stryer, Merrill in the queue. We're now going to vote on whether to close debate on Article 16A. We're going to call up the ballot. We're going to bring in the timer, and town meeting members will decide whether to continue debating 16A or move on to vote the main motion. This is a procedural motion. It is not debatable. It's to close debate. Town meeting members decide the length of the debate. Moderator decides the scope of the debate. We're continuing with the timer. You can vote as soon as it moves now. You're voting to close debate on Article 16A. 2/3 move to close. We'll move to the main motion. If we don't have 2/3, we'll continue to go back to the queue of people who are requesting an opportunity to speak on the motion, which is Article 16A, Stevens Field Land Development. The voting has concluded. The polls have closed. The vote is 66 say yes, 35 say no, 0 abstentions. It does not carry. We're going to go back to the queue, and we're going to go to Precinct 15, Richard Neely. We're going to see if Mr. Neely is now with us. Mr. Neely, are you on the screen? If not, we're going to continue, and we're going to go to Precinct 11, Christopher Merrill. Mr. Merrill, let's bring him in. He's on the screen, and he's on the speaker's queue. Mr. Merrill is Precinct 11. So come on in, Mr. Merrill. I'm being told just come on in, and you can indicate that you accept the invitation to be on the panel, and go ahead and speak. Christopher Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I brought this up the other night at the precinct caucus, but the contingency factor of 30% seemed a little rich, typically 20% or less. So I just want some more clarification as to why we have a high contingency factor in place here.
Thank you. Question from Christopher Merrill. And in response to the question, I'll first go to Bill Cohen, the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Mr. Cohen, would you care to respond?
Yes, after meeting with staff, looking at the cost estimate that was prepared by Bales and Thomas, the engineering firm, they concluded that they should increase that amount. That in real time, the director of Public Works, Jonathan Beater, is seeing estimates go out, seeing response to those estimates in the procurement part of the side of the town, and they're seeing these numbers that they felt they needed to be prepared for. Beals and Thomas, the engineering firm, after consulting with them, agreed that they're seeing the same thing, and that we should make an adjustment to our contingency to accommodate that. I'll let Dave, if JB wants to speak to that, I'll let him speak to that also. Just to mention those bathrooms. The bathrooms are not flooding right now. They're above where the water comes in. And if we were to remove them and rebuild them somewhere in the park, we would open up a scenario of permitting and cost that would be very expensive. The thought was by the Stevens Field Planning and Design Committee, it was to leave the building alone for now. And in the near future, make adjustments as we move other infrastructure further away from the water. There might be other opportunities down the road, but for now, to save money, we would leave the building alone because it is not flooding and it is functioning right now. And again, as Donna indicated, all of the CPA funds, this is not raised and appropriating the general fund. These are monies that are dedicated for this purpose under the Community Preservation Act. Thank you.
Cohen is the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Jonathan Beater is the director, Department of Public Works. Mr. Beater, do you care to further respond in response to the question from Christopher Merrill?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. There's a number of different factors that come into play with the Stevens Field project. Mostly all have to do with phasing and timing. As you all know, different, groups, different activities occur there. So this would most likely be some type of phased approach in terms of constructability. Mr. Cohen mentioned the fact that, we have lead times on a lot of materials. The market is consistently changing. So 30% contingency we're seeing across the board, in speaking with contractors, engineering consultants, and just what we've seen in projects over the past 6 months. But for Stevens, we still have some items in terms of final design we have to kind of complete. So that may take some time. We don't see this project being bid out for another several months. So that's why we're requesting the 30%. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan Beater. He is the Director of the Department of Public Works. We're going to go to Precinct 4, Virginia Davis, as we debate Article 16A, the motion for Stevens Field land development, supplemental appropriation, Virginia Davis, and then further responding will be Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance. I don't see Virginia Davis yet, so Lynn Barrett, why don't you go first? Go ahead. And there's Virginia Davis. Go ahead, Lynn.
In the motion document, I just noticed a correction that needs to be made. And it's in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the 6th line down. As such plan may be revised by, and then we need to strike Lock Lord draft of the date revised, and then going forward to all those numbers, we need to strike all that right before said committee.
Thank you. Mr. Pizer, did you get that? He did, and I assume there's no objection from Kevin Canty, the Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. No objection, thank you. Virginia Davis, Precinct 4. Good afternoon.
Hello, town meeting members. I just want to speak as someone who grew up in Plymouth and used Stevens Field as a child. But also, I've been on the committee since 2013, the Planning and Design Committee of the Stevens Field. And so hours and hours have gone into this, and many, many, many people of the community were involved, other than just people in Precinct 2 and 3. So I hope that you will vote in favor of this project.
Virginia
Thank
Davis,
you.
Precinct 4. We're going to go to Precinct 5, Stephen Stryer, followed by Precinct 10, Alan Costello. Stephen Stryer is a town meeting member in Precinct 5. Mr. Stryer, welcome back to the afternoon session. You can click back in and go ahead and speak. You were recognized earlier in the panel and received an invitation. Stephen Stryer is a Precinct 5 town meeting member. He'll be followed by Alan Costello. Go ahead, Mr. Stryer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I really want to vote for this article. I really do. But it is very rich. And one of the reasons it is so rich is because we kind of do things backwards with the CPA and the way they work. But it's at $5 million with the 30% contingency, I just can't get myself to be able to do that. And I want to know if maybe Bill can help me with this one. When I asked in the special town meeting, I asked about the 10% contingency. Mr. Foley indicated that they recognize that may not be enough, and I understand that there's a good probability that that's the case. But he did talk about design contingencies that you would maybe get in a position where the prices are going up, and you recognize that you really don't want to spend that much money. You do things. You make a quick design change, and I wonder, like, with Stevens Field, if something like, all right, there are 4 tennis courts scheduled to go in, $120,000 a piece, and with a 30% contingency, that's another $36,000 on it, so $156,000. If you start to inch up to a number that's unsustained, unrealistic, there's $156,000 that can come off of there. There's a whole bunch of picnic tables. Maybe we pull those up. Maybe the area that's closest to the water becomes just a grass area instead of trying to do something. Maybe there's a reduction in parking. Have those things been considered before the CPA or the CPC came to town meeting asking for $5 million to do this project?
Thank you, Stephen Stryer. We're going to go to William Cohen.
Thank you.
He is the chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Mr. Cohen, if you can respond to Stephen Stryer, Precinct 5.
Stephen Stryer, that's a very good question. The Stevensville Planning and Design Committee did take those things under consideration, working with the Department of Public Works and working with the Office of Marine Environmental Affairs. That's the plan you're seeing today. The plan you're not seeing today is the plan from 2015 that was much more extensive. It was a much more expensive plan. This is the modified plan. What we have done is scaled everything back the best we could, and we're still open to controlling costs down the road. When you bring up the picnic benches, I think we've already moved to the idea that we're not going to have permanent cement pads and permanent picnic benches in that area. To save money, we're going to have seasonal equipment that we can pull out of that area and store in the little building. So as we move forward, we will be looking for cost-saving measures. We're not saying that we're going to go after that 30%. I think that the Community Preservation Committee has a commitment to town meeting. They believe in the relationship that they have when they come to town meeting and they say, here's the plan and this is what we're going to do. We don't want to sell you one thing and do another. And so that is an important thing to stay consistent with town meeting. What we present is what we're going to work towards. But we do hear what you're saying and what others are saying. That's not saying we're going to go after that 30%. And spend it down in an aggressive way. We're still keeping our pencils sharp as we move through the procurement process and write the RFP when it goes out. But it's a very good point. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do acknowledge, Bill, you guys are the most consistent committee in town on the way you proceed and do these things. And generally, very, very well. Again, my main concern on this is the cost. And I don't know. I appreciate the committee's effort and everybody who's involved in this effort, but it is a very large pill to swallow, and I don't know if I'm there yet, and I don't know if other town meeting members are there yet either. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen Stryer. And at this time, I have a motion to close debate. Donald Williams, Precinct 8, moves to close debate. It's not debatable. We have a speaker's queue. Town meeting members Costello, Landers, Brennan, Brewster Houle, and also Select Board Chair Richard Quintal, all requesting an opportunity to be heard. But we're going to go first to the motion to close debate. It is a 2/3 vote. It's a procedural motion, and it has priority over the speakers who are on the list. We're going to show now there's the motion. We're going to add the timer. You can begin voting as the timer moves now. Town meeting is deciding whether to close debate on 16A. A yes vote of 2/3 will go right to the main motion. A no vote of less than 2/3 will continue with the speakers list that we have in the queue. And that ends the time for voting. The polls have closed. Let's see what the vote is. 64 say yes, 43 say no, 0 abstentions. We're going to go through the queue, but as we do, let's go back to Town Hall, to the great room, and let's hear from Richard Quintal, Chair of the Select Board, in response to a previous speaker. Richard Quintal is the Chair of the Select Board, and he is going to speak at this time. Good afternoon again, Richard Quintal.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just want to say that we supported this project. And I know it's a lot of money. It's coming out of CPC funds, although they're going to short-term borrow. But by turning this down, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not going to save anybody on their tax bill. So I don't think that, that would weigh in. It's coming out of an already tax. And our parks, Nelson Street, Forges Field, Veterans Field, we did some work in. And I sat on the CPC for many years, and I helped get it to where it is. And Bill's very frugal, believe me. And they don't waste money and do the wrong thing. And I think the mothers with the children and the families use these parks. They love Nelson Street. So let's get this one going. and finish it up and then move on to the next one. We have a number of them all over town. So let's get this out of the way and be done with it and move on to the next one. And I know that the residents really enjoy Nelson Street. That's why I'm standing up here, and we should fund this. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Quintal. I previously recognized Alan Costello. We'll go to him. Precinct 10, followed by Therese Brennan and Robert Trossel. Alan Costello.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Mr. Moderator. Alan Costello, Precinct 10. This article is very frustrating, but I want to let everyone know that no one wants to get it back on track and fund this more than I do. And to that point, more than the people of Precinct 10. Our most recent caucus, I think we had some creative ideas to alleviate some of the concerns and to address the suggestion of Mr. Hoyle and maybe Ms. Curtin. But what we were hoping to do, and through you, Mr. Moderator, could we ask Town Council if we could craft an amendment to approve the article at a price of $1, but not to exceed $2.9 million, and install some progress payments and a sunset clause if the monies aren't used after a certain period of time. This would help alleviate the problems we've had throughout the years where the project has languished because of other priorities. It gets dropped for one reason or another. And a lot of good people have spent 10, 15, up to 20 years working on this project. And to Mr. Quintal's point, it's time to get it back on track. It's an awful lot of money. We have 1.9 million that we can do all of the infrastructure and get some of the drainage work done. And once that's complete and we see that there is good progress, we will dole out the amount of money needed to finish the project up to and including the 2.9 million. Is that an option through Town Council?
It is not going to be through Town Council. He does not determine the motions. I do as moderator, and I've determined that such a motion would not be in order. You cannot condition the borrowing with such a proposal, and we have very specific language from bond counsel. Town meeting has a choice to vote this up or down, but we're not going to be changing the language at this time. As I've said in the past for town meeting, if you have motions you wish to make, we need to receive them in advance, in particular if it relates to a motion for borrowing, because we have to pass it under town council's approval. But thank you, Mr. Costello, for your comments. I'm going to go to Richard, first to Benjamin Jesse, Precinct 11. He moves to close debate. Mr. Jesse, it's a procedural motion and it is not debatable. If we look at the queue, we have town meeting members Landers, Brennan, Brewster, Houle, Trossel, and Davis who wish to speak. We're also going to go to a point of order to Richard Neely. So let's bring in Richard Neely. I understand he's under a different name. Go ahead and speak, Mr. Neely. Richard Neely, go ahead and speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I am talking. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. I've had a lot of problem getting in prior to these this plethora of points of stopping the discussion.
Your 3 minutes is moving. Go ahead, Mr. Neely.
Okay, I did want to talk about Stevens Field and the drainage problem. $500,000 to improve drainage.
Mr. Neely, I recognized you in a point of order. We have a motion to close debate. If it's not a point of...
I won't debate. I'm just saying.
No, I don't want to hear any argument on the motion. Nothing substantive. Unless you have a procedural question,
yes,
to interrupt the meeting. What's your procedural question?
How do you handle when I had submitted a request, but it was not recognized? It was recognized, but the connection was faulty and I couldn't get in when you called on me.
And we called you a second time, Mr. Neely, and I'll continue to call you until we dissolve the town meeting. But right now, I have to rule that you're out of order on your debate, but I will continue to call you when you request to be a speaker. But the motion to close debate now has priority over all the speakers. So unless there are any other points of order to interrupt the meeting, we're going to go to the motion to close debate. So if we can show that on the screen, it's a procedural motion. It is not debatable. It's going to require a 2/3 vote, and town meeting is going to decide whether to close debate under Article 16A. And we're going to call the ballot up on the screen to be followed by the timer, and town meeting will decide whether they want to close debate or whether they want to continue. This is, I believe, the third motion to close debate under this article, and we're going to continue with the timer now. Town meeting can vote whether to continue the debate. The queue has town meeting members Landers, Brennan, Brewster, Hool, Trossel, Davis, and Neely. And the timing continues. We'll then get a total, and then we'll determine whether or not we continue the debate under Article 16A. And town meeting has voted. 80 says to close debate, 31 continue, 0 abstentions. It carries by more than 2/3. Therefore, we can clear the screen. No more speakers on Article 16A. Rather, we're going to move to the main motion after we go through all of the precincts. So following the 15 precinct showing how town meeting members voted on the procedural motion, we're going to go to the main motion. The main motion will require a 2/3 vote, is a substantive main motion on the funding and borrowing for the Stevens Field Land Developmental Supplemental Appropriation. We've gone through all the precincts. We're now going to go and take a vote. This is the vote from the Advisory and Finance Committee. Let's call up the ballot. Let's look at the timer. Town meeting can vote when the timer moves. You can begin voting now. You're voting on Article 16A, Stevens Field Land Development Supplemental Appropriation. And hereafter, we will continue with the warrant and the motions before us, absent any other procedural motions. Town meeting has finished the vote on Article 16A. 98 say yes, 16 say no, 1 abstention. It carries by more than 2/3. We'll scroll through the precincts. I don't see any other motions procedurally before us, so I'm going to read into the record Article 16B while we take the scrolling of the precincts on the previous motion. Mr. Canty moves the town appropriates a sum of $2,201,000 to pay the costs of dredging Jenny Pond. Mr. Canty, on your motion.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0, with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 16B. Approval of this article will allow the restoration of Jenny Pond to improve the ecological health and recreational opportunities at Jenny Pond through a limited dredging project.
Thank you, Kevin Canty. It's a 2/3 vote. If we don't have any speakers, we're going to go to the vote. We're going to bring the ballot up on the screen. With the top, we have Precinct 4, Michael Babini, who wishes to speak on the motion. Let's bring in Michael Babini as we debate Article 16B, Jenny Pond dredging. Mr. Babini, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just had a quick question for Bill on the dredging project. It's not clear to me, are they going to be dredging south of the bridge, or is it just north of the bridge?
Thank you. And William Cohen, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee.
Will be David Gould's here. He can speak to it, but it's basically, Mike, it would be on the town side of the bridge, both north and south, all the way down to the dam and up. David Gould's here, I see. He can speak to exactly where he plans to utilize the hydraulic dredging.
Thank you, William Cohen, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee, responding to Precinct 4, Michael Babini. We're going to bring in David Gould. He is the Department of Marine and Environmental Affairs. Good afternoon, David Gould.
Good afternoon, David Gould, Director of Marine and Environmental Affairs. The proposed dredging would be located within the actual spillway of the dam itself and from the structure of the dam on Spring Lane to the footbridge. That will be the focal point of where all the dredging will occur.
Thank you, David Gould.
Thank you.
Any further questions on that, Mr. Babini?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a 2/3 vote. I don't see any of the speakers. We'll bring in the ballot onto the screen. We'll bring the timer, and we will proceed to vote on Article 16B. Town meeting is reaching the 5 o'clock hour as we continue in the warrant. Article 16B, Jenny Pond dredging. The ballot is there. The time is there. 20 seconds. We can begin voting now. Town meeting is voting on Jenny Pond dredging, Article 16B. This is coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. Town meeting is meeting remotely, participating, and it is virtual with the V-Voter platform and the Zoom video conferencing. And we're going to continue now. At this time, the polls close. 100 say yes, 10 say no, 0 abstentions. It carries. We're going to scroll through the precincts. And as we do that, we're going to bring in Precinct 14, Christopher Houle, who wishes to make a procedural motion. And that takes precedent over the next substantive motion contained in our motion book. So let's bring in Precinct 14, Christopher Houle, who has the opportunity to make a procedural motion. Welcome back to Plymouth's annual town meeting, Mr. Houle, and good evening. Christopher Houle is Precinct 14.
Good evening. Thank you again, Mr. Moderator. Just like to make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, and do you wish to speak in support of your motion to adjourn?
No.
Thank you.
I think that's sufficient.
This is a motion. It's an appropriate motion to receive at this time. I will allow it. And now we will go into debate and deliberation as to whether or not this body wishes to adjourn at this time. And would be adjourning until Monday at 6 p.m. If this passes. If it doesn't, we'll continue. Precinct 8, Donald Williams. Let's bring him in. He wishes to speak on the motion to adjourn. This is coming to you live on Saturday, April 2nd. Let's, before we bring in Donald Williams, I have a procedural motion, and it's a motion to close debate. Peter Neville, Precinct 10, moves to close debate. That takes precedent. We'll do that first. So we'll hold on Mr. Williams. We'll go to Mr. Neville, whose motion to close debate takes priority. It is not debatable in the queue. I have Donald Williams, Precinct 8, wishing to speak. We're now going to go to the procedural motion to close debate on the motion to adjourn. So we're going to bring up that procedural motion. Town meeting members can decide whether to close debate on the motion to adjourn. Let's see, there it is, the ballot. And we're going to bring in the time, and you can begin to vote yes. Now. You're going to be voting on whether to adjourn. Town meeting members, vote now on whether to close debate. I'm sorry. Whether to close debate on the motion to adjourn. So it's a 2/3 vote. You're voting whether to close debate or whether to continue to debate the motion to adjourn. You have a few seconds left, and then we will call the vote. This is on the motion to close debate. 97 say yes, 17 say no, 1 abstention. We have now closed debate on the motion to adjourn, and we will now proceed to the motion to adjourn after we scroll through the precincts. It's not close, so once we go through the 15 precincts, the town meeting members can see if the vote was properly recorded. We will then go to the motion to adjourn. The motion to adjourn is no longer debatable since we've closed debate, and we've now shown all the precincts. So now we can show the procedural motion to adjourn. It is a majority vote, and town meeting members can decide. Let's bring it up on the screen. There's the ballot, and there's the timer. And when the timer begins, let's continue to vote now. You're voting whether to adjourn until Monday at 6 o'clock, and we're going to continue with this. voting until the timer goes down and town meeting members will complete whether to adjourn. It's a majority vote. The voting is ended. The polls have closed. Let's see how they voted. 56 say yes. 56 say no. 3 abstentions. It's a tie. The moderator could break the tie. The moderator could break the tie. The moderator declines to break the tie. I'm leaving it to the will of town meeting, which means it fails. And therefore, we're going to continue with Article 16C. And Article 16C, the motion fiscal 2023 annual budget. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to appropriate the sum of $3,829,177 from the fiscal year 2023 estimated annual revenues of the Community Preservation Fund for the fiscal year 2023 Community Preservation Budget, and to set aside sums for future appropriation as follows. You have the text in front of you, so we're going to continue now with the presentation from Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 12-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 16C. Town meeting approval of this article will allow the Community Preservation Committee to allocate 10% of the estimated annual revenues of the Community Preservation Fund for future spending in each of the following: open space, historic resources, and community housing. Additionally, 4% of the estimated annual revenues of the CPA will be set aside for funding, administrative, and operational expenses, and an amount will be set aside for interest expense on debt. The balance of the annual CPA revenue will be held as a reserve balance, which can be used for any CPA purpose at future town meetings.
Thank you. And we have a motion to close debate. Michael Landers, Precinct 13, moves to close debate. It's not debatable. The speaker's queue includes Precinct 13, Albert McChesney Jr. We're now going to move to the procedural motion to close debate. It is not debatable. We have one speaker in the queue. We'll call up the ballot. When it's on the screen, we'll add the timer, and they'll proceed to vote as to whether to close debate on Article 16C. The ballot will be shown. It's shown now. We're going to add the timer. When the timer moves, you can begin voting now. You're voting on whether to close debate, Article 16C. Town meeting has the opportunity to take procedural votes, and they have done that throughout today's town meeting, which began at 8 a.m. We are now into, I believe, our 10th hour, and we're continuing with Article 16C. Motion for fiscal 2023 annual budget. It ended on the motion to close debate. 91 say yes, no 22, abstain 0. We're going to scroll through the precincts, and then once we do that, since it's not close, we're going to go right to the vote on Article 16C, which is the motion for the 2023 annual budget. And we're scrolling through the precincts. We have 3 in each screen. We have 15 precincts. We'll be increasing by 3 more in the May election. We've finished the precincts, so we're now going to go. We've closed debate. We're going to go to the main motion under Article 16C. We can clear the speakers from the speakers queue. We're going to go right to the main motion and vote it, since we are no longer going to have debate. There, up on the screen, is the vote opportunity for the motion, the timer, and you can go ahead and vote now. You're voting on Article 16C. It is a majority vote, and it is on the annual budget. And thereafter, absent any procedural motions, we will go to Article 17. Town meeting has been in session since 8 a.m. this morning, and we're continuing now with this vote, which has ended. The polls have closed. The vote is as follows. 104 say yes, 5 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. It's not close. So I'm going to continue with procedural motions. I have 2. I'm going to take the first one, which is Precinct 14, Amy Little Hine, and we're going to bring her in. She's going to make a procedural motion. Let's also bring in Precinct 4, Charles Vautrin, who also has a procedural motion. And let's begin with Amy Littleheim.
They're
Good
trying to
afternoon.
rush through this.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to
No,
adjourn.
it's very close. My vote didn't
It
get
is
counted
debatable.
for
I'm going to
adjourning.
see if anybody
I
else
didn't get the vote
wants
screen
to
again, and
debate
I've been trying to
and
get in.
perhaps call in Mr. Votrain. Mr. Votrain, Amy Hind, anything else you want to say in support of the motion to adjourn? No, okay.
No, I don't.
Mr. Votrain,
Okay.
did you care to be heard?
Yes, I'm here. Actually, that lady said it ahead of me. I'm making a motion to adjourn.
All right, so you speaking in support of it. Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to adjourn? Until 6 p.m. on Monday by remote participation. And we're going to continue now with the vote on the motion to adjourn. I've lost track of how many times we've had the motion, but we'll do it again. And it is a majority vote. And so we're going to have a new ballot. That was the last results. And at this time, you're going to have a timer that's going to be added to it. And we can begin voting now. We're voting on whether to adjourn till Monday at 6 p.m. Town meeting has the opportunity at any time to make such procedural motions which take precedent and priority over the substantive main motions. They've continued voting again on a motion to adjourn. The polls have closed, and we'll now see the results. 52 say yes, 56 say no, 2 abstentions. It does not carry, and I don't have to break a tie. So we're going to continue. Article 17. Mr. Canty moves that the town vote to amend its zoning bylaws by repealing the existing section 203-3 signs and replacing it with a new section 203-3 signs, which include amended sections as follows. And you have the text in front of you. It's in accordance with the final report of the planning board on the proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw. Kevin Canty is chair of the advisory and finance committee. Mr. Canty.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 17. Approval of this article will amend the zoning bylaws by repealing the existing section 203-3 signs and replace it with a new section, also entitled section 203-3 signs. The full text of this amendment is on the town's website per the materials.
Thank you. And it's a 2/3 vote. I don't see anyone in the speaker's queue. We can remove Mr. Votrain. That was with respect to the prior motion. And so we're going to go right to voting on Article 17. Let's bring up the ballot, bring up the timer, and let's let town meeting members vote. There's the timer. We can begin voting now. You're voting on Article 17. It's a 2/3 vote. And town meeting has continued through the annual town meeting warrant. And after this, we have 3 remaining articles to come before town meeting, either tonight or on Monday. We're currently moving forward, and town meeting has completed its vote, and the polling is closed. 103 yes, no 4, 2 abstentions. It carries by more than 2/3. And so as we scroll through, I'm going to read into the record Article 18, which is Planning and Permitting Long Beach Pier. Mr. Canty moves the town vote to appropriate the sum of $68,000 for the payment of engineering and permitting costs for the rehabilitation and/or replacement and construction of a pier, seasonal gangway with support lift and associated float located on the northwest side of Plymouth Long Beach to provide recreational opportunities for the public, including increased boat access and fishing access, or take any other action relative thereto. Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee.
In a vote of 10-2 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 18. Approval of this article will support the planning and permitting costs for the construction of a pier, seasonal gangway with support lift and associated float to provide recreational opportunities for the public, to include increased boat and fishing access to the northwest side of Plymouth Long Beach that otherwise isn't easily available and accessible.
Thank you, Kevin Canty, Chair of the Advisory and Finance Committee. This is the first of 3 petitioned articles. Petitioner presentations can be up to 15 minutes. We welcome back William Abbott, who is Precinct 12 and also the petitioner in this article. Welcome, Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Do you also have an amendment that's going to be on the floor on this article?
I do have an amendment, and I'll put that forward now so that we can consider it when we discuss. It's a motion to amend the main motion. Charles Votrain, Precinct 4, moves the town vote to decrease Article 18 by $32,500. Mr. Abbott, if you wish to speak to the motion to amend as well as the main motion, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I've always been a great fan of Long Beach, this beautiful beach, 3 miles long, looking so close to all of us, yet by access, very difficult to get to, barely accessible, and only to a small number of our townspeople who have the 4-wheel, 4x4 drive vehicle. I've always thought there should be a way to improve the access so that everybody could enjoy it, not just the 4x4 vehicle owners, with a high clearance that could make this rocky trail, the bumpity bump to get out the Jeep trail to the beach. I thought a boat shuttle might play the role here. And I became aware that there had been a simple project proposed last year for just that. Unfortunately, the project never made it to last October's town meeting. We never got a chance to debate it, and we never had a chance to vote on it. So the petitioners decided to resurrect this project and sponsor it again in this town meeting so that ordinary folks get to Long Beach by boat if necessary. And this is just would be the first phase of the project to see whether or not it is feasible. Now, Article 18 originally asked for $68,000 to come out of the environmental fund, the fund already established from prior paid fees, not coming out of the taxpayer general fund. To fund the first step, which is planning and permitting of a pier and a gangway on a property owned by the town on the harbor side of the northwest side of the harbor side of Long Beach. Previously had on it a cottage, subsequently demolished, and dilapidated old pilings on a section of the harbor shore before you come to the crossover. I have one slide, Mr. Moderator, just to show you where this is. So you see on that slide, the little yellow thumbtack is where the pier would be extended towards the harbor. And those are the pilings, the old pilings that were there previously. There's about 100 feet of pilings that extend out from the shore. To the right of the pilings is a square sandy area where the cottage used to be. And some folks were concerned about storms and what would happen if it rained. Well, this would be a perfect place if we decided in the next phase to put in a beach shelter, 3 sides open, no foundation, simply to shelter the people from a rainstorm that suddenly came up. To get out to the beach, you just proceed out to the right across Ryder Way, and then go down Ryder Way a short distance, and you'll see there's already a bump out towards the ocean, towards the beach. It's already marked by rocks, and you can get through there very easily to this part of the beach, which is very little used, this pristine part of Long Beach. So people coming by boat, whether they be Plymouth residents or tourists, but have a very easy access off the boat, down the path, and across to the beach where they could enjoy it. I've heard questions about the tidal impacts about this particular location. And that's something that's certainly going to be decided when the permitting is done, because the permitting will determine exactly how far out the pier can be extended to whether it can reach a level of a particular area where there would not be a tidal impact. If it can go out far enough, this will operate quite nicely. And this is what the first phase will determine once and for all, whether the tidal impacts prevent a pier there from being feasible. The next point, which is interesting, is that remember, the first phase is just the concept and the engineering design. But also, when we originally petitioned it, it had money in there for construction documents out to bid. And then it would stop. And then the next phase would be the actual funding of the construction. It was proposed in one of the caucuses, I think it was the Precinct 4 caucus, that the money for the actual construction documents would maybe not need be expended in the first phase and move that to the second phase. So that's the $32,500 amendment that Mr. Vautrain has proposed, and we've discussed it among the petitioners. We support that amendment. We would actually deduct that amount of money, $32,500, from the $68,000. So that money could be set aside and not spent until we determine that the pier itself is feasible, given the tidal impacts and those considerations. So we would basically be able to save that money and not be spending it unless it was feasible. But if, on the other hand, the pier is feasible, we would go forward with the actual, in the next phase, to take the town meeting would be the construction documents and the funding of the construction. The funding, I'm told, would be somewhere $300,000, $400,000 in that neighborhood. But I also have been told that grant monies might be readily accessible because this is developing Plymouth Harbor for its residents. There've been a lot of plans about Plymouth Harbor. It's very little used, though, to benefit, particularly the access to the beach part of the harbor, benefit the residents of Plymouth or tourists. During the second phase, after it's determined it's feasible, the operating program would be determined, how it would work with the beach sticker people, where parking would be, and by the way, a boat would be able to reach the cordage about as easy it would be to reach the downtown harbor front. And the cordage has considerable parking. So I think there's parking available on the shore side, certainly to accommodate folks that want to take the boat. So this is a project, which I just want to make one final point. We heard just a few days ago about a $25 million project to rebuild the revetment along Long Beach on the ocean side. $25 million to spend on the beach, to be sure the beach stays there. Well, it seems to me that, this very modest sum of money coming out of the environmental fund just to see whether we can make the beach accessible to all the rest of us that don't have four-wheel drive vehicles is an expenditure for quality of life in Plymouth as an additional amenity to its people that we can well afford. And it's not coming out of the taxpayers. So I'm asking you to support this project. It could be a fantastic tourist draw. It's a step forward to how to make life more enjoyable for folks in Plymouth at a very modest cost, not coming out of the taxpayers' fund. And I think this is the time to see whether or not it's feasible. So please support Article 18, which is the first step in this project. Thank you.
Thank you, William Abbott, the petitioner for Article 18, Planning and Permitting Long Beach Pier. We're going to move to Precinct 14, Christopher Houle, who moves to close debate. It would be a motion to close debate on Mr. Vautrain's motion to amend to decrease by $32,500. And it is not debatable. We'll show the speaker's queue, and the speaker's queue includes town meeting members Vautrain, Russell, Neville, Hutchinson, Leary, Mayo, and Costello. So on the motion to close debate, on the motion to amend, it is not debatable. And at this time, we'll call the ballot up on the screen with the timer, and town meeting members will have an opportunity to vote whether to close debate on the motion to amend under Article 18. We'll bring up the ballot, we'll bring up the timer, and then town meeting members can vote, and it's a vote as to whether to close debate on the motion to amend under Article 18. So let's bring up the ballot from OTI that is supporting us. It's a ballot to close debate. And town meeting members will have an opportunity to decide whether to continue to debate the motion to amend. There's the timer, and you can begin voting as the timer moves now. You're voting on whether to close debate on the motion to amend the main motion, which was to decrease Article 18 by $32,500. Motion to close debate is not debatable. It is a procedural tool available to town meeting members when they think they've heard enough. The voting has ended. We're now going to continue and see 77 say no, yes, 34 say no, 0 abstentions. It carries. We've closed debate. We're now going to vote on the motion to amend. The motion to amend on Article 18 is to decrease by 32,500. So as we scroll through the precincts on the previous motion to close debate, we'll let town meeting members see whether or not their vote was properly recorded. And we're now going to continue on the main motion, which was not close. So it's on the Planning and Permitting Long Beach Pier motion to amend. We're going to call up a ballot on a motion to amend under Article 18. After we scroll through these precincts, town meeting is in its evening session. We began at 8 a.m. this morning. We are now continuing into the evening as we debate the articles on the town meeting warrant. We've moved to close debate under Article 18's motion to amend. We're now going to vote on a motion to amend, and that is before you with the timer, and we're now going to vote on it. Vote now. You're voting on whether to amend Article 18 to decrease by 32,500. We will then, depending on whether or not we have any more procedural motions, we will then go back to debating Article 18, which is planning and permitting for Long Beach Pier. The town meeting members have voted. 66 say yes, 43 say no, 2 abstentions. The motion carries. Therefore, the main motion as amended would be to appropriate not 68,000, but to appropriate 35,500. That is now the main motion as amended, and we will continue to debate. But first, before we continue, I'm going to bring back in Christopher Houle and ask Mr. Houle if you have an additional motion that you wish to present to town meeting. Christopher Houle is a town meeting member who made the procedural motion. Mr. Houle, if you could address town meeting as I go back to the speaker's queue. Do you have another motion to make before town meeting at this time? If I don't see Christopher Houle momentarily, I'm going to move to my speakers list. And he's coming in. Christopher Houle, do you care to be heard procedurally?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Move the question.
Moves the question. That's a motion to close debate. I also have that motion from Thomas Kelly, but I'm going to go with Christopher Houle. And the speaker's queue has the following town meeting members: Votrain, Russell, Neville, Hutchinson, Leary, and Mayo. We're now going to move forward on closing debate. It's a 2/3 vote on the main motion as amended, and we're going to call that up on the screen. And town meeting will have an opportunity to decide whether to close debate on Article 18 or, in the alternative, whether to continue to debate it. There's the motion. We're going to see the time is there, and you can now vote on whether to close debate on Article 18 as amended. Please vote. The timer is moving. This is a 2/3 vote on whether to close debate under Article 18. We're going to keep the speakers up on the screen for now, depending on the results of this motion. And the voting has ended. The polls have closed. We'll see what the results are. And 80 say yes, close debate. 36 says no, keep talking. 0 abstentions. The motion carries. So we're going to close debate. We're going to vote on Article 18 as amended once we scroll through the precincts. Town meeting members can determine whether or not their vote was properly recorded. And then we're going to vote on the main motion as amended. That will come up on your screen next after we go through the precincts on the procedural motion to close debate. That motion passed 80 to 36. We have all the precincts now being shown. So next, we're going to vote on the main motion as amended under Article 18. And then we will continue, absent any other procedural motions. And I do have one procedural motion I believe that I'll be receiving. I'm waiting for the maker of the motion. I understand it's a motion to reconsider. I need a town meeting member who voted on the prevailing side on the motion to reconsider a previous article. But further, we're now waiting for the poll results on this as the ballot for Article 18, which was planning and permitting Long Beach Pier. Town meeting members voted to close debate, and now we're going to go to the main motion under Article 18, planning and permitting Long Beach Pier. This is going to be a majority vote, and there's the timer. You can begin voting now. You're voting on whether or not to approve the motion as amended for $35,500. Town meeting members have an opportunity to decide whether to move forward with this petitioned article, Article 18. The voting is over. The polls have closed. Town meeting members will now see the results. 81 say yes, 37 say no, 1 abstention, and it carries. And we will now scroll through the precincts. And as we do, I see Precinct 5, Stephen Stryer, has a procedural motion. Let's bring in Stephen Stryer, town meeting member from Precinct 5. And Mr. Stryer will ask you, what is your procedural motion to come before town meeting at this time? Welcome back, Stephen Stryer. Good evening.
Good evening. I move that the town meeting adjourn.
Thank you. Do you care to be heard on your motion to adjourn?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So I've been watching over the last 5 or so articles, and town meeting members appear to be very quick on ending debate, ending discussion, and I think that is a direct result of the time, it being 5:30 at night. And I don't think some of these issues are being heard, or some of the people who want to speak are not being heard. They may have something to add, and if so, I would like to suggest that so that we can get back to having a reasonable debate about some of these issues, we adjourn until Monday. Thank you.
When we're adjourning until? We'll be adjourning until Monday at 6 p.m. Any further discussion on the motion to adjourn? I see I have a number of people in the speakers queue that I believe wanted to speak on Article 18. So first I'm going to go to a point of order for Margaret Cohen, and then I'm only going to take people who put themselves after the motion. So we're going to begin with Margaret Cohen, point of order, and then we'll go to Dale Weber. Margaret Cohen. Precinct 3 on your point of order to interrupt the meeting on Mr. Stryer's procedural motion to adjourn. Good evening, Margaret Cohen. She'll be followed by Dale Weber, who was asked to speak on the motion. So, Margaret Cohen.
Mr. Moderator, can you hear me now? It's Margaret Cohen.
I can hear you, yes.
I voted on the prevailing side, and I would like to reconsider 9B2.
Thank you.
As the finance department has.
Thank you. We're not going to, I'm going to hold that, and I will accept it.
Discovered language in the motion that needs to be corrected.
I'm not going to interrupt this motion. However, I will accept your motion to reconsider 9B2 either after the motion to adjourn if it fails, or I will be the first order of business on Monday evening, depending on that vote. Thank you. Mr. Weber, do you wish to speak on the motion to adjourn? Go ahead.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dale Weber, Precinct 3. To Mr. Stryer's comment, I would just respond that we've all heard the concerns of our residents, and the bottom line that I would the voting against Mr. Stry's motion is the fact that it's going to cost us money to come back again Monday evening at 6 p.m. to pay OTI a certain amount of money to come here and record what looks like, 1.5, maybe 2 motions here. And if we're going to be frugal, let's continue and let's take the time we need to wrap this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. I have Precinct 11, David Drain, moves to close debate. However, I don't see any other speakers on the motion to adjourn. So absent any speakers on the motion to adjourn, we don't have to vote to close debate. We'll go right to the motion to adjourn. So let's call up that on the screen. It's a motion to adjourn, and it is a majority vote. And we'll ask town meeting members whether or not they wish to adjourn to Monday at 6 o'clock or whether they wish to continue. Town meeting has the right to decide whether they wish to continue or whether they wish to adjourn. There's the timer. You can vote now. You're voting on whether to adjourn or whether to continue. You'd adjourn to Monday at 6, or you would continue, and we would move to Ms. Cohen's motion to reconsider 9B2, followed by the motions for Articles 19 and 20. The time has ended. 40 say adjourn, 70 say no, 1 abstention. The motion does not carry. Town meeting will continue. And while we scroll through the precincts, let's bring back in Margaret Cohen. Margaret, I see you on the screen. Please make your motion to reconsider. And first, did you vote on the prevailing side under that article?
I did.
And it was Article 9B2. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you wish to?
Yes, it is.
Do you wish to speak in support of the article, the motion to reconsider?
I think it's important that if we need to make any correction,
Thank you. And I'm now going to go to Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance.
we take care of it now.
Thank you, Margaret Cohen. Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance. Good evening.
Yes, thank you, moderator. It was after the vote of Article 9B2 when I noticed a small correction that needs to be made to the language of that article. The intent of this article is for engineering and construction of Court and Cherry Street, not just engineering. So we need to add language after to pay costs of engineering and construction in connection with the traffic signal improvements at Court and Cherry Street. So if town meeting could please add that language in, we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion to reconsider. I do see someone wants to make another procedural motion. I'm not going to layer another motion on the motion to reconsider. Rather, we'll take that first, and then I'll go to the procedural motion. So any more debate or discussion on the motion to reconsider Article 9B2, it is a majority vote. We have the mover from the prevailing side. And if there is no other discussion, we're going to move to the ballot on whether to reconsider Article 9B2. The motion, the ballot is going to be shown to you, and then you'll have an opportunity with the timer to be able to vote whether to reconsider 9B2 motion. We're going to bring that up on the screen as either, there it is, reconsider Article 9B2. There's the timer. When it moves, you can vote now. You're voting on whether to reconsider Article 9B2. Again, a yes vote will reconsider, a no will not. You've heard the discussion. As for the reasons to reconsider, it'll be up to town meeting as to whether to reconsider Article 9B2. The voting has ended. Town meeting members now will see the results. 73 say yes, 34 no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We are now reconsidering Article 9B2. As we scroll through, I'm now going to call on Precinct 10, Brendan Brady. Brendan Brady wishes to make a procedural motion. Mr. Brady, what is your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just actually wanted to make a motion to recess I think Mr. Weber has a good point that it makes sense to continue with the meeting, but maybe it would be good to take some time to collect our thoughts, get something to eat, and refocus before we just try to plow through these last few articles.
I'm not going to accept that. I would determine as moderator whether to recess the town meeting, and I've just accepted the motion to reconsider, and therefore is not a motion to recess. It's either a motion to adjourn or dissolve, and we're going to just continue at this time. But thank you for your interest. And now, is there a town meeting member who wishes to amend the main motion on Article 9B2, or Mr. Canty? Why don't I go to you to ask whether or not you wish to move to amend your main motion?
I would make said motion to amend, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. So Mr. Canty moves to amend, and we have an amendment which includes, I believe, the words construction. So it'll be engineering and construction, not just engineering. So that's the change. Any further discussion on whether to amend the main motion? Actually, Mr. Canty, you're the maker of the motion. So do you now want to change, or do you think we need to do the motion to amend? I think you do. Yeah, okay. We'll move to amend since it was voted previously. So that's a motion to amend. And any further discussion? If not, we're going to vote on whether to amend the main motion that was previously voted with Mr. Canty's new motion to amend to add and construction. Let's call up the motion to amend so we can vote it. There's the timer. And when the timer moves, you can vote. You're voting on whether to move to amend to add the words and construction as requested by Lynn Barrett, Director of Finance, in order to make sure that this motion is voted in accordance with what would be required for the borrowing for the town. It now concludes the voting. We're going to see the polls have closed. 102 say yes, 6 say no, 1 abstention. The motion carries. We'll scroll through the precincts on the motion to amend, but we're now going to move to the main motion as amended. Is there anyone that cares to be heard on the main motion to be amended? If not, we're going to move, once we go through the precincts on the motion to amend, we're going to go straight to the main motion as amended on Article 9B2, and we will vote it. Let's call that up on the screen. It's a ballot. Town meeting members will then have a chance to vote. 9B2 as amended. Let's see the timer. Let's move it, and you can vote now. You're voting on 9B2 as amended, adding the words and construction. Town meeting members are voting this evening on Article 9B2, Court Street and Cherry Street Traffic Signal Improvement Engineering, on a motion, a main motion as amended. We've completed the voting, and now we're going to go and see the results. 94 say yes, 20 say no, 0 abstentions. It carries by more than 2/3, and therefore the motion carries. And while we look through the precincts, we're going to go to Article 19. Mr. Canty moves. The town votes to provide town staff support and appropriate the sum of $1,500,000 to pay the costs of coordinating with the Mass Department of Transportation, MassDOT, for the design and construction of ADA compliant sidewalks along Route 80 Plimpton Road, and for the payment of all costs incidental or related thereto, and that to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, or pursuant to any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Mr. Canty, on your motion, good evening.
In a unanimous vote of 11-0 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 19. Approval of this article will allow the town of Plymouth to coordinate with the Massachusetts Department of Transportation for the design and construction of ADA compliant sidewalks along Route 80, otherwise known as Plimpton Road, between Commerce Way and Kristen Road, and provide safe passage for students, pedestrians, and bicyclists along this section of Route 80.
Thank you. It's a petitioned article. We're going to begin with a petitioner presentation from Judith Barber, and she is from the West Plymouth Steering Committee. Good evening, Ms. Barber.
Yes. 2 years ago, we had an article before this town meeting, sponsored by the DPW, to put sidewalks along Route 80 all the way from Samoset Street down to the Kingston Town line. That project did receive a majority vote, but it did not receive the 2/3 vote. So after that time, we approached the DPW, including their engineering group and the planning board, and the West Plymouth Steering Committee worked with them to rescope the project. And essentially, we scaled it down to a much shorter area, a little over a half a mile in the high intensity area. There's several benefits that would be really achieved by this article. First of all, it would allow school children and other pedestrians and cyclists safe access to the school and to travel along Route 80. Route 80 is a very dangerous road. The cars speed, there is heavy traffic, and it's just a disaster that's waiting to happen. There's several things to consider about this project. First of all, there has been tremendous growth in West Plymouth over the last 5 years, the last 10 and 15 years. Our predecessors on the West Plymouth Steering Committee have tried to get sidewalks in as long as 15 years ago, and even 20 and 30 years ago, but it has not happened. And this is a heavily traveled road with incredible growth that is still continuing. And another major issue to consider is the basic roadway structure, that Commerce Way is the main roadway that empties onto Route 90 and Carver Road. So all the traffic is funneled in this area. The project has received unanimous support from the Select Board, the Planning Board, Advisory and Finance, also from the Chief of the Police and the Principal of the West Elementary School, as well as the residential projects within the area. And we now seek your support. Thank you.
I have a motion to close debate. Precinct 2, Thomas Printo moves to close debate. In the speaker's queue, I have Christopher Merrill, also Brigitte Keene, Vice Chair of the Planning Board, and Bill Arienti, Precinct 6 Town Meeting Member. We're now going to also Maureen Renault, Precinct 6. We're now going to go to the motion to close debate. It's not debatable, and let's call it up on the screen. It's a 2/3 vote as to whether to close debate on the main motion under Article 19. The ballot will be before you. We'll add the timer. You'll be able to vote. Town meeting is experienced now on motions to close debate. They decide the length of the debate of the motions under the various articles at town meeting. We're going to call up the ballot. We'll put it on the screen. It's a motion to close debate. We're going to look at the motion. There it is. We're going to add the timer, and then we're going to start voting as the timer moves. You can vote now. You're voting on whether to close debate on the main motion under Article 19. Town meeting members can vote. A 2/3 vote will end the debate, and we'll go to the main motion. If it is not 2/3, we'll continue to debate Article 19, Plimpton Road ADA compliance standards. The voting has ended. The polls have closed. 75 say end debate. 39 say no. It does not carry. We're going to scroll through the precincts. You can see how you voted. But in the meantime, I'm going to begin with Precinct 6, Maureen Renault, followed by Precinct 6, William Arienti. So Maureen Renault, if you want to begin to speak, and good evening. Maureen Renault, Precinct 6. You're welcome to speak on the motion under Article 19.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Just briefly, I live on Beaver Dam Road, and there's no sidewalks there. It's a blind curve, but my son gets to get on the school bus. The kids in that neighborhood don't get to get on a school bus. And so when I drive up Route 80, I think, you know, I would never want my child to have to walk to school on the side of that road. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Precinct 6, William Arienti, followed by Brigida Keene, Vice Chair, Planning Board. William Arienti, good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I've had the pleasure of speaking with Judy Barber, the maker of the article regarding this proposal. I wholeheartedly support and will be voting in favor of the article. However, there are a couple of questions that I believe need to be discussed regarding this article. Number one, since Plimpton Road, Route 80, is a state road, does the state have not only some input into the planning of the sidewalks, but some responsibility in sharing the cost of the project? The possibility of our state legislative delegation filing a bill for the state to pay for this installation would probably be in order. Second, once the sidewalks are installed, is it the state or the town who is responsible for snow removal? If it's the town's responsibility with the sidewalk leading to a school, we will have to develop some labor and equipment arrangements to clear the sidewalks in a way that would allow for a timely passage of the students. Third, the issue should have been discussed when any one of the three malls, Cranberry Crescent, West Plymouth Square, or Colony Place, were being presented. No matter what anyone says, figures show that Plymouth has been and continues to be very friendly to businesses. Numerous town boards and departments should have considered the effect that the building of these commercial enterprises would have had on the existing neighboring communities, and have the developers address the necessities to mitigate these conditions prior to their being built. In addition, there are currently more development proposals being planned in the area that may be able to help defray some of the cost to the residents of Plymouth. The good thing about this coming before town meeting now is that if it passes with the appropriation, we can then work on the questions above after its passage. And if the efforts are successful, we may be able to turn around and get some of the money that's outlaid back to the town for this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we can go to Town Hall, to the Great Hall, to see if Jonathan Beater is at the podium. He is the Director of the Department of Public Works. Good evening, Mr. Beater.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. There were multiple questions here, so I'll do my best to kind of touch on each piece. All great questions. I think over the past couple of weeks, all of us have seen those kind of come by through some email in some way or shape. But as far as Mass DOT or the state, they have full jurisdiction over that roadway. We have not discussed permitting the project yet. We would need to design the sidewalks, which we're looking at the west side of Route 80, and then we'd meet with them to talk about, responsibility. The state has not ponied up any dollars at this time to cover the construction costs. We did meet with them several years ago. I did raise the question of them kind of resurfacing, constructing sidewalks, and then the town taking ownership. That never really went anywhere. In 2019, I believe we applied for a Safe Routes to School grant, and that was one way the state could kind of help the town out in terms of installation, and that really didn't go anywhere due to, it was a very competitive grant round, especially with the West School right there. But again, in terms of responsibility, the reason why it is a citizen's petition is because, again, it is state highway. As far as plowing goes, I think that would be discussed with Mass DOT when we brought the plans forward. I can tell you right now that the DPW is not equipped to plow that section of road at this time. I was here when Cranberry Crescent was permitted. There was a lot of discussion with the zoning board as far as sidewalks goes, and part of their permitting process did require sidewalk installation around the site itself. There was some discussion about extending sidewalks up to the West Elementary School, but that never happened. There is language in the article that would allow for us to reduce the overall borrow or request if we do obtain any grants in the future, and we will continue to do that. If town meeting, votes favorably and appropriates the money. There's a number of different types of grants. We're still kind of waiting on the infrastructure money in terms of what those constraints may or may not be. I know there's been discussion of MassWorks grants. The only concern I have with MassWorks is there has to be a housing and economic component. I'm not sure how that would work on Route 80, but we will kind of keep that in mind as we move forward. I believe that answered all the questions of the previous speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Ariente, any more questions?
Yes, the one other question was, would we be able to look at or ask future developers, people who are now in the process of looking to build in that area, whether it be industrial, commercial, or planned unit development, if they could basically mitigate the cost by helping out with the cost of these sidewalks? It's a price of doing business. They're getting business from our taxpayers. They should be helping our taxpayers get to them as well. It shouldn't be on the backs of the taxpayers to put sidewalks in.
And is that a comment or a question, Mr. Ariente?
Both.
Anyone care to respond?
Let's go with a question.
Thank you. We'll go back to Town Hall, to the Great Hall, and at the podium we have Mr. Beater, Jonathan Beater, Director of Public Works. Continue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. It's a great question. Every single development project that comes to Plymouth, we sit down and we review the projects and we do address mitigation. And usually it covers water, sewer, municipal infrastructure. But when it comes to traffic, we do look at sidewalks, we do look at roadways. So to answer the question briefly, yes, we always will look at mitigation. And if we can address public safety issues, we will do that. And again, when it comes to the sidewalks in Route 80, if there's any, potential project, future project, we will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Benjamin Jesse, Precinct 11, who moves to close debate. It is not debatable. Looking at the speakers queue, in addition to Brigida Keene, Vice Chair of the Planning Board, we have Dale Weber, Lawrence Delafield, and possibly Christopher Merrill. So in the speakers queue, we're now going to go to vote as to whether or not to close debate on Article 19. It is a procedural question. It's a 2/3 vote, and we're now going to vote on whether to close debate. There it is, the ballot. There's the time. When the clock moves, you're going to vote. You're voting now. You're voting whether to close debate on Article 19. It's a 2/3 vote. Town meeting members have been continuing with the annual town meeting warrant, and when we complete the time on this, we'll call the vote, and they'll determine whether or not we move to the main motion. 89 say yes, 24 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. Debate is closed. We can remove the speakers from the speakers queue because we're now, as we finish showing the procedural vote results from town meeting members, once we finish that, we will then go to the main motion under Article 19. It is the main motion for the Plimpton Road ADA compliant sidewalks. It's a 2/3 vote. Let's bring that up on the screen, and we're going to continue with this, and once we have that on the screen, we're going to vote. And it is on the main motion, Article 19. There it is. Add the time there, that timer, and it moves, and we're going to start voting. You're voting on the main motion under Article 19. We will then move to Article 20, which is the last article on the town meeting warrant. We have a main motion. I also have a procedural motion that I've received since the motions were printed, but let's go with the results of Article 19. 96 say yes, 19 no, 0 abstentions. The motion carries. We're now going to move to Article 20, and we'll continue with the debate until approximately 6:19, at which time we will take a recess, since it will have been 2 hours since our last recess, unless we're done before that. Article 20, prohibit fur products. Mr. Candy moves the town vote to amend Chapter 23, Animals, by adding Article 6, Fur Products, Sections 22 to 23, and to 23 to 39 as outlined in Article 20 of the spring annual warrant. And so we're going to bring that up on the screen with Mr. Canty speaking. Good evening, Mr. Canty.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In a vote of 12-1 with no abstentions, the Advisory and Finance Committee recommends town meeting approve Article 20. Approval of this article will prohibit the sale of nearly all fur products in the town of Plymouth, with limited exceptions such as fur used in religious practices, taxidermy products, leather, cowhide, and/or sheepskin, to name a few.
Thank you. And before we hear a petitioner presentation, I have two motions to close debate. The first is from Precinct 14, Christopher Houle. It is a motion to end the discussion on Article 20 and move to vote. In showing the speaker's queue, we have Precinct 12, Betsy Hall, Precinct 4, Jean Patnaud Lane. We also have the petitioner, Lauren Nazarella, for her petitioner presentation, also Richard Barbieri, Catherine Holmes, and residents Alex Bayer, Janelle Clancy, Alish Husband. So, and also Michael Withington on that. So that's your speaker's queue on the motion to close debate. But first, I'm going to go to Stephen Stryer, who has a point of order to interrupt the meeting. Mr. Stryer, on your point of order, please address town meeting at this time. Stephen Stryer is a Precinct 5 town meeting member, and his point of order would interrupt and take priority over the motion to close debate. We want to clarify any question that Mr. Stryer might have. Stephen Stryer, Precinct 5, you can join us now. You can begin speaking. There you are. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I just have a question. I have planned to make a procedural motion, but I'm not sure about the timing of it. It's a motion to postpone.
No.
I don't know
Mr.
if that-
Stryer,
No?
no. The motion to close debate will take precedence over that. So we're going to take that, and then later I can rule on that. Although in town meeting, I'll just, as a teaching moment, tell you I'm not going to accept any motion to postpone. We can't postpone an article and bind a future town meeting. Presumably, unless we have a special before the May election, the next town meeting will be an entirely different group of people. So we're not going to postpone.
Understood.
Thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
And so now we're going to go to the motion to close debate. And let's call that up on the screen. Is a procedural motion. We'll show the ballot. That's the timer. Let's start voting as the clock moves. This is to close debate on Article 20. Town meeting members, it's a 2/3 vote as to whether to close debate. We provided the speaker's queue on this, and if we close debate, we'll go to the vote on the main motion. If not, we'll hear the petitioner's presentation. That ends. We're going to go. The polling ends. We'll see. 65 say yes, 48 say no, 0 abstentions. The motion does not carry. And at this time, we welcome Lauren Nazarella. She is the petitioner. And Ms. Nazarella, good evening, and you have up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lauren Nasrallah. I'm a lifelong resident of Plymouth, and I'm the lead citizen petitioner for Article 20. There are so many beautiful aspects of our great town, including our school system, which helped shape me into the person I am today. I graduated from Plymouth North last June. Now I'm a student at UMass Boston, but Plymouth is still where my family, my friends, and my home are. I wanted to share the following slides with you on the fur industry and why it's important for Plymouth to adopt the fur bylaw. What this bylaw does is prohibit the sale of cruel fur products. If the fur pelts are turned into finished fur products, which are defined as articles of clothing, fashion accessories, or home decor that are made in whole or part of fur. So the bylaw only affects the retail sale of finished fur products. 80 to 90% of retail fur is sourced from Chinese fur farms alone, not from trappers or hunters, and certainly not from local trappers and hunters here in Plymouth. This is why looking at international fur farming is crucial, because it is inextricably linked to retail fur products here in Massachusetts. This bylaw matches Plymouth's high ethical, environmental, and health standards. Listed in Article 20, Section 4 are the exceptions. To be clear, the bylaw does not affect the sale of other animal-derived products, place any restraints on hunting, as it does not affect hunting regulations or the right to sell raw hides. It also does not prohibit the sale of taxidermy or affect used fur sold secondhand, and is not a hindrance to fur used for religious or Native American purposes. This is a picture of an opinion by the Massachusetts State Attorney General's Office released in November of 2021 to Weston, Massachusetts. I would like to point out that Weston and Plymouth are both right to farm communities. The right to farm bylaw restates farm protections that already exist in state law. Weston is a municipality that previously enacted a fur ban as well. And the State Attorney General's Office concluded in 2021 that the fur bylaws are not in conflict with state or local law. Previous fur ban ordinances and their constitutionality still stand. Fur is an extremely unethical product. It comes from tortured and abused animals. Animals that are subjected to this abuse include raccoon dogs, chinchillas, mink, foxes, and rabbits. These animals are killed by the cheapest and most painful means possible, including anal and oral electrocution, gassing, clubbing, and suffocation. This is a picture taken by Joanne MacArthur, a respected independent animal photojournalist, of an emaciated fox in a fur farm. This fox has certainly been killed since, so that someone could turn her skin into the pom-pom on a hat or the trim on a jacket. More than 100 million animals are killed annually just for their fur. 85 to 95% of these animals are raised on fur farms in tiny, filthy cages where they literally lose their minds from confinement. This means that only 5 to 15% of fur products come from trappers and hunters. The Pilgrims did not have fur farms. The first fur farm ever was not until 1866, and that was in Canada. Fur also used to be required to keep people warm, but this is not our case in 2022. This is a picture of standard size cages for white foxes. Living in such conditions results in stereotypic behaviors such as spinning, beating their heads against their cages, self-mutilation, and even cannibalism. The immorality of subjecting innocent animals to this torture, fur fashion statement, is largely the reason why separate polls taken in 2019 demonstrate that over 2/3 of Massachusetts voters support a statewide fur ban. It is also why so many retailers have banned fur from their inventories. To be clear though, the many retailers who have gone fur-free have been strongly influenced by the legislative work being done to ban both fur farming, as in Europe, and fur sales. It is not a coincidence that the largest number of retailers to date banned fur from their inventories only after California passed its statewide fur ban. Legislating fur bans is necessary to continue on the trajectory toward a fur-free world. If this legislation did not matter, the American Fur Council would not have sent town meeting members a threatening email filled with misinformation to try to prevent this vote from even happening. The fur industry is still very much alive. According to 2017 economic census data, Massachusetts ranks the 4th highest for fur sales in the country, and Plymouth is better than to do nothing against such a cruel and abhorrent industry. These are pictures of white mink from the United States Fur Commission, showing that keeping mink in unnatural and extremely tight conditions is standard practice across all countries. According to the American Veterinary Medical Association, the climate change of 1 pound of mink fur is at least 3 times higher than the next highest scoring textile, synthetic or natural, due to the production of animal feed and manure emissions. Plymouth is better than to ignore such facts. Our ban on plastic bags represents that we are a municipality that cares about our ecosystems and protecting species. The raising of animals for their fur poses a health risk to Plymouth, as well as advances the progression and mutations of COVID-19. In 2020, mink on hundreds of fur factory farms internationally and in multiple states across the US tested positive for SARS-CoV-2. Research now shows that farm mink spread mutated viruses to humans, which is the only known animal to human transmission outside the original source. These mutations might reduce the efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines. To protect public health, the Danish government actually decided to kill tens of millions of mink at infected farms during the pandemic. All fur farms affect the world beyond them. We cannot draw a convenient line that treats fur farms as irrelevant or separate from our lives here, because COVID variants started by mink on local fur farms in Northern Europe have now spread to humans across the globe, threatening vaccine efficacy for us all. Christian Drosten, Germany's leading coronavirus expert, has spoken on the role these fur farms have and will continue to play in threatening humans with disease. He states, quote, "The SARS virus is found in civet cats, but also in raccoon dogs, something the media overlooked. Raccoon dogs are a massive industry in China, where they are bred on farms and caught in the wild for their fur. If somebody gave me a few $100,000 and free access to China to find the source of the virus, I would look in places where raccoon dogs are bred," unquote. To clarify, while mink are the only ones that so far have transferred COVID to humans, other animals farmed for their fur, particularly raccoon dogs, have the ability to spread future coronaviruses to humans. Why should Plymouth take action to prohibit the sale of fur? The bylaw, if enacted now, will not affect any known businesses currently in Plymouth. It will also give businesses until May of 2023 to take note of the bylaw. Since inventories are always changing, this is a great preventative measure to take now, while it will come at little to no cost to our town. If we pass this ban on cruel fur products, as the State House News Service put in a recent article, Plymouth will become the most animal-friendly municipality in the state, with our ban on using animals in circuses, our ban on pet mills, and a ban on cruel fur products. Plymouth has set a precedent for being a leader in animal welfare legislation and environmental regulations, and we should continue this work with this bylaw. It only makes sense that our great town would take a stand against killing animals for their fur. The article received almost unanimous support from both the Select Board and Finance and Advisory Committee, and I really hope that you support it too. Thank you all so much for listening and for your thoughtful consideration of this proposed bylaw. And with that, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Lauren Nazarella. And at this time, I'm going to move to Precinct 8, Town Meeting Member Catherine Holmes. Catherine Holmes moves to suspend town meeting rules, specifically the rule that says that town meeting members will speak before calling on residents. Catherine Holmes, do you care to be heard on your motion?
No, I think that there's a lot of residents that I think have been waiting to speak on this, though, so I would like to hear from them before hearing from town meeting members if we could, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a majority vote on whether to suspend town meeting rules to allow residents in the town of Plymouth to speak. We have 3 residents who have requested an opportunity to address a town meeting. And at this time, let's call up the question. It's a motion to suspend town meeting rules. And it is a majority vote, and we'll add the timer. Town meeting members can vote now on whether to suspend the town meeting rule as to speaker priority. You can vote now. It's a majority vote. Town meeting will then continue. And while town meeting is voting, we certainly want to thank everyone for their participation in this town meeting. After this motion, we will then have debate, and thereafter we will then vote on the main motion. That concludes the voting. The polls have closed, and 68 say yes, 39 say no, 4 abstain, and therefore we will call on town residents first. However, prior to that, we have a procedural motion. Precinct 4, Carl Mason moves to close debate. That's a procedural motion, and that takes priority over speakers. So once we go through the cues on the motion to suspend the rules, we will then go to the procedural motion to close debate. We've shown the vote for the motion to suspend the rules. We will now call up a procedural motion to close debate. It is a 2/3 vote. It's a motion to close debate. We'll bring it up on the screen along with a timer, and town meeting can vote whether to close debate on Article 20. And the timer is there. You can begin voting now. You're voting on whether to close debate on Article 20 or whether to continue with the speakers. We will probably, if we continue with the debate, we'll be taking a recess shortly since we'll be coming to the 2-hour time as prescribed by our charter. Town meeting has now voted, and let's see the results of the vote. It is a 2/3 vote, and the vote results are as follows. 54 say close debate, 57 say yes, 54 say yes, 57 say no, 1 abstention. It does not carry. We're going to continue with the debate, and therefore we're now going to call on Brendan Brady, who has a procedural motion. Mr. Brady, what is your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'd actually just like to respectfully request again, since we are 5 minutes out from your anticipated recess, that we take that recess before we start getting into the debate and hearing from residents on this item so that we have continuity on the article. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. It's not a motion and is certainly within my authority to determine the recess, but I agree with you. This town meeting will be in recess for 5 minutes at 6:15. Thank you. Yes, good evening and welcome back. We want to welcome everybody back to this evening session of Plymouth's annual town meeting. We began today, April 2nd at 8 a.m. in the morning, and we're now moving in beyond our 10th hour. For Article 20, we have a number of resident speakers who have asked to be heard. I'm going to begin in the order in which I received the requests. We're going to begin with Alex Bayer, followed by Janelle Clancy. Each speaker has up to 3 minutes, followed by Alish Husband. Mr. Bayer, good evening.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Alex Bayer. I'm a college student, Plymouth North graduate, and a resident of Newfield Street in Central Plymouth. And I would like to speak in support of Article 20. As you know, there has been much discussion about this article on both sides. There have been opponents who have completely misconstrued the article, not to mention the fact that many of these same opponents represent organizations or interests not even based in Plymouth, like the Rutland, Barnstable, and Carver-based hunting groups and special interest groups from DC. We should not let outside interests bully our democratic process. The fact is, this article does not conflict with any laws or traditions. It is a measure to better Plymouth as a family-friendly and animal-friendly town. It will proactively lessen the demand for cruel fur products, which pose a public health risk to our town while being very harmful to the environment. We have made immense progress in this town regarding animal welfare, specifically banning animal circuses and puppy mills. Thus, it comes down to a question of ethics and looking in your conscience for the answer. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the Golden Rule. It's one of the first moral guidelines we learn as kids. When we support fur products, we are supporting abuse upon animals so drastic that we couldn't even put it on our worst enemy. Think anal electrocution, being skinned alive, and bludgeoning to death. The Golden Rule becomes the bloody red rule when it comes to these commercially farmed fur animals. Will we continue to allow the possibility of these horrifically cruel products to be sold in our town, or will we defend our high standards? Will we join a movement that helps humans as well as animals, whose only mistake was being born in a species destined for egotistical fashion products? I ask our town meeting members here today to move past the opposition noise and think with your heart. I urge you to support the fight for animals who cannot fight for themselves. Please vote yes on Article 20. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next move to Janelle Clancy, followed by Alish Husband.
Hi, everyone. My name is Janelle Clancy, and I'm a current resident of Plymouth. I've lived in Plymouth for my whole life, so this bylaw is very relevant and important to me. I'm in support of this fur ban bylaw because it is a simple measure that will lessen our impact on the environment and protect our animals. The uses for fur today are primarily decorational and minuscule, and banning them would not pose any inconvenience to customers and employers who can sell improved products and merchandise that will be fur-free. Additionally, this bylaw is a preventative measure for any future sales of fur in Plymouth, which makes it one of the easiest steps we can take as a town to move against fur. Rather than disrupting the current order of what is bought and sold in Plymouth, this bylaw would be a simple change that respects employers' religious, cultural, and other personal needs. And by passing this bylaw, I think it is important to further the values of what Plymouth has and should stand for. So I'm in full support of this bylaw, and I hope you are as well.
Thank you, Janelle Clancy, resident, followed by Alish Husband, who is a resident, to be followed by Betsy Hall, Precinct 12. Alish Husband.
Thank you. So I'm Alish Husband. I'm a lifelong Plymouth resident. I graduated from Plymouth North. I'm a college student about to graduate from college. So as someone who is against any unnecessary cruelty to animals, this bylaw is great to enact in our town. I believe in our town to do the right thing, as we already have a ban on puppy mills and using animals in circuses. Stopping the sale of fur and switching to different materials has proven to be better for the environment, and we are running out of time to help the environment. I believe in my hometown that I love to be a leader for the environment and the animals. So please vote yes on Article 20. Thank you.
And that is Alish Husband. And I do have a procedural motion to close debate. Precinct 2, Thomas Pinto. We also have a second one, but we'll go with Precinct 2, Thomas Pinto. Motion to close debate. In the speaker's queue, I would tell you we have Betsy Hall, Richard Barberi, Catherine Holmes, Michael Withington, Stephen Stryer as people who have wished to be heard on this. We're now going to go to the motion to close debate. It's not debatable. It is a procedural motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. Town meeting will decide whether or not to close debate or continue on Article 20. It is up on the screen. There's the timer. You're going to begin voting now whether to close debate. While we do that, I would like to thank Assistant Town Moderator Nicole Manfredi and her team helping us with the technology throughout town meeting. Also Town Council Mark Rich, our acting town clerk Lawrence Pizer, who's been joined by acting town clerk Anna Mesner throughout this town meeting. We're now going to go to the vote on whether to close debate. The polls have closed. The vote is 60 say yes, 41 say no, 0 abstentions. It does not pass, and therefore we're going to continue with the debate. And while we scroll through the precincts, we're going to continue with Betsy Hall, Precinct 12, followed by Richard Barberi, Precinct 3. Good evening, Betsy Hall.
Hi, Steve. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
I commend Lauren for bringing this issue to our attention. She obviously has a passion for the humane treatment of animals. Yesterday, I sent a list of fur-free retailers and designers to all town meeting members. I sent this list as my time to speak in town meeting is limited. I sent it with no comment or debate in order to maintain transparency. When I first read the list of fur-free retailers and designers, I was delighted, as I am against animal cruelty of any kind. And I felt puzzled. Why have we as town meeting members been through so much drama, gory details, and gruesome pictures when, in fact, the fur industry in America is coming to an end? I also wondered why this information was omitted from the presentation by the petitioner. I asked the petitioner if she were aware that most fur retailers and designers had already declared that they were ending the use of fur. She said yes, and that she, in fact, had worked on campaigns with some of these companies. This means that she decided to omit this information when speaking with town meeting members, but I don't know why. I think that this information about the fact that fur sales are already ending in the U.S. is a very important consideration as we deliberate this article. Article 20 is an empty gesture that has no meaning. One of the reasons given for this article is that a yes vote on this article would prove Plymouth's high ethical standards. Plymouth does not need to prove anything to anyone. We have 3 animal control officers and a well-supported animal shelter. It also states that this is a preventative measure. A yes vote on this article will not prevent anything. In fact, the sale of fur is ending due to public opinion and public awareness, causing most retailers and designers to voluntarily end fur sales from their companies. It is just a matter of time when the few remaining fur retailers also end fur sales. The motion states that eliminating the sale of fur products in the town of Plymouth will decrease the demand for fur products. There is no evidence that this is true. This is rhetoric. It also states that eliminating the sale of fur products will promote a more humane environment in the town and enhance the reputation of Plymouth. This does not make any sense, as there is no fur for sale in Plymouth at the time. This is just more empty rhetoric. The motion, however, is not just empty, it is also harmful. Several of my neighbors have expressed outrage and disgust about this article. Others have said that this article is overreach. Some have referred to more nanny government. Any article in town meeting that results in anger and division among our residents should have real substance. We
Up,
as
Betsy
residents
Hall.
will not always agree,
Your time
but
is
our
up.
discussion should revolve around real issues. This article offers no real substance. Most U.S. retailers and designers have already stopped selling fur or intend to do so by the end of this year. I encourage you to vote no on Article 20. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Betsy Hall. We're going to continue with Richard Barbieri, followed by Christine Pratt, Precinct 1. Richard Barbieri, Precinct 3. Good evening. We're debating Article 20. Mr. Barbieri. To be followed by Precinct 1, Christine Pratt. If we can bring Christine Pratt in as well for them to speak on Article 20. Richard Barbieri, good evening. This is Plymouth's annual town meeting. We're debating Article 20. It's a petitioned article. Mr. Barbieri had asked to be on the speakers list. There he is. Go ahead, Mr. Barbieri. Go ahead and speak.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Richard Barbieri, Town Meeting Member, Precinct 3. I have received a number of letters and emails on this article for and against. I understand the concerns of the sportsmen and the merchants of Plymouth. Some sportsmen who hunt and trap sell their pelts and will no longer be able to do that in Plymouth. Section 3 prohibits the sale, trade, or distribution of fur products in Plymouth. Now, I didn't see the word wool in the article that we're voting on, but I did see it in the presentation. Does this mean wool, which is a fiber derived from fur, principally sheep, goats, alpaca, and rabbits, can't be sold? This would include wool hats, scarves, coats, gloves, mittens, skirts, shirts, pants, and socks. And what about yarn? It is made from wool. We have craft stores, department stores, and yarn shops that sell wool, yarn, and fabric. Would they have to stop? The article states the restriction to restrict the trade of fur products. Plymouth is a right to farm community. Does that mean you can't raise animals to sell their fur? I am a fisherman. Some freshwater and saltwater flies are made with animal fur. Some plugs and lures use bucktails, which is animal fur. Does that mean they'll be banned? Would a sporting goods store selling a $3 fly face a $300 fine? Is rental considered a sale? In the future, if a wedding theme is long-tailed tucks and beaver skin top hats, can they be rented? So if the wedding party contains 6 men, that would be an $1,800 fine? Or the rental of a mink stole for a formal event such as a school department gala? Are internet sales banned? Amazon is in Plymouth. If I buy a fur coat on Amazon from out of state and Massachusetts sales tax is collected, is this considered a sale in Plymouth? Even the lobster industry is affected. There is a lobster bait called hide bait. It's animal hides cut into strips, soaked in fish oil and sold in 5-gallon buckets. It's gaining in popularity since the reduction of fish quotas used for bait. Even paintbrushes would be on the list. According to Peter, buying an animal hair paintbrush is like buying fur. Let's see. If this bylaw is passed, would we have fur police? I have seen on the news people with spray paint going to events and spray painting fur coats screaming ban fur. This bylaw creates more questions than it solves. We don't have a problem and we don't need a bylaw for a problem that doesn't exist. vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard Barbieri, Precinct 3. We're going to go to Christine Pratt. She's at Precinct 1. Good evening, Christine Pratt.
Good evening, Moderator Trifoletti and town meeting members. I'm going to defer to Lauren Nazarella to answer some of the questions posed by the previous speaker, please. Before I make my statement.
Lauren Nazarella, do you care to respond to the questions from the previous speaker?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay. Online sales are not affected. Also in the definitions of the bylaw, fur is any animal skin or part thereof with the hair, fleece, or fur fibers attached, either in its raw or processed state. It is only affected if it is attached to the skin. Paintbrushes would not be affected. They are also, they do not fit underneath the definitions of being home decor, accessories, or clothing. So yes, wool is also excluded. That is also in the definitions on the bylaw. And I believe those were his questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren Nazarella. Christine Pratt, additional time you have.
Yes, thank you. Specifically in regards to the statement, comments made by Ms. Hall. Most is not all. And this is a preventative measure, just as puppy mills, the vote we took on puppy mills was a preventative measure. This is a matter of conscience and compassion. And I, for one, am in favor of this. It isn't going to affect the hunter or the sportsman. So let's keep the scope of this article reasonable and realistic, which is what I think Lauren has done. And I encourage all town meeting members to vote in favor of this article. Thank you.
I think one, Christine Pratt. We're going to move to a couple of procedural motions. I have two motions to close debate. The first, Precinct 13, Michael Landers moves to close debate. In the queue, we have Michael Withington, Precinct 5, Catherine Holmes, Precinct 8, Stephen Stryer, Precinct 5 in the queue. The rest of the people are moving to close debate. Those are your speakers. We're going to move to the procedural motion to close debate. Let's show it the ballot on the screen along with the timer. And it is not debatable. It's a 2/3 vote. Town meeting is entering over 10 hours. There's the timer. We're going to determine now, you can vote now, whether to close debate. We'll either go to the motion, the main motion, if 2/3 vote to close debate, or we'll go back to the speaker's queue and continue to hear the speakers that are in line to be heard at this town meeting. This is Article 20 of our annual town meeting warrant. The time has completed. The polls have closed. 85 say yes, 23 say no, 0 abstentions. We're going to close debate, and we're going to move to the main motion. And while we're going through the precincts, I'd like to thank PAC TV for its support, all of the people here with Executive Director who is here with us this evening, Julie Thompson, also OTI Technologies. We have Drew Chase and Franklin, Samuel Franklin in studio. Thank you to the school department for your support in providing at Plymouth North High School. Thanks to all the town boards and committees and the town staff who have been in this long day at Town Hall in the Great Hall. We're going to go to the vote, which has been completed, and now we're going to go to the ballot on the main motion, and we're going to have a timer. And the main motion is shown up there on Article 20. We're going to have a timer. You can begin to vote. Voting is now. You're voting on Article 20, prohibiting fur products. This is the petitioned article, and it's a majority vote. Town meeting members are voting on whether or not to prohibit fur products on this petitioned article, and the voting has ended, and now we're going to see the vote on this. 63 say yes, 45 say no, 1 abstention. It carries. We're going to scroll through the precincts, and as we do, I'm going to be asking our fire chief, Edward Bradley, to come to the podium in Town Hall at the Great Hall, and after we go through precincts 13, 14, and 15, which will be the final group of precincts, we're waiting for that. There it is. And so now we welcome our fire chief, Edward Bradley, who is going to say a few words before we take the final motion from Mr. Canty to dissolve this town meeting. Good evening, Chief Bradley.
Good evening, Mr. Moderator. Thank you very much. I just want to take this time to thank all the town meeting members, present and past, that they've taken the time to become involved in the legislative branch of Plymouth government. As a longtime member of the Plymouth Fire Department, my original appointment was October of 1974. I've watched with interest as town meeting members held their caucuses and debated on town meeting floor as all the warrant articles went through. My 47 years as a member of the department have given me a keen interest in your work. It's become clear to me that you all love the town of Plymouth and that you have taken your role seriously. The last 14 years as a fire chief, I've had the pleasure and honor to meet with you individually, in groups, and as a governing body, and to work together with you as you make decisions on the town's future. And the support that myself and the fire department have experienced over the years has been awesome. So I just wanted to end with 2 words, and that's to thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is Plymouth Fire Chief Edward Bradley. We're now going to go to Precinct 5 Town Meeting Member Belinda Brewster, who has a point of order that can interrupt the meeting. And then we'll go to Mr. Canty for his motion to dissolve. Belinda Brewster, on your point of order. Good evening.
Yes, Mr. Floody, I'm just curious because the motions package said that this was a 2/3 vote. And you have called it as a majority vote.
I apologize if the motions packet said it's a 2/3, but it is not a 2/3. It is a majority vote. I didn't see any 2/3 indicated anywhere in the current motions packet that was provided yesterday. But in any event, it is a majority vote. But thank you for your point of order. It's always good, as town meeting time recommends, it's always good to check, even if everybody else knows the rule. So with that, Kevin Canty moves to dissolve the annual town meeting. Mr. Canty, on your motion to dissolve.
I certainly hope this one speaks for itself, Steve.
Thank you, Kevin Canty. We're now going to have the ballot come up on the screen, and we do need to take a vote. This will be the last vote of town meeting. It'll also give us a vote of attendance and the quorum as we complete. There's the timer. You can start voting now. You're voting on whether to dissolve. I'd like to thank everyone who participated and also followed town meeting. This completes my 30th year as town moderator, and I have to say, in all of my years, we have never had a town meeting last this long. 10 hours and close to 45 minutes of town meeting. So again, you're all to be congratulated for your attention and service to the town of Plymouth. We're going to go to the vote on the motion to dissolve, and it is as follows. 93 say yes, 0 no, 0 abstain. I guess it's unanimous. You've decided you've had enough. We still have a quorum, and so this town meeting is going to be dissolved as soon as we scroll through the precincts. Again, thank you to everyone for completing the business of the town of Plymouth. And again, as we close, again, our condolences and our thoughts are with the family of Pearl, our former town clerk, who recently passed this life. And again, we remember her in our thoughts at this town meeting is dissolved. We're going through the precincts, and we're completing with precinct 15. And at this time, I declare that Plymouth's annual town meeting is dissolved at 6:43 p.m. Good evening and thank you.